Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for coming. Why don't we get started? I'm sorry I'm 2 minutes late, so I will speak a little faster. We're looking at the life of Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai, a very famous 2nd century thinker, rabbi, highly influential, whose life began, or really his leadership began, in the wake of the Hadrian persecutions of the 130s, which is an extremely difficult time for Jews, and it was through leadership of people like Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai that we managed to emerge once again and establish a firm intellectual, spiritual, ultimately economic, and social foundation for our civilization. So the joke goes like this. And this is one I actually heard when I was doing my doctoral research in Kiev. And at the time, it was in the late 90s, it was in the late 80s, the Soviet Union was falling apart, and it was really chaotic. There were all kinds of crazy things going on at the time. And one of the problems that they had was widespread alcoholism. People were drinking whiskey and vodka, and especially this terrible moonshine they called samahon, which means self-cooking or cooked at home. And it was dangerous. It was potentially poisonous. People would die of wood alcohol poisoning if they didn't know how to make this drink properly. So Gorbachev at the time launched a massive anti-alcohol campaign that was, across the entire Soviet Union, and was trying to get people to diminish their intake of spirits. That part is true. Now, the joke goes like this. Gorbachev takes a junket of journalists out to Siberia to promote his anti-alcoholism campaign. And they fly in an Aeroflot jet all the way out to Novosibirsk somewhere, and they land and they go to a huge factory, and all the journalists are following the president around, and he goes into the factory floor, he goes into the conveyor belts there, and he walks up to a typical Soviet citizen. He says to him, "Ivan, do you think a person could have 3 drinks of whiskey and go to work in the morning?" And Ivan says, "No, Mr. President. Yes, I think he could." And he says to him, "Ivan, do you think a person could have 10 shots of vodka and go to work in the morning?" He says, "No, Mikhail Sergeyevich. Yes, I think it's possible." And then he says to him, "Ivan, do you think a person could drink 3/4 of a bottle of samahon and still go to work in the morning?" He says, "You see, I'm working." So, to a certain degree, that's what this story is about too, that the Jews go through so much persecution century after century, and yet nevertheless, you see we're working, you see we're still continuing on, and that's going to be the topic for today. If you know one story about Rabbi Shimon ben Yochai, it is most likely this story from the Talmud. It's in Tractate Shabbat, page 33. We're going to actually refer to it in a couple of occasions, but I'll just choose the middle part of the story right here. Basically, what happens is, recall where we are in terms of history, right? We spoke about it for the last 2 weeks. The Bar Kokhba revolt, approximately 132, very, very successful in the initial period, perhaps 3 years. Jerusalem is liberated from the Romans. They're minting their own coins. They're trying to, revive Jewish life and so on. But the Romans bring in battalions from all over, including as far away as England, and they crush the rebellion. And then they follow it up with some horrific persecutions that we will return to a little later, because Rabbi Akiva, Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai's teacher, was caught up in those terrible days. And but the context of this particular passage is that after the revolution, which is not mentioned explicitly here, but it's clear that's what's going on, Rabbi Shimon is a warrant is put out for his arrest and for his execution. And so he tries to hide at first with his son Elazar, who is also in trouble. He tries to hide in the Beit Midrash, in the study hall, and his wife is bringing him food every day. But he says, you know what, this is too dangerous for her. If they question her, then perhaps, they'll torture her, God forbid. So he says to his son, we have to go off, and we have to hide in a cave. So let me find this one passage here. Okay. They went and they hid in a cave. You can imagine something like the caves we looked at the last 2 weeks, the cave of Babatha, for example. A miracle occurred, and a carob tree grew up just outside the opening of the cave, and a well of water opened up. And so they would use this for their sustenance. They would go into the cave, and because they were there for an indefinite period of time with only one change of clothes, they would take off all of their clothes and bury themselves in sand all day, and they would study Torah. It's a pretty bizarre story. Here he is with his son. He's in this cave, buried up, I imagine, to their necks in sand. Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez. Buried up to their necks in sand, studying Torah. And when they had to pray, the 3 times daily prayers, they would come out, they would put on their clothes, they would daven, and then maybe they'd have a snack of a carob or 2, and then back into the sand. And they did this because they didn't want their clothes to wear out. They stayed in that cave for 12 years, learning Torah, just the 2 of them the whole time. Finally, Eliyahu Hanavi, Elijah the prophet, who in Jewish tradition is always kind of like showing up at key events and times, the Seder table, things like that, where he partakes of milk and cookies. No, wait, that's somebody else. He usually has a glass of wine, and that was a joke for some of you out in Latvia there. So Eliyahu comes, and he said, "Come up, Vapiska Demarat." He stood at the opening of the cave. Amar man lude levar Yochai demis Kesar Bata Gezeraste. Who will tell the son of Yochai, that's our protagonist, that the Caesar has died and the decree is over? So we're assuming sometime 12 years perhaps after the death of Hadrian, something like that, or 12 years after the decrees. It's not entirely clear what the chronology is. But now listen to what happens afterwards. So they came out. After 12 years living in the cave studying Torah, they come out. They saw Jews farming. Saw people out there going about their farming business. Amar, so Rabbi Shimon ben Yochai says, Manichin chai olam, v'oschin b'chai shah. They abandon the eternal life and they engage in temporal life. That's a criticism. What does he mean by that? They should be studying Torah full time, like us in the cave. Don't worry, we'll get a miracle, we'll get a carrot, things like that. So, and I'm emphasizing this because it's an element of Rabbi Shimon bar Yochai's persona that penetrates his life and also really penetrates, in my humble opinion, a certain sort of trend, a sort of in contemporary Israel, maybe suburbs of Jerusalem, places like Lakewood and Brooklyn. And it says here, so what happens is even worse. Kol makam shenosin einehen, any place they cast their eyes, meaning Rabbi Elazar, when Shimon would look at something, miyad nisraf, immediately whatever they looked at would be burned up. Right? Meaning you can take it on a literal level, which the Talmud is saying that their holiness from studying the Torah had given them such superpowers that when they looked askance at a field of wheat or something like that, then the wheat would go up in flames. So guess what happened at that point? Yatzta basko va'amra. So a divine voice rang out and said lahem to them, what are you guys doing? Are you trying to destroy my world? It doesn't say, what are you guys doing? It says, are you trying to destroy my world? Meaning, this is not what I planned here. I don't want you to come out of the cave and start burning everybody's fields up. Back into the cave with you guys. And so the 2 of them, Rabbi Shimon ben Yochai and his son, get thrown back into the cave. So they get stuck back in there for another 12 years. But they stop that. They say, Amar Mishpat Rishonim Begenim Yud Beis Chodesh. Even the most wicked people sent to hell are only there for 12 months. So we really can't stay here for 12 years. So then God, as it were, compromised, Basko for Amra, Yasa Basko Basra, Tsumi Raskam. So okay, you can go out. And when they come out, then they have a slightly different attitude, and we'll return to this story later, both in its prelude and in its epilogue. The point of this story, though, is that you see Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai engaged in incredibly deep contemplative prayer and study, which will, lend to his reputation as the premier Kabbalist, at least since the days of Moses in traditional thought. He is without doubt the greatest of the mystics. And you also see his, his initial intolerance of anything but that pure Torah ideology, which then, of course, he himself has to go through a transformation to say, all right, there is a place for these other things in life. We haven't actually got to that denouement yet, but we shall shortly. But that's perhaps the most famous story about Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai. So let's look a little bit more at his life. As I mentioned earlier, it's best to understand his life within the context, historically at any rate, of the Hadrianic persecutions. Emperor Hadrian shown here to the left. And we won't go over the reasons for this again because we've discussed it in previous classes, but it was a period of tremendous persecution for Jews and especially for Jewish leadership. You will recall that Bar Kokhba was well supported by the Pharisaic leadership, by the Perushim, the rabbinic leaders of the time, most notably by Akiva ben Yosef, the greatest of them, who according to the Talmud had 24,000 students, who all died mysteriously in this period during the Hadrianic persecutions. Some historians would say they were killed by the Romans. The Talmud itself gives a few other reasons, including a plague and so on. But at any rate, Rabbi Akiva was spared temporarily in order to endure a show trial and a horrific punishment in order to deter other would-be Jewish rebels. The story goes that while Akiva was jailed, his student, Rabbi Shimon, came to him to the jail and wanted to learn more Torah from him. What do you want from me? Do you see how much trouble I am in for studying Torah? Don't you know that what's going to happen to me is that, I'm going to be killed probably on the morrow? Why are you here trying to study Torah from me? Shimon says, you have to teach me Torah. It's an incredibly important thing, and I won't let you go unless you teach me. And Akiva responds, a very beautiful passage. He says, if you want to hang yourself, you should find a taller tree. Meaning, in his humility, if you really want to be in trouble for this, find someone who's a greater rabbi than I. Shimon, in his insistence, says, if you don't allow me to hear your words of Torah, I will go tell my father Yochai about this, and you will get even in worse trouble. So you see, just by one little passage, there are other passages elsewhere that corroborate this. Shimon and his father Yochai had something of a generational gap, that Yochai was more in favor of the traditional Pharisaic ideal of accommodation with the Romans, or at least that strategic or tactical retreat to say, look, you leave us alone, we'll leave you alone. Whereas Akiva was more of a rebel, and Shimon sided with the rebels. So Shimon was threatening to go to Yochai and inform on Akiva, which was more of a simply an empty threat than anything else, because nothing worse could happen to Akiva at this point. Finally, Akiva says to him a beautiful passage, which doesn't translate very well into English, but I'll try anyways. He says, more than the calf wishes to suckle, the mother wishes to nurse. Meaning that the baby cow wants the milk, but more importantly and more intensely, the mother wants to give the milk. In other words, Shimon, you want to learn Torah. You have no idea how much I want to teach you Torah, but still I can't because it's just going to get you in worse trouble. Akiva, of course, dies a horrible death. The next day, his flesh is raked with irons until he expires. It's recorded, and we read it every year in the Eila Ezkara section of the Machzor during Yom Kippur, where we look at the 10 martyrs of the state. who are all rabbis who died during these Hadrianic persecutions. And Akiva was the greatest among them. You'll recall perhaps the story where he pronounced the Shema at the moment of his expiration, and his students, got a sense of his greatness. But this is kind of like the intellectual background that Shimon Bar Yochai comes from. The Talmud cites Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai with incredible frequency, and his teachings, which are sometimes recorded simply as Rabbi Shimon, sometimes with the acronym Rashbi for Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai, are considered extremely authoritative because they represent the tradition of Akiva ben Yosef. And so he's considered one of the greatest rabbis because he embodies the teachings of Akiva. Oh, you're just, yes, please. No, he absolutely did. This was at the end of his life. He was saying, please, one more teaching, please, one more. He was the Talmud Muvhak of Rabbi Akiva, one of the 5 that the Talmud says survived the Hadrianic persecution. So this out of 24,000 students, again, that's a number the Talmud uses. It's hard to understand if that's meant literally or if that's meant metaphorically, but he had a massive number of students, but only 5 main students survived. Rabbi Shimon was considered the greatest among them. Okay, so now he had, how did he get in trouble in the beginning? This is something that is illustrative of his ideology as well, and his persona. I don't like to say personality, because how can you say personality about such giants? We only have a tiny grasp of what they must have been like. But you can see in the literary evidence what exactly he would have felt about some of these larger things. So this is probably something that occurred in the context of the Bar Kokhba revolution, perhaps shortly thereafter, but I'll just read to you what it says. So 3 rabbis are sitting and talking. They are Rabbi Yehuda, Rabbi Yossi, and Rabbi Shimon. So these 3 rabbis are sitting and talking. But Yasib, Yehuda ben Gerim, Gabehu. And there was another rabbi there whose name was, he doesn't say rabbi. There was another person there whose name was Yehuda ben Gerim. Pasach Rabbi Yehuda v'omer. So Rabbi Yehuda says, Kama na'im ma'asehen shel umah zo. How wonderful are the achievements, or the acts of this people. Rashi explains, umah zo. This people means the Romans. We love those Romans. They are great. Why? Tiknu shivakim. They set up malls, like marketplaces. Tiknu gesharim. They built bridges. Tiknu merchatzaos, they built bathhouses. I mean, they're hugely invested in public works, which is true, by the way. The Romans were incredible builders. You see here a Roman aqueduct. I mean, phenomenal, large public achievements. The road system in Europe is heavily dependent on the original Roman architecture. And, of course, water transport, sewage, all of these big public works projects were typical of the Romans. So that was Rabbi Yehuda's opinion. I like those Romans because I like my aqueducts. Now, Rabbi Yossi Shasak. Rabbi Yossi decided to say nothing. And remember, the Jews are Gesundheit, deep in fighting with the Romans at this point. Rabbi Shimon, however, that's our protagonist. Nana Rabbi Shimon Amar, he said, Kol ma shetiknu lo tiknu el letzorech atzman. Everything they built was entirely selfish. They built it all for themselves. How so? Tiknu shvakim lahoshi behen zonos. They built marketplaces in order that they could have houses of ill repute, in order that they could have places where they could find entertainment. Merchatzaos la'adin mehan. They built bathhouses not to cleanse themselves, but just to chill, to hang out, like to go to the Schwitz. Gesharim lito mehem machas. They built bridges so they could collect tolls. And all of this stuff was purely self-motivated. So what ended up happening, you have 3 rabbis, right? The first one said, I love these Romans. The second one said nothing. Rabbi Shimon said, no, this is all purely self-interest. Halach Yehuda ben Gerim. So Yehuda ben Gerim went to Sipur Divrei, and he told people what he heard. Rashi says it's not like he was doing anything wicked. He was telling his father, he was telling the students, he was just saying, I heard these 3 rabbis talking. But of course, that was a dangerous thing to do. Why? Because the story became known to the Romans. So then they wanted. What the Romans did is Yehuda, who praised them, they gave him a big promotion. The Yossi, who said nothing, they exiled him, and Rabbi Shimon, they put an APB out for him, and that's why he had to go into the cave, because he spoke his mind about the Romans, and he was rather critical. Now, that's one of the more difficult aspects of Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai's teachings. Is quite often, I don't say quite often, but often enough, there are some really strong anti-Gentile statements in his teachings. I'm not going to quote most of them. All you have to do is wander around YouTube and you will find all these passages, usually taken out of context, but he has some strong things to say which are highly ethnocentric in nature. To quote one of the passages that is perhaps the least offensive because it's placed within the sort of larger mythic terms of the Bible, he says, Halacha le'olam, it is an eternal law, Esav Son Yaakov, Esau hates Jacob. Meaning, this is just an essential condition of the non-Jewish world, that Jacob will be hated. Just like Esau hated his brother Jacob, so too will Jews always be hated by the outside world. Again, these are difficult passage to understand on a philosophical level. I'm not going to entertain them because I'm not a rabbi. I'm just a professor of history. But you can certainly, when you put it within the historical context, understand the kind of suffering that Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai personally went through, what he saw his teacher go through, and the kind of massacres that were part of the aftermath of the Bar Kokhba Revolution. You can certainly understand why he would have some strong feelings about the Romans and about non-Jewish society at the same time. So these things all come out of his relationship with the larger world. But that's subsumed within a far more central aspect of his personality, which is this dedication to Torah study. Let me provide for you another quote. This is from Pirkei Avot, and I actually had Mr. Rodriguez, who is multi-talented. Mr. Rodriguez, for those of you who are in Latvia watching right now, he's behind the camera there. And he's a chaplain in the U.S. military, candidate chaplain in the U.S. military, just completing his master's degree in religious studies, and a fiercely knowledgeable individual. So I asked him, I said, find this quote for me, please. And here it says, Rabbi Yaakov says, now I'm pretty sure this is Rabbi Shimon in other readings. Maybe that's why I couldn't find it. But I'll read it to you, and I'll have to look up exactly what's going on. So he found it even when I remembered it mistakenly. So someone's walking down the road, and he's reviewing his learning, and he interrupts his learning and says, Ma na'eh ilan zeh. What a beautiful tree. Uma na'eh nir zeh. How beautiful is this field? The Torah considers as if he should give up his life. So, I mean, it's a very strong passage here in a central text, Pirkei Avot, and the basic concept of it is that Torah study is so incredibly important that really you should not be distracted from that study by anything else in the world. It's written in hyperbolic language. How do we understand that on a real level? You have to go speak to a religious expert. I'm not one of those. But nevertheless, it gives you a sense of the monofocus that is characteristic of Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai and that sort of strata in Jewish thought. Okay, the passage that Judith is referring to is when there are all these rabbis in Bnei Brak, which, by the way, was the town where Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai studied with Rabbi Akiva in Bnei Brak. In the modern day, Bnei Brak is there today. And they're discussing the exodus from Egypt, and they just keep talking and talking and talking. You know how rabbis are, until finally the students come and they say, Rabbis, you got to stop talking because the dawn is breaking and it's time to say the morning prayers. So Judith's observation is that, yeah, there is this kind of tropism where when you get involved in Torah, you just want to immerse yourself in it completely. It's overwhelming, takes over everything, even the natural body functions of sleep. I mean, the rabbi and his son were sleeping in a cave in sand up to their necks, and yet the real world intrudes and says, you got to go out, you have like, pray the afternoon prayers and so on. And in fact, we see when he comes out of the cave, we'll see at the end of the life of quotidian life. Excellent. I think it would have been difficult to learn pages, but yeah, I think we are to understand they did most of it from memory. And there's no question that, what you're asking is really a fantastic discussion that we could open up about the modalities of learning. To quote a non-Jewish source, for example, in one of the Platonic dialogues, I can't remember who says it, but someone says to Socrates, "Isn't it great that we invented writing? It's such a memory aid." And Socrates says, "You've got it all wrong. Writing has destroyed memory, because once you know you can write it down, then you rely on the paper and you rely on the text. You don't have memory anymore. Before writing, that's when everything is, stored in the mind." And the oral Torah, which is primarily, in this case, we're talking about Mishnah and later Talmud, the vast majority of it was memorized. It was just, and you had people who were professional memorizers who would, called the Tanaim, who would come out and would actually repeat massive sections of text. And scholars who might not be able to memorize themselves would hire them and would keep them around. Like, what is this? What did Rabbi Elazar say about that certain kind of loaf of bread? And these memorizers would cough it up like Wikipedia. So they definitely, the idea of them learning in the cave by memory was not at all weird. In fact, I'm going to tell you one other story. Well, I have a lot of stories that illustrate this, but just one. And it gives you a sense of how we've changed even in a few short generations. One of my study partners when I lived in Toronto told me that his father in Europe, and he was not a rabbi, not an extremely learned person, just a regular kind of Jew, they used to like to travel at the end of the Sabbath to a neighboring town. But it was outside of the Sabbath boundary. You're only allowed to travel a certain distance at a time by foot on the Sabbath. So what they would do, and you couldn't carry anything because they did not have an Eruv around that area. So my study partner told me that his father remembers, as a young man, walking with his friends out to that Sabbath boundary on a Saturday afternoon and waiting for the Sabbath to end because they couldn't walk further, and they weren't allowed to carry any books with them, so they would repeat an entire tractate of Talmud. They would review it mentally. And we're talking now about something that takes, 250 pages to translate into English, and with a few young men, they're able to recreate the entire Talmud. And that's only, let's say, in the first couple of decades of the 20th century. So you can imagine how our culture today, with our smartphones that have the entire Talmud on there in a second, how our memory is reiterated. Really interesting digression. Let's get back to the text stuff. Okay. Despite his antipathy to Rome, as we discussed earlier, he became recognized among the remnants of the Jews living in Israel as a leadership figure, and he was actually appointed by a community to specifically go to Rome at one point and to plead the case of the Jews and to try and avert them. We don't know a lot about the details of that message to Rome, but it seems to be widely supported throughout the text. What is kind of fascinating about that particular trip to Rome is that he is associated with perhaps the first miracle in his life, and I'm omitting the vast majority of them, but the legends that are associated with this particular trip are fascinating. Again, given the way rabbinic literature is structured, sometimes it's difficult to understand which legends are justly attributed to Shimon bar Yochai and which may have been written about another rabbi and pasted on to Rabbi Shimon bar Yochai. But nevertheless, the fact that there are such legends circulating about him gives you a sense of how he was regarded. Specifically, the story was that the Jews had no idea how they were going to get the emperor of Rome to rescind a particular decree. So shade, which then went and possessed the daughter of the emperor. Like a dybbuk kind of thing, where this demon somehow shows up and has offers to heal the young woman, and of course he performs an exorcism, which then removes the demon. The emperor is so grateful, he says, "You can have anything in my storehouse of treasure." And so Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai goes, and he finds that particular decree that is, impending some doom for the Jewish people. He says, "This is what I'd like to take," and the emperor says, "That's easy." And so the Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai takes it and rips it up. Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai, but it points to a much larger trend in his life, and that is his stories about Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai. I don't want you to leave with this impression that he was like incredibly intolerant and completely focused on Torah study, disdainful of others, and so on, because that's not an accurate portrayal. Another story associated with him is there was a couple that had difficulty bearing children, and after 10 years of attempting to have children, they decided that they would get a divorce. There's an interesting body of Jewish law discussing this. So they went to Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai, and they said, it's just not working, and so we want to have a divorce, and we'd like you to, write the get and make sure that everything's done appropriately. And Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai apparently could see that they actually cared for each other very much, and he wanted to find some other way for them to achieve their objectives. So he said, "Well, listen, how about this? When you got married, you made a big party. So when you get divorced, you should also make a big party. You should also have a celebration of your life together and of now you're going separate ways." So they had a big party, and they invited all their friends, and it was a wonderful time. And that night, they were feeling so good about each other, and lo and behold, she became pregnant, and so they decided not to get divorced after all. It's a beautiful story. Maybe it should be a strategy for other couples who unfortunately are not able to have children, but you get a sense of Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai's sensitivity, and his association with miracles certainly didn't hurt in that case either. Now, some of the miracles are really quite amazing and fantastic, even beside demons. There's a whole discussion of his cleansing of the city of Tiberias, in which the city was apparently filled with unmarked graves, which represent a problem, particularly for Jews who are Kohanim. If a Jew is a Kohen, part of the priestly tribe, he's not allowed to be in the vicinity of a graveyard. He can't walk over graves and things like that. Unmarked graves are particularly difficult for Kohanim. So Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai, as the legend goes, he elevated all of the graves and removed all of those bodies. He identified them from, underneath driveways and things like that, and had the bodies moved and purified the entire town so that people could live there. There's one version of that story that actually says all those who are buried arise, and all those who are arisen should be entombed. And the guy who informed on him back in the story I told you earlier, he ended up dying and having to be buried in Tiberia in a proper cemetery. But the idea of his association with miracles is very profound throughout the text. Now we have to get to one of the more complex and difficult aspects of his life, and that is his association with this book, the Zohar. And the truth be told, many lectures that you might find on the internet about Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai will probably start with this point, identifying Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai as the author of the Zohar. This is a very problematic statement that already came into question even in the Middle Ages. So let me just kind of outline a little bit of the debate. And the truth is we're going to omit most of the discussion because it properly belongs in the 13th century, not in the 2nd century. Basically, what is the Zohar? It is a huge Aramaic language commentary on the Torah, which is deeply Kabbalistic in nature. It is one of the most central texts of Jewish mysticism, a massive, rambling text, very difficult to understand. clearly made up of many, many different levels and most likely authors who are contributing to this massive work that has been extensively studied, particularly by Gershom Scholem in the 20th century, Moshe Idel after him, breaking it down into its constituent parts. It has been always associated with Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai since it was first released to the public world in the late 13th century by a rabbi named Moshe de Leon. He claims that he discovered this book, and it had been hidden for so many centuries, studied privately by Kabbalists, handing it down from one Kabbalist to a student, that student later to his student, and so on, until finally in the 13th century, because of material circumstances, it had to be made public, and the Zohar was released to the larger world. And it became an amazingly popular work, the subject of many learned commentaries, and earned a place of tremendous authority within the mystical tradition. The problem is there's a lot of internal literary evidence to indicate that Moshe de Leon did not discover the Zohar. He may have actually authored it, or he may have edited it, meaning it may be, and a lot of evidence points to this, it may be a creation of 13th century Kabbalah, not 2nd century Kabbalah. And the attribution to Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai is the kind of thing that, at least in the classical world, was very commonly done. People would write books, and then they would put someone else's name on it. Unlike, as I like to say today, where people take other people's books and put their own name on it, right? It's the opposite of what we like to do today. But at any rate, adding Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai's name to the author line was a way of promoting this particular work. And the evidence, it has to be looked at. Like, as Rabbi Joseph Telushkin put it in one of his books, if you look at, for example, the language that's used in the Zohar, there are words that show up there that are totally inappropriate for 2nd century work. He says it's like reading an ancient work and suddenly finding the word Oldsmobile show up in the middle of it. Like, the word Oldsmobile does not belong in the 2nd century. It doesn't make sense otherwise. And they're like passages which are clearly echoing things which were written 1,000 years later that are repeated in the Zohar, and a lot of like the archaeology of the background of the Zohar really belongs to a later date. Now, that's not at all to diminish the tremendous spiritual power of the Zohar. And by the way, there are many proponents who expend tremendous energy defending the traditional view of the Zohar as being authored by Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai. This is not a closed debate, although the bulk of the scholarly world leans towards the 13th century authorship, and the bulk of the traditional Orthodox world leans towards the 2nd century authorship. That's not at all to diminish the value of the Zohar. I can tell you, I asked my own Rebbe once, the late Rabbi Uziel Malevsky of blessed memory. I once asked him, what do you make of this whole Zohar controversy? Is it written in the 13th century or the 2nd century? Did Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai write it, or is it somehow invalid? And Rabbi Malevsky said to me, it doesn't matter if it was written in the 13th century, because it's all true. He said it's all powerful and relevant, and where it exactly comes from is not important. I'm not quoting him exactly. I also asked him, by the way, because there is a ban on studying Kabbalah before you're 40 years old. And I was maybe 25 years old, and I had this little book, beautiful book called Chok Israel, which is it breaks the weekly parsha up into 7 days, and each day you study a little bit of Torah, a little bit of Tanakh, a little bit of Mishnah, a little bit of Talmud, a little bit of Musar, a little bit of Halacha, and at the end, a little bit of Zohar. And I said to Rabbi Malevsky, I'm not 40 years old. Am I allowed to read this paragraph of Zohar? And he said, sure, Hillel, go ahead. You can read it. And I said, yeah, how come? He says, because you're not going to understand any of it. So anyways, so the bottom line for our purposes today is that, I can't give a lecture on Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai without mentioning the association with the Zohar. But I can't mention the association of Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai with the Zohar without mentioning that it is a subject of huge controversy and could well be a creation of the 13th century and not the 2nd. God willing, when we move on in the series, we should do a lecture sometime on Moshe de Leon and try to understand more about him and the Zohar and the controversy, but that's not for today's discussion. The death of Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai is widely celebrated today, particularly in the city of Meron. The mystical classics describe his death in very, very powerful terms, in which he was surrounded by all of his students, and he gives like kind of a last testimony. He says, "Now I'm going to teach you my most secret holy teachings," and he goes up into a pillar of fire that lasts for a while the students are trying to absorb the Torah that's somehow emanating from the fire, and then at the end of it, he's gone. His body's disappeared and so on. And so in commemoration of that death, traditionally on the date Lag BaOmer, although I understand there's some controversy about that particular date, Mr. Rodriguez tells me, but I haven't done the research yet. On that day, in the city of Meron, which is associated with his death, where his burial is, they have a bonfire. And that's why on Lag BaOmer, this particular holiday, it's celebrated through these fires. And it's a very Kabbalistic kind of ritual that's celebrated world around. There's another thing that they do on Lag BaOmer, which is associated very much with Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai and the Kabbalah, is that 3-year-old boys get their first haircuts, the so-called upshearing, because the book of Psalms says that a man is like a tree in the field, and just like the Torah says that trees should not have their fruit consumed during the first 3 years of their growth, so too the hair should grow long, but on the 3rd year, for lots of interesting Kabbalistic reasons, that's when, on Lag BaOmer specifically, you have this haircut. It's more common with Hasidim than it is with Lithuanians, but I was kind of having fun, so I put a picture here of my son's first haircut, Alexander. Here you can see this is a typical Lithuanian haircut. It's kind of a typical Lithuanian expression, too. You're like a little bit stunned and not sure what to do. The guy in the back there with the dark beard, I'm not exactly sure who's that man holding my son. And then, because I was kind of having fun putting this together, this is probably not going to go on the internet. Here's what my son, this is Alexander, this is what he looks like now. And that's in Israel. I think he's a pretty good-looking guy. He looks a little bit like this guy, right? James Dean. Right, let's go back. There's Alexander. There's James Dean. I don't know. I think so, right? There's something I got to watch out for. Anyways, let us return finally to the last part of the story that we've been discussing, which, by the way, is in Tractate Shabbat, page 33b. So you recall what happened is they're in the cave for 12 years. You presume they're studying Kabbalah and they're, meditating and traveling the world through their spiritual journeys and things like that while remaining physically in the cave. They come out, whatever they see burns up because they're so holy, and they can't understand why people would engage in regular mundane activities when they have this tremendous learning that they could be doing instead. Then God says, I don't like this, get back in the cave. They spend another year in the cave, and then they come out. So what happens when they come out the second time? Rabbi Shimon says to his son, B'ni, dai li'olam, ani v'ata. It's enough for the world, just you and me. Meaning, we can't help it. People are still going to be involved in field plowing and all these kind of business things. But as long as you and I are studying Torah with this level of intensity, that's enough for the universe. Just the two of us studying with intensity. This is kind of like a movement in his literary persona from the intolerance of how could they possibly do that, to saying, well, okay, it's unfortunate, they're going to do that, and we're going to do our thing. But listen to this third level. What happens is they're out there, and they kind of have this attitude that, we're the elite, we're the intellectual leaders, and we're going to be engaged in the Torah. And what can you do in Nebuch? These are regular Jews. They're much lower than us. Finally, what happens is, they saw a certain old man who was carrying 2 bundles of myrtle. By the way, when it says Hahu Saba, a certain old man, there's a Talmudic tradition that says that's Eliyahu Hanavi, Elijah the prophet. Again, in disguise this time as a certain old man. They don't know it's Elijah the prophet, but they see an old man carrying 2 bundles of myrrh. V'rahit ben Hashmashos, and he's running because it's Friday afternoon and it's going to be Shabbos soon. So Amru Le, they said to him, Hanei Lamalach, what are you carrying those for? Amru L'chavod Shabbos, I'm carrying these in honor of the Sabbath. So they say to him, V'taski l'cha b'chad. So what are you carrying 2 for? You only need 1. And he says to them, Chad keneged Zachor v'chad keneged Shamor. No, it says in the Torah, there's 2 passages in which the 10 commandments occur. In one passage, it says, remember the Sabbath day. In the other passage, it says, guard the Sabbath day. So therefore, I have 2 bunches of myrtle. One is in memory of that passage, remember. One is in memory of that passage, guard. Just like we typically have 2 loaves of bread for the hamotzi, things like that. There are other reasons too. So then Rabbi Shimon says, Amar le lebrei, he says to his son, Chaze kama chavivin mitzvahs shel Yisrael. Look how much the Jewish people love the commandments. So much so that Friday afternoon, this guy's running like a crazy man, carrying 2 bunches of myrtles, heavy, wood-like things, in order to observe these 2 dual aspects of the Sabbath, a tiny little detail. And at that point, Yasiv Datehu. At that point, his mind was calmed. In other words, he came to the realization, in my humble opinion, that even though these people are not going to be able to study Torah on the same level as my son and I in the cave, nevertheless, they're putting their whole heart and soul into the observance of the commandments, and their simple Jewish identities is incredibly valuable. And so he was able to integrate that within his worldview. So to bring this to a conclusion, to try to look at his legacy, the kind of type that we imagine Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai to be is some type that has really echoed throughout Jewish history. It's a kind of intellectual ideal that you see in figures like the Vilna Gaon, deeply, completely dedicated to Torah study, to the exclusion of so many other things. And they're like these spiritual giants who may have had a sharp tongue and may have had a lack of tolerance sometimes for, or at least on an apparent level, they might have had a lack of tolerance for the less learned. But ultimately, they are there to devote themselves entirely to the will of God. And it is a kind of a spiritual ideal, one of many that populate the Jewish pantheon of great ones. Okay, with that, I want to thank you very much for your intention and your endurance. And God willing, I'll see you next week. We're going to talk about Eldad the Danite. Okay, thank you for the applause. I'll bulk it up for the internet. I'll put some more applause back. Well, I hope you enjoyed that lecture. I had a lot of fun giving the lecture. I especially liked the little part where I included, examples of my son's current photograph and James Dean's photograph. That appealed to me. But at any rate, I had a really good response to last week's call to action at the end of the Babata video saying, please add to the goodness of the internet by writing something positive or at least something constructive on the videos. So since that works so well, I'd like to try another call to action. If you found this video useful, or even if you found it really terrible, share it with your friends. Put it on your Facebook account and say, you've got to check out this video because this guy has no idea what he's talking about. Or whatever, this is useful, I really liked it, and impress your friends with your sophistication and ability to learn high-level academic Jewish history. I think that would help improve the world as a whole by just disseminating good quality information. At least I hope I'm producing good quality information that others can use in their own personal, intellectual, spiritual development. That's about it. Thank you again for watching, and I hope you have an excellent week.
How's your fourth pal? It was good. I was on a plane. Flying on the floor. I was flying on the floor. I was quite proud of it. I was quite proud of it. Flying with my kids. I had a good dinner with my kids.
Tonight's lecture is going to be about one of Israel's greatest military leaders, the famous Shimon Bar Kokhba, who led a courageous and heroic and ultimately successful, albeit on a temporary level, attempt to drive the Romans out of Israel and retake Jerusalem. This rebellion occurred probably around the year 132 of the Common Era. We have some questions about the specific dating, but it's certainly about 60 years after the destruction of the temple, 70 odd years after the destruction of the temple, and he actually succeeded in driving out this massive Roman army, which was incomprehensibly powerful, and the Romans, in order to push the Jews back, had to invest a phenomenal amount of men, perhaps as many as 250,000 troops, to be able to beat down this strange but persistent guerrilla force of Jews hiding out in the Judean hills. It's a rather amazing and heroic story, but it has a lot of twists and turns regarding his own personality, including the fact that many of the rabbis felt that he was actually Mashiach. They felt that he was the Messiah, the long-awaited Redeemer. None other than Rabbi Akiva, the great Rabbi Akiva, believed that Bar Kokhba was the Messiah. Ultimately, however, he himself was killed, and his venture failed, and the Romans were able to enforce even a harsher punishment on the Jews and really reinforce the diaspora that had begun with the destruction of the temple in the first century. But anyways, that's the story that we're going to explore tonight. Part of our story revolves around this image, which is not so clear, I'm sorry, but I'll get a better one, I think, for next week. This is a cave of letters. It's a remote cave in one of the walls, sheer cliffs that are surrounding the Dead Sea. And in 1960, the great Israeli general and archaeologist Yigal Yadin, explored these caves and discovered a tremendous cache of documents, artifacts, utensils that were hidden there by the Bar Kokhba rebels in one of their last stands. So we'll have occasion to look at the documents that were found there, the artifacts that were found there, and it will lead us as well into next week's topic as well. Okay, let's get started with the material per se. So setting the tone for the uprising, we should recall that this occurred in the context of the Emperor Hadrian's rule over Israel. Not to be confused with Herod, who we spoke about last week. Hadrian ruled from the year 117 to the year 138. And initially, his approach to the Jews and to Israel seemed to have been somewhat conciliatory. In fact, there are several legends recorded in the Talmud in which he considered rebuilding the temple, which is an amazing thing. The temple, we should remember, was not only a center of religious significance for the Jews, it was their ultimate national center as well. It was kind of like the White House, the Congress, the Capitol, everything was Washington, D.C. for the Jews. And to have lost the temple meant that their very sense of national self was destroyed. So a concession by allowing him to rebuild the temple would have really meant that he had felt that Judea had been pacified and that the Jews could regain some sense of their identity and then they could move on. Let us recall what we discussed last week, that the Roman strategy of government was one of divide et impera, dividing and ruling, where they did not like to invest massive amounts of troops and administrators to directly administer a territory. They much preferred to sort of co-opt the elite and allow them to run their own government, kind of in a Quisling fashion, if you think of World War II with countries like Norway and so on. They wanted them to run their own affairs. They just said, you pay us tribute and you give us the proper obeisances and we will be very happy to let you run your country. So that may have been the reasoning behind the legends surrounding his openness initially to rebuilding the temple. I'm going to read you a passage here from the Midrash, and we should understand that, the rabbis who recorded the Midrashim are not trying to record historical data as we understand it today. They're primarily trying to convey religious messages, which they will couch within the context of the historical realities of their time, but they will not necessarily they won't feel hard bound to be completely accurate in every detail, because that's not the message that they're trying to convey. It's kind of like, if you think about the hermeneutics of the ancient texts, it's like the difference between a prescription and a love poem. A prescription has to be totally and completely exact. What drug, what dosage, how often you take it, all those things are really important, or else a disaster can happen. A love poem, on the other hand, can employ hyperbole, it can employ, similes, metaphors, all kinds of things like that. Could you imagine if your doctor said, give him something sort of like Xanax, right? You can't do that. It has to be exactly Xanax or whatever it is. So these midrashic texts also are trying to convey the information like a love poem, as it were. We can't read them like prescriptions, because that's not the way they were written. Okay, so here we go. In the days of Rabbi Yoshua ben Hananiah, the Roman government, that's under Hadrian, decreed that the temple should be rebuilt. Papas and Lulianus, these are two important rabbis at the time, set up tables from Akko to Antioch and provided for the Olim from the Galut, meaning they set up these tables. Principally, it seems to allow people to start exchanging their local currencies for Israeli shekels, so that they could, because the term tables in Midrashic Hebrew means money changers. Those Kutim then went and said to the emperor, anybody know who the Kutim are? Kutim are the Samaritans. So we're going to get to them in a second, but the Kutim, and that's in the next slide actually, the Kutim and the Samaritans had a very difficult time with each other. The Kutim, or Samaritans, and the Jews proper had a difficult time with each other. I'll explain who they are in a moment. But at any rate, here, they're going to essentially ruin the plan. The Kutim then went and said to the emperor, be it known now unto the king that if this city be builded and the walls finished, I love this translation, they will not pay tribute, impost, or toll. Said he, the emperor, to them, to the Samaritans, what is to be done, seeing that I have already issued the decree? Said they to him, send to them and say, either change the site of the temple, or enlarge it by 5 cubits, or diminish it by 5 cubits. Then they will of themselves abandon the venture. Meaning that the story in this midrash is that the Samaritans, who wanted to ruin the possibility of rebuilding the temple, they said to the emperor, Hadrian, can't let them have the temple. He says, what can I do? I already said I would let them have the temple. So they said to him, you know what? Then do this. Tell him you can have the temple, but you have to put it someplace else. Like, the embassy can be in Tel Aviv. It can't be in Jerusalem, for example. That was a joke. So thank you, Mr. Rodriguez. It was not a joke, but it was like a quip. Can I keep the quips? Maybe the Latvians will stay if I have a quip or two. Okay, the other thing is, or say to them, you can have your temple, but it should be a little bit roomier. Enlarge it by 5 cubits, which is the equivalent of about 9 feet or so. Or shrink it by 5 cubits. Now, why wouldn't the Jews say, sure, let's do it? Because the temple has to be exact, right? The measurements are described in Tanakh exactly the way it is. And so by telling them, you can have the temple, but it has to be a little bit bigger, they won't be able to accept it. And so what will happen, this is the plan of the Kutim, they are Jewish, by the way. I mean, we'll see exactly how Jewish and in what context, but they ruined the pod because the Jews would have to refuse, and ultimately Hadrian got his way. A throng of Israel had congregated in the Vale of Beth Rimmon when the letters of the emperor arrived. The people began to weep. Then a spirit of revolt began to sweep through the assembly. Some said, let a sage stand forth and calm the people. The sage would, of course, be one of the Pharisees. We talked about him last week. They said, let Rabbi Yoshua ben Hananiah send forth, for he is a great scholar of the Torah. So then Rabbi Yoshua arose and he expounded this parable. It's a good parable. I'm going to tell my kids. Once a lion ate of his prey, and he got a bone stuck in his throat. Said the lion, if anyone can get the bone out of my throat, he will get a reward. There came an Egyptian heron who stuck his beak into the lion's throat and pulled out the bone. Said the heron, give me my reward. Said the lion, be off with you. Go and boast that you entered the lion's mouth and got out of there safely. So it is with the Jews, says Rabbi Yoshua. We ought to be satisfied that even though we got entangled with the Romans, we got disentangled without coming to harm. Right? So the parable of the story is that even though, and some elements of this may be exactly conforming to reality, that maybe Hadrian had this policy, he thought it might work, and then because of the internal conflict, specifically with the Samaritans, who were significant force in Israel at the time, he would come to a bad end, so he decided to change his mind, and Rabbi Shua ben Hanania, representing the Pharisees, says, you know what, it's fine, we will do without the temple as long as we can do without the Romans as well. And that was sort of the attitude of the sages in a non-revolting fashion, but you saw that there was a chorus of voices saying we should fight against the Romans for the chutzpah of asking us to change our temple. Okay, so let's just go a little further and try to figure out who are these Samaritans here. I'm sure you've heard the term, the Good Samaritan. Does anybody know the meaning of that term? So what is a Good Samaritan? Oh, give me the modern terminology, please. Just what do we mean by it today? They're very nice. Okay, and why does that person have to be a Samaritan? What's the shot in Samaritan? Well, here's the parable. Basically, it occurs in the New Testament. I think it's in Luke. I'm sure a lot of my viewers will probably correct me. But what happens is there's a disciple who talks to Jesus, or it may have been actually an opponent, I can't remember. He says to Jesus, how am I supposed to love my neighbor as myself? I mean, come on, am I supposed to really do all these things? I don't see anybody doing those things, right? So Jesus says, let me give you a parable. He says, there's a guy who's like mugged, and he's like lying on the side of the road bleeding. It's this beautiful kind of like, I'm not sure who painted this, but it's a little Renaissance feel to it. Guy lying on the side of the road bleeding.
Yo, Frosty, how you living, Pim?
A Jew.
What's good, son?
Sees him.
Frosty, what the fuck, dog? I did want to talk with you. There he is. How you living, baby? Frosty. WTF, dog?
Him and then passes by, walks across the street. Then along comes a Levite, a Levi, sees him, doesn't want to deal with him, it's messy, the guy's bleeding across the other street. And along comes a Kutim, a Samaritan, and he helps him nevertheless. He bandages him up, he takes him to a hotel, he tells the innkeeper, whatever it costs, I'll pay it, I'll come back in a little while to check on him, the whole thing. And that is the Good Samaritan. But the point that we have to understand in the story is that the Samaritans and the Jews hated each other bitterly. The Samaritans were a group of people who had converted to Judaism under duress. And their whole story is described in Tanakh, that they were afraid that if they didn't convert to Judaism, they would be devoured by these lions. And so their conversion to Judaism was sort of suspect for a good 400 years. And a good part of the Talmud, Tractate Brachot in particular, goes back and forth. Do we consider them Jews or not Jews? Can we count them in a minyan? If we're eating and the waiter is one of these Samaritans, can the waiter be included in Zimun for the benching? Going back and forth deciding, are they Jews or are they not Jews? And as a result, not surprisingly, the Samaritans did not like the traditional rabbinic Jews in return. Ultimately, they divided very sharply, where the Samaritans set up a temple-like cult on Har Gerizim, on Mount Gerizim, which is, I believe, near Nablus. It's a mountain up near Nablus, and they even to this day, by the way, Samaritans to this day, they still sacrifice on certain holidays, goats and things like that, because it's sort of like the ancient temple cult, but it is a Samaritan version. And so at that point, the rabbi said, that's it. We're not considering them Jews. They're off. And they had a tremendous fight with each other throughout the entire time. Another example of how they used to fight is the rabbis, when they would announce the new moon, they would signal to far-off communities that the new moon had been declared, so people would know when is Rosh Chodesh, when is Pesach, when is all these holidays. And they would do it by, lighting signal fires on mountaintops. and from far away you would see the fire, so you would light a fire and go on, until the Samaritans started waiting and lighting fires on their own, on the wrong days. So it messed up the whole system, and we had to go to a printed calendar, and synagogues made a lot of money as a result because they could print catalogs. At any rate, so the story, Jesus' story, is only understandable in the context of the fight between the Jews and the Samaritans. It's like saying all the people who should have helped this Jewish guy on the road, they refused to, and of all people, Dafka, it's a Samaritan who helps him. It's like saying, you're let's say you're stuck in a really bad neighborhood, and all of the inner city population, rich people are walking by, let's say white, middle-class Americans are walking by, leaving alone, and then an inner city resident who is dirt poor walks up and takes care of you. It's like Dafka, it's the Samaritan who helps him. Did I make that a little too long? I think so. Well, okay. Thank you, Judith. All right, so anyways, there's three basic groups of Jews who are vying for authority in Israel at this point, and they have different relationship vis-a-vis Rome. The Pharisees we spoke about. The Pharisees are trying to practice this, like Yochanan ben Zakkai that we discussed the other day, they're trying to practice a sort of tactical retreat. They're trying to stay disentangled, disengaged from Rome. You leave us alone, we'll leave you alone, and they're trying to just stay out of Rome's way and manage their own Torah affairs in closed disciple circles. The Christians are being horribly persecuted, and they are being persecuted both by the Romans in a very physical and fatal way, and they're also being persecuted to a degree by the Pharisees by being excluded from the Jewish body politic. Again, remember that when I use the term Christian in the 2nd century, we're talking about a mixed population of Jews who adopt Christianity as a faith system, and their version of plus belief in Jesus. And you also have a growing population, especially outside of Israel, of Gentiles who adopt Christianity, and they are practicing no mitzvot, but believing in Jesus. So it's a mixed population. It doesn't make sense? Well, these are Gentiles, meaning they're like Romans, Greeks, from Asia Minor, all these places, and they leave essentially paganism to become Christians, but they feel no reason to go through Judaism to get to Christianity, to go straight to Christianity, and therefore they don't pick up keeping kosher, keeping Shabbat, things like that. And there's internal struggles within the Christian world, but definitely they are united against the Romans and united against the Jews as well. I mean, the rabbinic Jews. And then finally you have these Samaritans who are trying to have some kind of engagement with the Romans and trying to betray the Jews, as we saw in that story with Hadrian. And there's a lot of conflict as a result. To a certain degree, it will affect the Bar Kokhba revolution, but I didn't include too much of it in this particular lecture. So we have basically two major accounts, non-Jewish accounts of the Bar Kokhba revolution. I'll show you some depictions of the historians there. But there's a broad agreement on the major causes of the war. We know that civil society was breaking apart in the 3rd decade, in the 2nd decade of the 2nd century. That there was a tremendous amount of hooliganism, there was a tremendous amount of banditry, quite a bit of it actually perpetrated by Jews. You have Jewish bandits on the road throughout Israel, and the Romans are not particularly exercising much control. They're not trying to establish a Rechtsstaat, a society governed by law. They're just basically letting it become lawless as long as it doesn't affect the governing authorities. There's some amazing stories of these bandits who are kind of frum in a way. They're kind of like pious in a way. Like the Talmud describes one man who was being led off to execution, and as he is being carried away to being executed, he shouts, "Tell the widow of Shimon that I murdered him on the way to the city of Lod." I can't remember what city it was. But here he is. Why would he reveal that? Why would he say he's off being executed and he's letting the widow of so-and-so know that he was the one who killed her husband? Yeah, good question. Anyone want to offer a suggestion? What if the body was never found? Right? So if the body was never found, then she would be an aguna. She would not be allowed to remarry. well, if she were to remarry, right, against the rabbinic approval, so by going and shouting, "I killed him," that meant that she was no longer an aguna, she was a widow, and therefore could remarry. So then the rabbis got into a big tumult. Oh my gosh, do we accept the testimony of a guy who's being let off to be executed? I mean, how reliable is that for testimony? They concluded in the woman's favor, saying that yes, the fact that he admitted to killing this guy, we would accept it in order to render her able to marry another man. But that you get a sense of the kind of confused period of the time. That here's a person who has no problem murdering another Jew, but he's about to execute it. He wants to definitely save this other woman from being an aguna. So the local governing authorities began to really crack down heavily. In particular, one individual named Tineus Rufus, or Rufus Turnus, as he's known in the Talmud, began to impose some really severe measures on the Jewish population, outlawing a lot of basic Jewish practices. There's some debate about which specific ones, the observance of the Sabbath, the observance of circumcision, and so on. But there are a lot of stories of brutality from this one Turnus Rufus that's certainly escalated the conflict. Now, Dio Cassius, or Cassius Dio, shown here, the Roman historian from the late 1st century, early 2nd century, late 1st, 2nd century, early 3rd century, who wrote that the flashpoint for the action of Jerusalem and its renaming as Eila Capitolina, meaning that was totally the opposite of his earlier policy of perhaps rebuilding the temple, and most historians follow Cassius Dio in their line of thinking. However, Eusebius, shown here, who is a church historian, is our other major non-Jewish source on this period, he says that actually the temple was raised, or the Eila Capitolina was renamed, Jerusalem was raised further after the revolt, as kind of a punishment for Bar Kokhba rebellion. So historians at this point did not know exactly what was the flashpoint that caused it. One thing we do know is that Hadrian had just left Israel. He was on this kind of grand tour of the Middle East, and he left Israel, and that's obviously when the Zealots felt, okay, this is the time that we can finally rise up against the Romans. Dio Cassius says that the Jews had a unique strategy for obtaining weapons. They had a certain amount of gun control, as it were, in the ancient world. It wasn't possible for just anybody to just produce weapons. I mean, it made a lot of noise, banging, the clanging. You had to get the raw materials and so on. And the Romans kept a tight control over the weapons that were circulating. So according to Cassius Dio, the Jews were forced to produce weapons for the Romans in their own forges and so on. And the Jews would intentionally make poor quality swords, meaning they would have a defective one every 2 or 3 swords. And they would hand these over to the Romans, and the Romans would say, "What is this garbage?" And they say, "Feh." And they would probably not say feh, but they would give the swords back and say, "Give us better quality swords." And according to Cassius Dio, that's how the Jews were able to accumulate a large amount of metal and a large amount of admittedly defective swords, but they were able to arm themselves. We don't have much evidence for this particular legend, but it's an interesting one. What we do have evidence of, however, is approximately 125 tunnels found to date that they were used by Bar Kokhba and his rebels. Their strategy was to build these underground tunnels throughout, in particular, Judea, but also stretching forward into Galilee. And they built these, and they hid in them, and they used them, when the Romans would approach, they would go out and they would have these guerrilla attacks on the Romans, and eventually they would seize towns one at a time, fortify them. The Romans, unfortunately, had the contrary strategy, which when they finally came in to take care of the rebellion, they besieged these towns terribly, and we have some tremendous massacres as a result. But the underground tunnels were one of the major features of the Bar Kokhba rebellion, and many of them are really quite ingenious and extensive in nature. One that I'll show you at the end of this lecture was actually 300 meters in length, inside a very remote cliffside, and it had 3 separate chambers and all kinds of amazing things. Okay, now, the star of the rebellion, literally, was Shimon Bar Kokhba. His name was probably Koseva, which is probably a family name. Koseva, Koseba, we're not exactly sure. But he was known as Bar Kokhba. The word Kochav in Hebrew means star. And so there was this homiletic sort of appreciation of his name, the son of a star, because there was a passage in the Bible that refers to a star that will emerge from Jacob, meaning the Messiah. Mashiach will come from the line of Jacob, and he will, create this political unity of the Jews. He will be a brilliant military leader, and he will restore sovereignty to the Jews in Israel. And actually, that's what Bar Kokhba was able to achieve in his short life. However, his ultimate betrayal of the cause, for various reasons, led to great disillusionment among the rabbis, and they referred to him in a rather derogatory fashion later as Bar Koziba. Kazav in Hebrew means to lie. So what was once son of a star became son of a lie, because it was all for naught. At any rate, as a military leader, he was exceptionally aggressive and demanding. We have quite a few documents written in his name, letters commanding his officers to move to this place, to move to that place, and so on. But he was extremely abrupt and even cruel to his underlings. He would frequently refer to their punishment if they failed to follow his orders. He was insisting that his underlings are betraying the people if they do not follow his orders exactly, precisely to the letter, and then he was constantly threatening them with different things. He also had an even aggressive style vis-a-vis God, and this is something that the rabbis took him to task for, perhaps post facto, but apparently when it came to praying for their victories, he said to God, don't help, but don't interfere either. And he said, God, stay out of it, and I will take care of it myself. A tremendous chutzpah, but you get a sense of the kind of personality of the man. At the same time, again, it's a confusing period. It's like the bandits that we spoke about earlier. We have evidence that while they were in hiding, they were specifically sending requests out for the Arba Minim, for the Lulav and Etrog, for the Sukkot holiday. Apparently, they were extremely expensive in the Dead Sea, and they had to import them from Yerushalayim or something. But they're also very attached to traditional religious Judaism, rabbinic Judaism at the same time. There's no question that in terms of his personal character, his midos, he would not be elected chief rabbi of the year. But on the other hand, in terms of his military leadership and his brilliance as a strategist, it was unparalleled. And ultimately, he was successful in driving out the Romans. Now, it was in this context that we should understand his nomination as the Messiah, because there's a lot written about what exactly is the Messiah in the Jewish tradition, but at its fundament, the Mashiach is believed to be, and there's a discussion of two Mashiach, with two of them, one following another, but basically Mashiach is a human being in Jewish tradition, a totally human being, not the Son of God, obviously, who will lead a military victory and bring all the Jews back to the land of Israel and establish a level of security for the Jews in the Holy Land. And so everything that Bar Kokhba was doing was in fact leading to these goals. When he finally conquered Jerusalem, it seems that the messianic predictions were all coming true in the person of this one Bar Kokhba. According to Maimonides, who wrote the best synopsis of Jewish philosophy on what Mashiach is, of who Mashiach will be, he wrote that Bar Kokhba could have been Mashiach, but he sinned, and as a result, he was killed for his sins. His sins may have included things like the very, chutzpahdik attitude to God, and things like that. Akiva, the great rabbi of his times, was a follower of Bar Kokhba. Some have argued that he lobbied for him actively throughout the Jewish diaspora, but he certainly argued forcefully that Bar Kokhba was the Messiah. He was not, there was multiple voices, however, among the Pharisees, and as I think I mentioned in the bulletin, Rabbi Yochanan ben Tarta said to Akiva, glass will grow from your cheeks before the Messiah comes, meaning that you're going to be dead and buried and you'll be fertilizing the grass. You can't rely on Bar Kokhba to be Mashiach. So it's not one unanimous voice among the rabbis, but Rabbi Akiva was primus inter pares. He was one of the greatest of them, so his voice was extremely important. This is, by the way, a document from some of the Bar Kokhba papers or papyri that have found itself to the present day. So here's a map showing where the revolt was centered. It did eventually spread to the north, but it was essentially in the area of Yehuda. That's around Jerusalem to the east, around the Dead Sea. The revolt started when Hadrian left town about the year 132. And as I mentioned, the strategy of Bar Kokhba was to go town by town, village by village, drive out whatever Roman troops were there, immediately take over the entire location, probably had a lot of sympathizers among the local population, dig these tunnels and fortify and get ready for the Romans to counterattack. And ultimately, going in this fashion, town by town, village by village, they were able to conquer the entire area, including Jerusalem, which was really quite an amazing achievement. Here is one of the many coins that was minted by Bar Kokhba. What they used to do is very soft, malleable metals. They would heat up Roman coins until they were kind of soft, and then they would simply stamp over the emperor's face with whatever new symbols they wanted to import. And let's have a look at some of these symbols here. Anyone recognize this structure here? The Mishkan, or I would say actually a little later, the Beit HaMikdash. This is the Holy of Holies, right? Which was created by Herod in a kind of a neoclassical style. That's why you have the kind of Greek style columns, things like that. So what does it mean that Bar Kokhba is putting this on his coinage? What are his values? They're clearly, very national, religious. Let's get back to Jerusalem. Let's get our temple sacrifice going. That was like a really important thing to him. This little item up here, anyone figure out what that is? Sorry? I'll give, not a lion. This little thing up here, I'll give you a hint. It twinkles. Star, right. And who's that? Bar Kokhba, right? So the star on top of the temple, the Bar Kokhba, his star is shining there. That's the symbol. Now this is, I believe, this is supposed to be some kind of lulav. I'm not positive about it. I may be confusing this with another coin. But again, also a religious symbol. The coinage, Mr. Rodriguez was trying to figure out the Phoenician Hebrew. These are actually old-style Hebrew letters, and they say things like Shimon, or Shimon Bar Kokhba, for the freedom of Jerusalem. I haven't been able to actually decipher these myself, but I read about them in other books, so you'll have to take my word for it. Now, so this is like the high point of the victory was the conquest of Jerusalem, which he held for possibly 3 years, but the Romans counterattacked, obviously, and they brought in troops from all over. The Romans had taken a terrible beating, so much so that in his report to the Senate, the Emperor Hadrian omitted a key phrase. Normally, when they communicate with each other, the Emperor writes, greetings to you, senators, I and my army are well. He omitted the and my army part, meaning because they were really taking a beating in Judea, which was, can you imagine it from a Rome perspective? They just can't deal with these Jews. I mean, every few generations, they're rebelling. And who are they? It's these tiny little people. The Roman Empire extends from Scotland all the way out, basically to Afghanistan, all around the Mediterranean basin, and they just can't deal with these Jews. Keep on fighting back. What's wrong with them? So he sends in 14 legions. How big is a legion? I looked it up. They vary in size, but the minimum size is about 1,000 troops. And a lot of these troops would have secondary troops attached to them, kind of like squires. So when you figure out what 14 legions mean, it's approximately, 10,000 troops. 140 to 225,000 troops were brought into Israel to quell the rebellion. We have inscriptions left by these Roman battalions and legions all over Israel when they were attacking Bar Kokhba. It was really a full court press against them. He even brought generals from Britain all the way across the Mediterranean to deal with the Jewish problem. It was definitely a major military effort by the Romans. You can compare it perhaps to, let's say, the Warsaw Ghetto Rebellion, which was also a doomed effort, that there's no way that the Jews hiding in the Warsaw Ghetto would be able to fight off the bulk of the Nazi army, but nevertheless, they made a very heroic attempt of it and sent a signal to the rest of the world. It's a very comparable kind of comparison in terms of the size of forces. So the war lasted for about 3 years. We have coinage that survived that says, Bar Kokhba, Jerusalem, year 1, Bar Kokhba, Jerusalem, year 2, and a third that may even be read year 3, and then the coinage disappears. So we're thinking that the war lasted approximately 3 years, or at least Jerusalem was held for approximately 3 years, but ultimately it could not be sustained. The last stand was in Beitar, which has become a symbol for Jews throughout the centuries. Beitar was one of the last holdouts of the Bar Kokhba's rebels, and he had a very enthusiastic level of support from the local population. The Talmud says, oh, did we lose this image? It'll come back? Okay. The Talmud says that in Beitar, there were 300 school children who, if they heard the Romans were approaching, would take their styluses, their pens, and they would run out of school to poke the Romans' eyes out. Just as an illustration, the Talmud was trying to say just how deep the support was for the Bar Kokhba revolution in this town, which is, by the way, is located in a place called, I forgot the Kfar al-Itil, I think I forgot. I'll have to look it up. I'll make a little thing on the internet. These are, by the way, some of the ruins of Beitar in modern Israel. The Romans, however, besieged the city of Beitar, and they simply waited out the Jews. They made sure to seal off any tunnels that may have been dug under their fortifications, and they did not engage the forces for a long time, and they basically starved them until they were forced to try and make a break for it and to open up the siege, and at which point the Romans, who had, of course, been well-fed throughout the months and even years of the siege, they simply massacred the fighters at Beitar. The Talmudic descriptions of the carnage are, incredibly hyperbolic. Like, for example, they said that the Romans rode with their horses into blood up to their necks. So it's hard to imagine what that would be like. They said that the fields around Beitar were fertilized with Jewish blood for 3 years afterwards. All kinds of these extensive stories trying to describe how horrible the suffering was. Beitar eventually fell, in one of the ironies of Jewish history, on the 9th of Av, which is kind of like the day in which so many tragedies have happened to the Jews, the destruction of the temples, actually the destruction of the Warsaw Ghetto, the expulsion from Spain. It happens to be like a uniquely bad day for Jews, kind of in a sort of like National Jewish Bad Luck Day. It's a really bad time for Jews, but I shouldn't joke about it. And Beitar fell on that day. The Romans, in an act of cruelty, would not allow other Jews to come and to retrieve the bodies, and they insisted on just leaving them there to rot in the August sun without burial. This lasted for approximately a week until finally the Romans, deciding that the revolution really was at an end, they finally allowed the Jews to come and collect the bodies of the dead and to bring them to burial. At which point the rabbis instituted a blessing in the liturgy, which is read always to remember the Bar Kokhba rebellion and the subsequent burial of the martyrs at Beitar. The blessing reads as follows: Blessed are you, Hashem, our God, King of the universe, the Almighty, our Father, our King, our Sovereign, our Creator, our Redeemer, our Maker, our Holy One of Jacob, our Shepherd, the Shepherd of Israel, the King who is good and who does good for all. For every single day he did good, he does good, and he will do good to us. He was bountiful with us, he was bountiful with us, he is bountiful with us, and he will forever be bountiful with us, with grace and with kindness and with mercy, with relief, salvation, success, blessing, help, consolation, sustenance, support, mercy, life, peace and all good, and of all good things may he never deprive us. Anyone recognize where that comes from? If I read the Hebrew, you probably get it right away. Exactly. It's the fourth blessing in benching, the one that ends Ali Kasrenu. So the grace after meals is specifically, this one paragraph was instituted by the rabbis in memory of the massacre at Beitar and the ultimate burial of the bodies. We actually have a lot of passages like that in the liturgy where the liturgy will not specifically refer to a historical event, but it's supposed to evoke the kind of feelings that the authors wanted. Another example, for example, would be the Al Harakamin prayer that we read on Shabbat, which is in memory of the massacres of 1096 in the Rhineland. Maybe we'll talk about it later. Rabbi Akiva lived through all of this, but 24,000 of his students famously did not. So there's a lot of discussion among historians. As I'm sure you're familiar with the legend that 24,000 of Akiva's students died over one summer. And as a result, we have the period known as Sphira. Well, we call it Sphira because it coincides with a part of counting the Omer, which is Sfirat HaOmer, the counting of the Omer, which is basically usually, it's between Passover and the holiday of Shavuot, and in that time there's roughly a month of semi-mourning. And the mourning includes, no haircuts, no listening to music, things like that, no buying new clothes, and it's supposed to be in memory of Rabbi Akiva's 24,000 students who died during that time. Now, the tradition does not state that they died in the Bar Kokhba rebellion, but given Akiva's support of Bar Kokhba, it stands to reason that his students would also support them. And the timing in the summer is exactly right. So some historians have opined that those 24,000 students died in battle with the Romans and not from a plague. The term plague that Talmud uses is kind of like a euphemism for the Romans. They actually may have died in combat, but that remains speculative. What is not speculative, however, is how the Romans dealt with the last elements of Bar Kokhba's supporters, including Rabbi Akiva, at which point we have what's known as the Hadrianic persecutions. Hadrian came back with a vengeance and specifically ordered 10 great rabbis killed in an extremely public and demonstrative fashion. The most infamous of those deaths, of course, was reserved for Rabbi Akiva, whose flesh was raked from his body with iron combs. Chutzpis, the translator, whose head was moved from his body and dragged about the streets of Jerusalem by a pig. There are all these examples which we read actually in the liturgy. In Eila Ezkara, we read this on the holiday of Yom Kippur. We go through the story of the so-called Asara Haruge Malchut, the 10 martyrs of the state, which were, those martyrs lost their lives in the immediate aftermath of the failed Bar Kokhba revolution. So we see that these events have directly affected the liturgical life of the Jew even to the present day. Now, the last element that I find really fascinating about the whole Bar Kokhba story is one of the discoveries of the caches of materials left behind by the rebels. It's in this thing called the Cave of Letters, which is an extremely inaccessible spot near the Dead Sea, even less accessible than Qumran, where the Dead Sea Scrolls were found. It's in a cliff face where you have to walk across these extremely dangerous little narrow paths with a 600-foot drop 6 inches away, and then you have to make this climb on a 50-foot ladder, which of course was not present back then. They used rope ladders and things like that to get to this cave with 2 entrances and a massive network of tunnels that housed entire families. The kind of materials that were found in these caves indicate that women and children lived with the rebels. I mean, you had entire families and who knows how many, maybe a few hundred people living in these caves for years. They had stocked up on water, which could only be got from about 10 miles away. There's no water otherwise. And they had evidence of ritual implements and they had all, like a full religious life going on inside these caves as they're hiding from the Romans. What I found absolutely amazing, and I had not heard about this before, was buried in the entrance to that cave of letters was a small packet. This is it here, discovered in 1960 by the Israeli archaeological team led by General Yadin, which contained the personal correspondence of a woman named Babata. And in this personal correspondence, we have all kinds of her letters describing a custody battle she had over one of her sons, her marriage contracts, legal affairs that she was involved in. Absolutely fascinating materials. These were documents that were extremely important to her, so she buried them before she was ultimately killed, we presume, by the Romans, and they were found. So 2,000 years later. So the change of topic for next week is I'd like to find out everything we can about this woman, Babata, and try to understand what we can learn from this about the life of women in 2nd century Israel. But let me get back to Bar Kokhba and to bring it to a conclusion. Bar Kokhba's legacy is profound and confused in some ways. Profound in that this was the last major military attempt by the Jews to regain their land in ancient times, and it would be a long 1,800 years before they would ever dream of doing this again in a real fashion. It was a heroic rebellion, it was a successful rebellion, and it ended, however badly, in a very bloody massacre at Beitar, all of which we remember very profoundly in our liturgical tradition in particular. Perhaps the saddest element for the Jews, however, was the dashing of the messianic hope that Bar Kokhba represented. But at any rate, I thank you very much for your attention and your endurance. Next week we'll talk about Babata, and I hope you have a great night. Well, you made us all the way to the end of the video, so I hope that means that you really enjoyed it, or else perhaps you fell asleep at the terminal. But I just wanted to say thank you very much for watching. And, I'd like to develop more of a relationship with my viewers, and so please feel free to, click the like button or to leave a little comment at the bottom. I'll try to respond as much as possible. And if this video was useful to you, then please pass it on to someone else who might also find this video useful. Okay? Thank you very much, and have a great
I'm telling you, you wish you had a friend like Tim Kennedy. So let's take a little break. I love how Tim Kennedy comes forward, admits that he lied. By the way, it's not like he willingly came forward. The jig was up. The jig had been up on Tim Kennedy for a while, and he finally just had to. He got caught. He got busted. He comes forward, admits that he lied.
Okay, so I'd like to formally welcome you to the fall 2014 season of lectures in Jewish history. I'm going to actually do a few things differently this year. As you know, we have a new greeter, Mr. Mick Balcony, who is very pleased. We're very happy to be here. We had a grueling interview process to try and find someone to replace Aliza. And I forgot to mention, Mr. Balcony, you have to ask really difficult questions. He's the only person who's allowed to ask hard questions, because Aliza was the only person who was allowed. Because I could always tell Aliza, sorry, I'll answer you that later. And then, of course, I would find something else to say later. I've decided before I put these videos online, I might actually edit them now, because thank God we're getting over 12,000 views a month, which is really, it's amazing. And the Latvians are still with us. Actually, 3 days ago, I noticed that I had more people watching from Finland than I did from the United States, which was really bizarre. It happened to be like at about 5 in the morning or 4 in the morning when I woke up and happened to check the statistics. So it's before most of America woke up. But nevertheless, these lectures really are getting quite a global audience. And so I've decided I better make the recorded version a little higher quality. The other thing is we're starting at 8 o'clock now until the clocks change. Hopefully that'll be easier for people, and I imagine we'll get a larger crowd once we get into the season a little more. Finally, I have to let you all know, I think many of you are already aware that unfortunately this is going to be my last season here in the Young Israel Bal Harbor because I will be taking a job in New York City. Yeah. So that will be actually the last time I tried to fly in the wintertime up to New York. I actually was a victim of racial profiling because they stopped me at the airport because it was very rare to see a Jew traveling north. But at any rate, so we are. So this is going to be the final series. I'm going to try and really do a good job with it so that we can leave with a lot of success. So, without any further ado, let's get to tonight's material, which is going to be on Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai, an extremely influential figure in the development, appears at perhaps the darkest moment in Jewish history, at least until the 20th century, takes some very controversial stands, is not without opposition at the highest levels of the Jewish establishment, and nevertheless, through his bold innovations and his decisive leadership, he is able to, in a period of about 15 years, revolutionize the very basis of Jewish identity and set us on a course that brings us even to the present day. We are very much today living in the shadow of Rabbi Yochanan's decisions, and so it's extremely incumbent upon us to understand a little bit about who he was and what exactly did he do that made him such an important character in our national lives. So, if you know anything about Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai, chances are you know this famous quotation, Ten li Yavne v'chachameha. Give me Yavne and its sages. And this is a passage that occurs in Tractate Gittin of the Talmud, which I happen to have with me here from the Young Israel Library. And I won't read it to you in great detail because it is really, it's about a page and a half of Talmud. But the version that's recorded in this text basically goes as follows. It's probably the year 68 of the Common Era. The Emperor Vespasian is surrounding Jerusalem and is about to destroy it. And in fact, within a short period of time, the holy city would be razed, the temple would be destroyed, and a whole host of terrible things would happen to the Jewish people. And anyways, Vespasian is outside. He is right now a general. There are other versions that tell this story a little differently. Basically, the version that is in Gittin goes like this. Rabbi Yochanan is inside the city, which is being defended by the Biryonim, who are a sect of zealots. These are Jews who are in rebellion against Rome, and are trying to, in a very quixotic and somewhat incomprehensible manner, trying to free this tiny country from the incredible might and strength of the Roman Empire, which at this time covers the entire Mediterranean basin, which extends all the way out to Afghanistan, is going to go over into the British Isles and so on. It's a massive empire. And the zealots believe that somehow they can overthrow them, like a few hundred years earlier, the Hasmoneans had overthrown a much weaker Seleucid kingdom. At any rate, Yochanan ben Zakkai feels that this is an unrealistic approach to the Roman occupation, and it behooves the Jews to surrender and to negotiate a treaty of some sort, because otherwise it will be utterly destroyed. He approaches his nephew, who happens to be the leader of the zealots, and says he wants to leave the city that's under siege, meet with Vespasian and negotiate. And his nephew says, there's no way they're going to let you do that because, my soldiers are very much against any kind of negotiation with the Romans. But Yochanan ben Zakkai pressures his nephew, and so they come up with this bizarre plan that he should fake his own death. Should take a kind of a potion or something, and it'll make him seem like he is in fact dead, put him in a coffin, and they're going to carry him out of the city walls for burial. The Biryonim they've seen that trick before, and so they want to try and drive iron rods through his coffin. But they say, come on, you can't do this to Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai. That's not appropriate, right? So then they say, well, what if we shake him around a little bit? Rashi says maybe he'll cry out. He says, no, that's not appropriate to do to the body either. You have to treat him with dignity and let him out. And of course, he manages to get out of the city, and he approaches Vespasian. And as the story in the Talmud goes, he says to him, he greets him as Emperor Vespasian. And Vespasian says, thank you very much, but I'm not an emperor, I'm a general. And Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai says, no, you're actually an emperor, because someone died in Rome, and you're getting a promotion, and in fact, that's exactly what happens right there on the spot. And Vespasian learns he's going to be the emperor, he has to go to Rome. He's amazed with this, and by the way, there are other versions of the story in rabbinic literature that have the sequence of events a little differently, but the version of Gittin is like that. And what happens is Vespasian says, wow, fantastic, you must be a very holy man. I will essentially give you 3 wishes. What do you want? And so these are the 3 wishes that Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai negotiates. He says, the first one is, of course, the slide here. Looking for it. Tain li Yavne v'chachameha. Give me the city of Yavne and its sages. And then secondly, the Shilta de Rabban Gamliel, and give me the lineage of Rabban Gamliel. I'll explain who he is in a minute. V'vato d'nesayin le Rabbi Tzadok, and a doctor for Rabbi Tzadok. Rabbi Tzadok had been fasting in repentance to try and save Jerusalem, and he had made himself ill as a result, and so he wanted to get a doctor to come in to help out. It's amazing, the entire city of Jerusalem, you can't find a doctor there. Obviously, we've changed as a society dramatically since then. Maybe they had a lot of accountants or lawyers, but no doctors. Surprising. Dentists, right? Here is, by the way, a bust of Vespasian, so you get a sense of what he looks like. All of those 3 requests were granted to Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai, and essentially what he did was he repaired to this little city of Yavne, and he assembled the yeshiva there, the Kerem B'Yavne, the vineyard of Yavne, and established a kind of a foothold, a piedmont for Rabbinic Judaism to continue. That's perhaps the most significant thing. However, there are a lot of really significant questions. First of all, what exactly was Yavne? What is he asking for Yavne? Yavne is a strange kind of place. It does not have a long tradition of Jewish scholarship. It doesn't even have a long history of Jewish settlement. Why is he asking for Yavne? So I'm going to talk about that in a second. But before I do that, I want to also point out the fact that we have a tremendous difficulty as historians working with Tannaitic literature. Tannaitic literature refers to texts that have been preserved for the following centuries from the era of the Tanaim, or the so-called teachers, which is roughly from about the year 200 before the Common Era to approximately the year 200, maybe 300 of the Common Era. About 500 years of literature. The most significant documents include some of the older Midrashic collections like Sifra and Sifri, of course the Mishnah, and many other older texts that have made their way into the Talmud like the Baraitot. They contain a wealth of historical information. The problem is the way in which this material was transmitted and recorded make it rife with errors, and there are multiple versions of all kinds of stories with very big differences in salient details, including who said what to whom, for example. And this is because these were oral documents that were handed down from Rebbe to student, for many generations, and all kinds of errors crept in, which the rabbis were very, very aware of, and that's why the Talmud in particular goes through a refining process of trying to determine which Mishnah is correct, which Tosefta, which Baraisa is correct, and so on. Secondly, and perhaps more significantly even than the errors that and the contradictions that are in the Tannaitic literature, is the fact that they weren't trying to write history, not in any medieval or modern sense of the word. Meaning, the rabbis, when they're writing these kinds of texts, they are not trying to teach basic historical information, why this happened on a historical level. They're trying to teach religious information. They're trying to teach, what does God want us to take away from this moment? They're teaching us morals, lessons, interpretations of verses, all kinds of things. They're not specifically interested in preserving the historical record, as the great historians of the 19th century would put it, wie es eigentlich gewesen war, the way it actually happened. That wasn't so important to them. What was important to them was get across the message of the story. So as historians, 2,000 years later, trying to unpack these texts, we have a lot of great difficulty just trying to understand what exactly they mean. Let us take, for example, what we know about Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai. I mean, what do we actually know about his life besides that key moment, Tein li Yavne v'chochameha? So there's some interesting biographical material in Tractate Sukkah, which talks about his life. Let's grab it quickly here. And this I might read a little bit more detail because it's rather amazing in scope. Okay, so first of all, the Talmud says, Amru alav Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai. They say about Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai, Me'amav lo sach sichas chulin. He never spoke casual speech, meaning every word of his was measured and was spoken for a reason. No schmoozing about the Marlins, no complaining about the Chazan, nothing like that. V'lo halach daled amos below Torah below tefillin. He never walked 4 cubits, about 6 feet, unless he had his tefillin on, unless he was learning Torah. He was constantly involved in this. V'lo kadmo adam b'beis midrash. No one ever came before him to shul. He was always first in shul. V'lo yashan b'beis midrash. He never slept in shul. Lo shenis keva, lo shenis arai. Not even a little drimmel when the rabbi was giving the drasha. Nothing. L'chadar di. That happens to be one of my hardest points to stay awake. He had no problem staying awake the whole time. Below here, har heber mavos to tufanos. He never had any inappropriate thoughts in alleyways that were profane, which means like when he was in the bathroom where it's forbidden to think about Torah, he never thought about Torah there. He never left anyone alone in the base midrash and went home, meaning he was always the last guy to go home. And it goes on and on with these kinds of behaviors. Now, where did this come from? Well, it happens that he was one of the students of Rabbi Hillel, the great Hillel, the sage. We've spoken about him a couple of years ago. For those of you who are watching the internet, you can always go back on the index there. But check this out. This is kind of an interesting passage about him. Also on the same page, it says here, Shmonim Talmidim Hayu LeHillel Hazakin. There were 80 students that studied under Hillel the elder. Shloshim mehen ru'im shetishra alav shchina. 30 of these 80 were so great that the divine presence could rest on them. Moshe Rabbeinu, like Moses, our teacher. Ushloshim mehem ru'im shetamod lahem chama ki Yoshua ben Nun. And another 30 were so great that the sun would stand still for them, like it did for Joshua ben Nun during the conquest of Israel. And then I love this part. Esrim Beinonim, 20 were so-so. Kulan Yonasan ben Uziel. The greatest of them was Yonasan ben Uziel. That later on the Talmud will say that when birds were flying overhead, they would be, and he was learning Torah, they would be burned to a crisp, which his whole family went into the outdoor barbecue industry as a result. Katan Shabbakum, that was a joke. I'll edit that out. That's one of those things I can do. Katan Shabbakum, the least of Hillel's students was Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai. So he was the least of them. I guess that 20 so-so, I'm not sure what to make of that. Anyways, what do they say? Amar Alev al Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai, just to get a sense of what was the least of Hillel's students. Shelo Hiniach, Mikro, Mishnah, Gemara, Halachos, Agados, Ditukei Torah, Ditukei Sofrim. He learned every aspect of Torah, both the written and the oral Torah. Kalim v'chamurim, he learned logic, hermeneutics. Tekufos v'gematrios, he learned astronomy and numerology. Sichas malachei ashares, the language of the angels. The sichas shedim, the language of the demons. The sichas dekalim, the language of the palm trees. Mishalos Kobsin, the parables of the washerwomen, which is a fascinating thing, which Rashi explains like, this is like Aesop's fables, kind of like stories that people would say. So he was well-rounded. These are things that not necessarily in the traditional Jewish canon, but he knew proverbs and he knew sayings, Shulim, davar gadol v'davar katan. He knew a great thing and a small thing. Davar gadol, what is the great thing? Maaseh Merkava, mysticism, Kabbalah, the acts of the chariot. Davar katan, what's the small thing? Havayos d'Abaye v'Rava, the entire Talmud, the questions and answers of Abaye and Rabbi. So this is Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai, the least of Hillel's students, and this is the scope of his learning, a fascinating kind of depiction. We have a serious problem, however, with this passage because we're not exactly sure when Hillel died. Perhaps it was in the last quarter of the first century before the Common Era. And we do know that Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai was active up until the year 85 CE, give or take 5 years. So that would mean that Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai would probably be in the neighborhood of 120 years old at the time that he had this encounter with Vespasian, which is like an incredibly old age, even in the context of biblical ages for this particular period of time. So some scholars have discounted the specifics of him actually studying at Hillel's feet. He may have been one of the base Hillel. Well, he certainly was one of the base Hillel, the house of Hillel, one of the disciples, but he may not have necessarily had the direct contact with him. But at any rate, he certainly was an older man towards the end of his life when he met with Vespasian. We don't know a lot about his family life. We do know, however, that he had one son who predeceased him. And at this context, this will be, I think, my last citation from the Talmud for now. It describes how he was comforted at the after the funeral of his son by his greatest student, Rabbi Elazar ben Arach. First, I should tell you, because we will have to come back to this earlier, there's a famous Mishnah which describes the 5 greatest students of Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai, and they talk about all their characteristics. This one, for example, is a sealed cistern that loses not a drop, meaning he remembers everything. This one, my favorite, Ashrei Yoladato. His mother would be so proud of him. That's a beautiful phrase. I think that's one of the greatest things. His mother would be proud. And about the last one, Rabbi Elazar ben Arach, though, he has a leiv tov. He has a good heart. And Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai says, if you put all the sages of Israel in one side of a scale, and you put Elazar ben Arach on the other side, he would outweigh them all. Now, when he unfortunately lost his son, so his student came to console him. Here it is. And his students and others came to console him over the loss of his son. So one rabbi came forward and said, Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai, may I console you? He says, sure. So he says, don't you know that Adam buried one of his sons and he was nevertheless consoled? And Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai says, I'm sitting here mourning, and you want to add to me the tsuras that Adam Arishon suffered? And then he says, get away from me. And then another rabbi comes and says essentially the same thing with another biblical figure, one after another. He's saying, look, chaser meshugayim money, do I need more people? This is the kind of comfort I have. Until finally, Rabbi Elazar ben Arach comes to him, because Rabbi Elazar, you have consoled me, and then he gets up and he goes on with his life. But you get a sense of his sense of humor as well, that even in a dark moment, he can still say, here I am mourning my son, and you're giving me more tsuras. We don't know much about his wife, about the rest of his family. Now, what we know about his major teachings in general is that he was, as I mentioned, a student of Hillel's. He was a great populist, meaning he believed in the value of the Jewish masses. He did not, kowtow to the established authorities among the Jews, including the high priests and especially the Sadducees, with whom he had tremendous conflict, as I will explain shortly. And he emphasized elements of kindness as a new way to reach out to God in the absence of the temple. We will also return to that point towards the end of class. He was a major proponent of Torah study as an activity. You may think of that as, well, that's obvious, isn't it? We're talking about Judaism, but in fact, Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai really directed Judaism in that particular path, arguing that in the absence of the temple, in the absence of traditional sacrifices, the way that Jews can express their devotion to God is through study. And he said famous things like, do not take credit for your study because that is the purpose for which you were created. These kinds of things endeared him to the masses, but I think what I'd like to do now is turn to some of the political background of his life and works. Maybe I'll pause for a couple of questions. We have no record of his debates with early Christians that I'm aware of. Occasionally, you will see certain rabbinical figures speak with so-called philosophers, philosophes, which may be an allusion to early Jewish Christians, but we don't have any record that I am aware of any sustained debate. Next week, actually, when we talk about Salome, we will talk about Jews and the early Christian movement. But again, it's important to recall that, even in the immediate wake of the destruction, the year 70, Christianity was still such a tiny movement. We're not even sure how much intercourse they would have had with each other. Small groups of Jews who choose to follow Jesus in the context of, they're still Jews, and it's just another kind of. And don't forget, this is a period, as we'll talk about next week, of incredible messianism. There were several figures during this period who were claiming messianic status, and in fact, Jews were following them and fighting and dying for them against the Romans. And within just a short period of time, we would have Bar Kokhba, that'll be 2 weeks from now, of whom even Rabbi Akiva thought that he was Mashiach. So it's a period where Mashiach was a dime a dozen. A doctor, on the other hand, was very hard to find, but Mashiach easy. Well, what does that mean in the first century, a Torah Jew? Well, let me answer that question in a few slides, because I'm going to give you a sense of Jewish sectarianism, and we'll try to understand what that means to be Torah observant. What we understand by Torah observant today is largely a result of Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai's formulation of Torah study, which we could say, for example, is basically the Pharisaic ideal of having small disciple groups who are all committed specifically to tithing their produce and of leading lives of Torah study as opposed to sacrificial activity. But we'll get back to that. Last question, Ms. Abramson. Probably, Zakkai, which means like pure or innocent. No. In Jacob Neusner's biography, he has a longer discussion of that. That's a nice name. I don't know anyone named Zakkai today. Certainly don't know anyone named Chayev. That would be a really bad name. Guilty. But anyways, let's go on. So let's look at Israel in destruction. So we have to really put ourselves in the mindset of Jews at this really terrible time in Jewish history. Israel has been going through a tremendous amount of sectarian dispute. We'll go through several of the groups in a couple of slides. And ultimately, the Romans have decided enough with this. The immediate precursors to the Roman-Jewish War were some radical elements who decided to deny the Romans the right to bring sacrificial offerings, which had long been afforded to them, along with other non-Jewish nations. We just celebrated the holiday of Sukkot, and when that was withdrawn from them, this was considered an act of great, chutzpah to the Romans to not allow them to bring sacrifices at certain times of the year, and it sparked a revolt because the Romans really had enough of this fractious people who were insistent on maintaining their stubborn individualism Am Kashe Oref, stiff-necked people, when just about every other nation that they conquered, they were able to effectively manage. And the war was bitter, brutal, and incredibly bloody, with possibly hundreds of thousands of Jews losing their lives and being sent into exile. The numbers that we have from the classical sources may be as high as 600,000 Jews. That's most likely an exaggeration because that population figure for this era is inflated, and it is the way of ancient sources to kind of use numbers poetically, but there's no question that it was an overwhelming demographic loss. When we look at the mood of the nation, we can look at one of the greatest historians of this period is Gedalia Alon, shown here, an Israeli scholar, originally from Poland, I believe, who died very young in the 1950s, I believe, and he wrote a very important work which was translated later and published by Harvard called The Jews in Their Land. And he identifies 6 basic attributes for a sense of national independence, all of which were basically missing at the time of the destruction. Specifically, one of the things that helps assert national independence is the existence of a state, and that was completely wiped out by the Romans. And the Romans actually put a tremendous amount of effort in trying to root out the entire memory of the Jewish state at this point. The region known as Judea was downgraded from a governorate to a section of another part of the kingdom. It wasn't even given an individual status. The name Judea was wiped out, and it was replaced with the name Palestina, which was intended as an insult to the Jews because it's named after the Philistines, the traditional biblical enemy of the Jews. So they renamed the land of the Philistines Palestina. And of course, today, the debate over names continues with that particular term. So there was no statehood. Secondly, it's quite likely that as a result of the deportations and the wars, Jews no longer constituted a majority of the population of the land of Israel by the end of the 1st century. They did constitute a plurality, meaning they were most likely the largest minority of all the peoples in Israel, but they definitely did not have majority population anymore. The money is always essential, and have like a contiguous population with a stable economy, which is in the ancient world essentially agrarian, and that was completely wiped out by the Romans with tremendously onerous tax burdens, which were not only difficult to bear in terms of their quantity, but also in terms of their quality. For example, the traditional machatzis hashekel, the Romans had allowed the Jews to continue collecting it and sending it to the temple for the upkeep, and as a result, to Rome to the upkeep of the temple of Jupiter, which was, still a tax burden and an insult on top of it. Leadership. Now, this is especially interesting. Who were the leaders of the Jewish people at this time? We have traditional status groups such as the high priesthood, the leader of the Sanhedrin, which may have been the same people, meaning there are certain periods in Jewish history where the Kohen Gadol would be the head of the court, the Sanhedrin. The Sanhedrin at this point, by the way, it seems to have been disappeared for a short period of time, and it is largely due to Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai's activity that it eventually finds its home in Yavne. But in the immediate aftermath of the war and the destruction of Jerusalem, the Sanhedrin is not functioning, the priesthood is not functioning. All that's left are the Pharisees. These are the so-called Pirushim, those who separate, who were establishing these little disciple circles of Jews who would get together to study the oral law. And membership essentially meant taking an oath before a group of other Pharisees saying that you would promise to maintain the laws of the Torah, and in particular the tithing system, the Meiser system. And that would create a chaver status, meaning an associate status that would allow you to be among these kinds of like charismatic groups, who had no official authority. They had no administration, they had no hierarchy. It was simply a group of Jews who were like-minded and organizing on their own without any official sanction. They had no tax base, they had no revenue source, and nevertheless they were still emerging as the popular leadership of the Jewish people. This is primarily where Yochanan ben Zakkai comes out, because he is essentially a Pharisee. Control of the diaspora. There is a Jewish diaspora which predated by several hundred years the destruction of the first temple, and really for at least another 400 or 500 years, Israel would remain the center of the Jewish people on a leadership level, where the rest of the Jewish world would look to Jerusalem, or at least to Israel. Jerusalem, of course, was emptied of Jews. It was declared Judenrein by the Romans. No Jews were allowed to live in the environs of Jerusalem. But Israel as a whole would be considered the spiritual homeland of the Jews, and issues would come forth out of Jerusalem. Decisions would come forth from there. Ki mitzion tetzei Torah, right from Zion, Torah would extend. So this is still in effect, but again, there's no leadership to exercise that authority. And finally, statehood could still be existent, says Alon, if there is an active resistance to the occupation, but after the temple was destroyed, and especially 3 years later when Masada fell, that was it for the resistance. It was completely broken. It would amazingly rise up 5 decades later under the Bar Kokhba rebellion, with similarly disastrous results for the Jewish people. But at this point, the Jews were literally at their lowest point in history. And it's amazing, it is truly mind-boggling to think that they could survive this kind of national assault and still emerge victorious on a spiritual and ultimately even today on a national level, as we shall see. So this is the context in which we have to see Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai's activity. Who were the various groups? We've been dancing around this question a couple of times. Who are the various groups that were active at this time? So you have the so-called Sadducees, the Tzedukim, who were associated primarily with the temple, and that was their locus of authority. They had a revenue flow because Jews were always bringing in their sacrifices and so on, and they had a level of significance because they controlled the ritual activity of Judaism, which centered around temple activity. Again, let me take us back a second and just imagine for yourself, we live in an era where, Jewish activity probably centers on the home more than anywhere else, and a close second would be the synagogue. We have a tremendous amount of rituals that are involved in the kitchen, in the bedroom, in the study, and then, of course, in the synagogue with all of its regular prayers and so on. But this is an era in which that was not true. Judaism was practiced in one place, in the temple. And you had all kinds of laws that you could observe on your own in your communities. And if you had a Beit Knesset, which means simply a house of gathering, you would get together perhaps to study texts if you were literate, which was probably not likely, to discuss prayers, which were then very new. The Anshe Knesset Agadola had just begun really producing these things shortly before the Roman-Jewish Wars, a little bit, maybe 100 years earlier. Really, if you were a Jew, you thought of yourself as belonging to the great temple in Jerusalem and nowhere else. So when all that was removed, it's as if the horizon had disappeared, and the defining elements of your religion were totally gone. So what would you do with that? Second group were the Zealots. We discussed the Biryonim, which were a group of the Zealots earlier, who believed that the correct way to deal with the Romans was to rebel against them, to throw off the hated yoke of occupation, the yoke of the so-called evil kingdom. The Sadducees, by the way, believed in complete capitulation to the Romans and collaboration with the Romans. Finally, the Pharisees, which we discussed a minute ago, and then there are a whole host of other groups. Not only the early Jewish Christians that we mentioned earlier, but there are also Jews like the Essenes who went and lived in caves and practiced celibacy, which meant that they had to have a recruitment drive every 20 years or so. And these were all various groups. What does it mean to be a Torah Jew? Undoubtedly, all of these groups consider themselves Torah Jews, but the definition of what a Torah Jew was so wrapped up with the temple that when the temple was removed from the scene, no one exactly knew what it meant to be a Torah Jew. Of all these groups, the ones that had the clearest and most coherent definition of that would be the Pharisees, because they said, look, the reality is We can no longer rely on the Kohanim to be the experts in Judaism. We can't just bring our cows to them and expect atonement once a year. We can't do that kind of thing anymore. We must ourselves become expert in Jewish texts, Jewish law, Jewish thought, and that formed the basis of the intellectual meritocracy, which is Rabbinic Judaism. So that's really one of Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai's major achievements. So of the Pharisees, there were three distinct groups. There were the so-called Pharisee zealots, and you can see this in the Tannaitic literature. There are some Pharisees who have such tremendous contempt for the Romans and are more than willing to take up arms. Even though they are still, within the Pharisaic camp, they still feel they lean towards, aggressive confrontation with the enemy. Then you have the so-called moderates, which Gedalia alone calls the so-called national realists. I hesitate to use the term realists because, everybody considers themselves a realist. No matter how fanatical they are, they consider everyone else living in a dream world. But me, of course, I'm realistic. Everyone else, I'm not a pessimist, I'm not an optimist, I'm a realist, and so on. And then who believed in some level of accommodation with the Romans because defeating them was impossible. And then there were the so-called peace party who were simply out for complete surrender without any conditions whatsoever. Where exactly Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai fits into these three groupings is not entirely clear, but it appears that he fit within the moderate group more than anyone else. He believed in some accommodation with the Romans for a strategic retreat, meaning or a tactical retreat would be a better term, by simply allowing the Romans certain things that they wanted. The Jews could retain other things that were crucial to their development. So let's go to the three enduring questions that we began with our lecture with. First of all, what exactly was Yavne? You recall I asked, why would he ask for Yavne and its sages? There really were no sages in Yavne before Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai. And secondly, what kind of a place is Yavne? It's like Yehubitzville. It doesn't occur in Tanakh. Nobody ever talks about Yavne. Maybe he could say, I don't know, Hebron or Shechem or some other biblical place. What is going on with Yavne? So the Roman term for Yavne is Yamnia, sometimes spelled with a J, pronounced Jamnia, but really it's Yamnia. And it appears that even though Yavne did not have a majority Jewish population and had no yeshiva to speak of before Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai, the Romans used Yavne primarily to control displaced populations in their rule. Meaning, when they had a population, and they were big into moving large numbers of people around, when they had a population that they wanted to keep tabs on, not quite a jail, but kind of like a supervised environment where they knew what was going on. It was not like the great city, New York or Warsaw or something like that. It was like, look, yes, you can come over here, and there's lots of Gentiles here who will, be aware of your comings and goings. In other words, it was kind of like not exactly a ghetto, because it was like a mixed population, but it was kind of like a place where the Romans could keep an eye on what was going on. So in other words, perhaps Yochanan ben Zakkai, I'm sorry, Ms. DeWeiser? Exactly. It's maybe a colony, a control point. It's very good. In other words, perhaps Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai had asked for a place that he knew the Romans would be inclined to grant. Meaning, we're not asking to occupy a traditional Jewish center where maybe we could foment revolution. We'll live right in your backyard where you want us. Or, as Alon has suggested, not in keeping with the text that we have in the Talmud in Gittin, perhaps it was Vespasian's idea, saying, "Oh, okay, look, you're flattering me. You're telling me I'm going to be the emperor. It turns out that you're right. So, fine. What's some of your sages, but they have to live in Yavne. They have to live here where I keep an eye on them," which is a radical rereading of the text and alters the understanding of it. But at the same time, it makes much more sense with the nature of the confrontation between the Romans and the Jews at that point. So it could be, according to Alon, that Vespasian offered Yavne, and Yochanan ben Zakkai accepted it. Other readings of this story elsewhere seem to support that interpretation as well. Secondly, what exactly was Rabban Yochanan ben Zakkai's role? We note that he is referred to usually as Rabban Yochanan ben Zakkai. And not, as I've written it erroneously at the top, Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai. Rabban means simply our teacher, but it is a term that is reserved for a particular position known as the Nasi, or the president. For most of this period, the Jews were led by two distinct individuals, and the zugot, the partners or the pairs. One was called the Nasi, or the president, and the other was the Av Beit Din, the head of the Jewish court. However, according to Sharira Gaon, a medieval commentator on Jewish history, he insists that this term Rabban is reserved for people who are the Nasiim, who are the presidents, which doesn't make sense because Rabban Yochanan ben Zakkai was not of the lineage that would allow him to be Rabban. There was always, a Hillel, a Shimon, or a Gamliel, Shimon ben Gamliel, and so on, that were the Nasiim. How did Rabban Yochanan ben Zakkai suddenly get to be Nasi? And secondly, in the various decrees that he passed during the time he was active in Yavna, he was always signing documents second after probably absent Rabban Gamliel, who was the Nasi. So it appears like he was behaving as if he was the Nasi, the president, with the right to execute orders and to demand Jews to conform to new takanot, but he doesn't have the right to take that position. Add to that the fact that there seems to be no other person acting like that until about the year 85, and you wonder what exactly is going on. So the way Alon reads this particular period, he takes it in such a way that he believes Rabban Yochanan ben Zakkai essentially stepped into the breach at a moment when the existing leadership, the existing Nasiim, with the loss of the temple, how do we deal with this overwhelming loss of statehood? And Rabban Yochanan ben Zakkai said, look, let me just escape from Jerusalem, and I'm going to take a place, I don't care what it is, Yavna, who cares what it is, and in Yavna, with a few sages, I will set up a yeshiva, and that's going to be the future of the Jewish people, which was an incredibly audacious thing to do, flying in the face of all of the authorized leadership figures of the time. And in fact, after 15 years of this activity, it appeared that he was successful, and then he was removed from that position, and the traditional leadership reasserted itself. And he stepped back from national politics. He established another yeshiva outside of Yavna, and allowed the Sanhedrin to go on functioning in Yavna and so on. So, in other words, to try and bring this down into a sentence or two, Alon's analysis, which seems quite convincing to me, is that Rabban Yochanan ben Zakkai essentially boldly and audaciously asserted a leadership position when he did not have it by any rights in a traditional Jewish constitutional sense. And ultimately, the rest of the Jewish leadership that failed to act appropriately at that time came around to his way of thinking. He was then displaced, possibly in an amenable way, in an amicable way, to allow the traditional leadership to reassert itself. But it was those crucial 15 years that he was active in Yavna that he allowed Judaism to continue in a form that we would understand it. And the problem with this whole discussion, however, is that it relies very heavily on a logical tool, which is very weak. It's called the argumentum ex silentio, an argument from silence, meaning we have no documents to prove this. We have no texts that prove this. All we have is, for example, the troubling question, wait a minute, if the whole story is about what happens at Yavna, then where is the Nasi? Why is the Nasi not there with him? We know he's elsewhere in the country. I think he's in the Galil at this point, and he's not doing anything. And more significantly, where are, for example, Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai's students? a whole bunch of his students do not follow him to Yavne. As great as he was, he did not have his primary student, for example, Rabbi Elazar ben Arak, who you recall we mentioned that Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai said that if all the sages were on one side and Elazar ben Arak were on the other side, he would outweigh them all. He abandoned his teacher. And he's off at a different place for those crucial 15 years. And he only returns to Yavne when Rabbi Yochanan is teaching elsewhere. And even the great Rabbi Tzadok, who you recall when Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai went out there and he asked for three things: give me Yavne, give me the lineage of the Nasi, which he took for himself, and then later gave it back. He says, give me a doctor for Rabbi Tzadok. Even Rabbi Tzadok did not follow Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai to Yavne initially. And these kinds of arguments from silence indicate that those 15 years were really ones in which the established Jewish leadership were not aware what could we possibly do to accommodate ourselves and to move forward from this colossal crisis. But it was Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai who determined that path. So this is Alon's basic thesis, which is a great amount of opposition to Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai, but ultimately he was victorious in that kind of decision. Okay, I'll pause for a couple of questions because I've given you some tough things here. Yes, Mr. Moore.
So where was where was God? Because you have like such great people. Like, shouldn't they have either a Kodesh or even like a feeling or something, or was it just a
So that's a good question. I'll repeat it for the internet audience who might not hear on, especially like where was God during all those pictures? And so first of all, I have to give you full disclosure. I'm not a rabbi. I'm not allowed to dispense theological information because I'm not a card-carrying member of the rabbinical club, so to speak. But you can certainly ask that kind of question to Rabbi Grunstein, who will, I'm sure, give you a very profound answer. The sources that analyze this material, like Gedalia Alon, for example, and so on, they won't ask that question. It's just not part of the mechanics of the tools that historians use to figure out what's going on here. But on the other hand, and I'm not going to step into a rabbinical role, but I'll speak as a Poshet Yid, a simple Jew at this point. Obviously, God was all over the place there. And just because some of the established leadership may have a temporary lapse in the ability to make the right decision, shall we say, that doesn't mean that God isn't with the Jewish people with a new leader. And here's Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai, who is taking control. And if it were not for his chutzpah, we wouldn't be here in a synagogue today. So where was God? I think it's pretty clear that God is right in there the whole time. Again, apologies to Rabbi Grunstein, he's not here, so we'll go on. Okay, so let's understand something about his legacy, and then we'll conclude for the evening. One of the more interesting passages about Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai is a discussion that he actually reinstituted smicha, that he was the person who really created the rabbinate as we understand it today. And there's some interesting passages that support this in the rabbinic literature. But basically, this idea is really quite appealing because, once again, if we think of who were the authority figures in Judaism before the destruction of the temple, was most certainly the Kohanim, the priests, who had largely, by joining Sadducees, capitulated to the Romans and were bereft of any, shred of authority among the common population. The Sanhedrin, the judges, many of who were unfortunately also co-opted into the Roman regime, because this is, after all, a position of great authority and potential for abuse. And these lone scholars who had no official authority, no kind of like dispensation from heaven to act as leaders, but nevertheless devoted themselves entirely to the study of the Torah, these were people that Rabban Yochanan ben Zakkai designated as Rebbes, as Rabbi, as teachers. And these were the people who did not have, once again, any kind of formal stamp of approval other than the endorsement of a great figure like Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai. And they ultimately became the popular leaders of the Jewish people through the next 2,000 years of statelessness. So Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai's innovation here, which I admit I still have some historical problems with, but I'm giving over the thesis now anyways, is essentially the model of Jewish leadership that Jews have followed since the destruction of the temple. Kohanim, for example, are no longer the leaders of the Jewish people. Even administrative heads like chief rabbis do not really claim the same kind of authority because Jews are free to simply, give their authority to their local rabbi. And in many ways, in halakhic terms, they may be obligated to give the authority to the local rabbi over the chief rabbi. We don't have a pope in Judaism. This is the kind of structure that Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai really created. Another major legacy point was his teachings firmly established the moderate or national realist approach of Pharisaism to the present day. I'll just quote two passages which I think are really quite telling of this approach. First of all, Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai says, "Do not hurry to knock down idolatrous altars, because perhaps you will have to rebuild them better than they were before," which the commentators explain. Like in Israel, there are various commands regarding the establishment of idolatrous places of worship. And let's say you are a zealot and you can't stand seeing that particular statue of Mercury, Merculus, as is mentioned in the Talmud, in your backyard, your neighbor's backyard, something like that. So you want to go over there and you want to destroy that statue. So Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai says, don't do that. Why? Because right now he has a statue up there that's made out of plaster. If you go over and you knock it down, given the reality of the governing authority in Israel right now, the Romans might make you go back and build it out of bronze or maybe even silver. So what's the point? You will have just created another altar and a more enduring one at that. So this is kind of like a moderate realist, national realist approach saying, yeah, sure, it makes sense on a purely ideological level that you should go and you should get rid of all idolatry, but let's be smart about this, because it may be that it'll come back to haunt you, and you will they'll backfire, and you'll reinforce that. So this is kind of an interesting approach that sort of steps back from the ideological demands of the Torah and says, let's be real about the political situation we're living in. Similar to his negotiation with Vespasian in the first place. Another beautiful teaching, one that is recorded in a variant text of the Avos de Rabbeinu of Rabbi Nassan, which I found absolutely fascinating. I was thinking about it all week. The text reads, if you are holding a seedling in your hand, right? You have like a tree seedling. You're about to plant it. And someone comes to tell you that Mashiach has arrived. The Messiah is here. Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai says, plant the chiz. Amazing statement, because you'd think that if Mashiach is really here, oh my gosh, drop everything, right? Because this is the end of times, it's the apocalypse. And this is Rabbi ben Yochanan ben Zakkai who says, no, look, you got to take care of business that's going on right now. Take care of the future. You're planting a small tree. If he really is here, Mashiach is here, then it'll be irrelevant whether you have the tree or not. But, be smart. Plant the tree first. So this is the national realist approach that we see throughout his entire lifespan. And ultimately, it is the strategy that allowed the Jews to survive the tremendous crisis of the destruction of the temple. So with that, we're right on time. I want to thank you once again for your support and wish you an amazing week. Thank you very much.
But for the face and the hair and everything, total aesthetic appeal. Not for those those of you listening to this podcast, I am not a representation of the pinnacle of the idea. I'm not even someone to look up to. My body looks ridiculous. I have more body hair than like people have hair on their head. Like 3 haircuts in a row. Almost impossible to tap though. Difficult to tap. Yeah, the hair gets in the way. It's just stop rolling with me.
Why don't we get started for tonight? Tonight is the penultimate class of the season. We're going to speak about an extraordinary individual, one of the most influential Jews of the 20th century, to be sure. You're signaling that I should step this way. Right. Yeah, so that you can see the screen, right? Okay, very good. So, but you're going to see Leon. It's the first time you're here. I always walk around like this. I walk back like this. It'll be okay. Anyways, first I have to tell the joke. The joke goes like this. We are going to speak about a really unusual individual, one of the most influential Jews and influential thinkers of the 20th century. And he comes from a line that really is Jewish royalty. I mean, there are certain surnames in the Jewish tradition. Hello, welcome back. Certain surnames in the Jewish tradition, like Rothschild, Ibn Tibbon maybe, Ashkenazi, certain names that really, go through many generations, names you might not be so familiar with, Rodriguez, for example, that really, resonate for many generations, and Soloveitchik is one of them. And one of his forebears, we'll speak briefly about this in the first slide, but he was known as the Brisker Rav. And so the introductory joke for tonight is actually a true story about the Brisker Rav. This is the middle of the 19th century in Eastern Europe, and the students are learning with the Brisker Rav, and a shochet comes in, a ritual slaughterer, and says, Rabbi, I just shechted a cow, worth 500 rubles, and I'm concerned that perhaps I didn't do something right. Would you please go inspect the carcass to make sure that it's kosher? So the Brisker Rav goes out, the students follow him, and he inspects the cow, and he says, in fact, it's not kosher. This animal is treif, not kosher. And, it's a huge loss, because now it's rates which are like, 1/10 of the rates that you get for kosher meat. And the shochet says, okay, well, what can you do? They go back to studying, and then as they're in the middle of their Talmudic section of the middle of their Talmudic study, a woman bursts in the room and says, Rabbi, I don't know what to do. I'm very upset. I had this chicken slaughtered, and I brought it home, and I saw it wasn't kosher. I brought it back to the shochet, and he refuses to give me back my money. He insists that the chicken is kosher. What am I going to do? So he says, okay, let's go have a look at the chicken. And so the woman takes him back to the shochet, and they have the chicken there, and it's the same shochet, of course, the same slaughterer. And the shochet is furious, and he is angry. He's livid. His face is like a thermometer. He's all red with anger, and they're arguing over this chicken. And the Brisker Rav looks at it and says, unfortunately, once again, the chicken is treif. And the shochet gets furious. He stomps in anger, and he says terrible things to the Brisker Rav, impugns his honor and his integrity and his intelligence, and he orders them out of the store. So the students, they say to the rabbi, what's going on? I mean, first, the guy made a mistake with a large cow, 500 rubles, and, he was like accepting the Gezeras HaMelech. That's, God speaks, and that's the way it is. And now here, over 25 kopecks for a chicken, he's furious and disrespectful. What happened? So the Brisker Rav apparently said, see, there are two totally different situations. In the case of the cow, it was between him and God, and he was prepared to let it go. But in the case of the chicken, it was between him and another human being. That he wouldn't be prepared to let go. There's a lot of musar in that little story, a lot of wisdom. Well, I'm not going to spell it out for you. The Rabbi Grunstein can do those kinds of things. But it's a story about the Brisker Rav. Anyway, Stevie, you're about to groan? You're waiting for the punchline. Not really a joke. I always thought it was funny. Okay. I can tell this lecture is going to go downhill from this point. Okay, so good and welfare news. First of all, it is the penultimate class of the season. Today we're going to look at someone, ironically, who is very much associated with a great institution of Jewish higher learning, Yeshiva University. Next week, our last lecture, we'll look at someone who is associated with another great institution of Jewish learning, Touro College, as we will study the life of Dr. Bernard Lander, the founder of Touro College, also a fascinating figure that cast a wide and long shadow over American Jewish history. One last good and welfare thing, this kind of shameless self-promotion. I want to thank you. Many of you have sponsored my son to go to Israel, and he is participating in this Learn-a-thon now for one more week. He's raised so far $713 to get him out of our hair, get him to Israel for 5 weeks. If you are interested, it's an NCSY. The URL is learnathon.ncsy.org, and he would appreciate it. You can read a little bio of him and things like that. Meanwhile, let's go straight to our material. Okay, let's go full screen. Great. Okay, so as I mentioned in the introductory story / joke, our topic tonight is one of the 20th century members of the great Soloveitchik dynasty. This is one of those names that resonates throughout Jewish history for the last really 300 years. And this name, as Rothschild is to wealth, Soloveitchik is to learning. The Soloveitchiks were especially associated with the Lithuanian yeshiva movement, which we've discussed in previous classes, and specifically with the heritage of the Vilna Gaon, as expressed in the greatest institution of learning established by the Vilna Gaon student, Rabbi Chaim of Volozhin, who was one of the forebears of the Soloveitchik dynasty. Incidentally, the reason why Rabbi Chaim we don't have a surname attached to him is because the 18th and 19th century is when Jews began to take surnames in large numbers. There are some exceptions. Italian Jewry, for example, you find surnames that go back to the Middle Ages, things like that. But in Europe, surnames were kind of like the equivalent of social security numbers. That as states became more sophisticated, as they moved towards direct taxation of individuals from the medieval corporate structure to a citizen-based nation state, it was necessary to identify individuals rather than communities. So many states like Austria-Hungary, the Russian Empire, began to impose the requirement that Jews and other peoples take surnames. In fact, there's a lot of fascinating stories about what surnames mean and how people get them. And I'm not sure if all of them are true, but for example, they say that names like in certain parts of Austria-Hungary, you could bribe the official to get a really beautiful name, like Rosenkrantz or Rosenberg, or these are names, Field of Roses, things like that. And if you ticked off the clerk who was recording names, he would give you a name like Zwiebel, which means like onion. Or this is a good one, Katzenellenbogen, famous Jews, Zwiebel and Katzenellenbogen. Katzenellenbogen means cat's elbow. So it's hard to imagine you're going to come up to the authorities and say, I'd like to register my surname as Cat's Elbow. But that's why so many Jews have surnames that are related to professions like Schneider for tailor, or they're related to the traditional son of the father's given name, like my name, Abram's son of, I probably had an ancestor named Avram, and so his son was the first one to take the name, and so on. So Rabbi Chaim is just known simply as Rabbi Chaim of Volozhin, but shortly thereafter you have the Soloveitchik line that descends from him. There's a whole line of rabbis, one after another, who are really towering figures, not only in terms of their fame and erudition, but also in their highly original, creative approach to study. And in fact, it is through the Soloveitchiks that we get the so-called Brisker Derech, the way of brisk. They were attached especially to the city of Brest-Litovsk, which is in Poland, Belarus, Ukraine region. The boundaries were really quite fluid during most of the 19th and early 20th century. And so the name of the town was taken from Rabbi Chaim Soloveitchik, known as the Brisker, who lived in the middle of the 19th century. The Brisker Derech, or the Brisker way of studying Talmud, is a highly analytical method which takes a text and, using what would be considered, in my humble opinion, very postmodern techniques, breaks it down into its component elements without looking at its content. So rather than looking at the subject that the Talmud is discussing, the Brisker Derech will analyze, well, what is the question? What is the response? What is the refutation? And they can map out a sugya or a section of the Talmud simply by its structural form rather than the content. It was highly influential, and there are many, many modern yeshivot who study the Talmud in this manner. There is, of course, a Brisker yeshiva in Israel, and the Yeshiva University in many ways inherits this similar method, and was highly influential in the university-style academic study of the Talmud as well. So there's a whole line of Rosh Yeshiva, heads of these yeshivas, like the Netziv, Rav Naftali Tzvi Berlin, and on his mother's side as well, another famous dynasty, almost as well known as Soloveitchik, the Feinstein family. Of course, we have the great Rabbi Moshe Feinstein, who hopefully in another class we'll discuss. That was a relative of our protagonist today. Okay, Ms. Abramson, you have a question?
Yeah, put such an emphasis on the structural aspect of it, but is that really something that should be so focused upon? Should it be more focused on content? Like, I don't understand why it's so influential. Like, yes, now Hashem's talking to Moshe, Moshe's talking to this, so it seems like that's more like just to get you towards the content rather than the main focus.
I think you're asking a brilliant question, which is probably too much for us to get into tonight. The question, for those of you who are in Latvia and watching this on the internet, you might not be able to hear, as a brilliant student who attends every week, who asks, if we are focusing, if I can paraphrase it, if the Brisker Derek focuses on the structure, the form, aren't we missing that for the content? Just to give you a short answer, though, the content is truly revealed by the form. So, for example, if you can identify whether a given statement, which might be 2 or 3 words in the text, if you can identify whether a given statement is an answer, or if it is a question, or if it is a refutation, or if it is an exception, all these things make a difference to what exactly does the text mean. And I remind you that the Talmud, Jews, brilliant people, they couldn't invent punctuation. There's no periods, commas, question marks, exclamation marks, quotation marks. The Talmud is just like a mass of words, and it's up to the student to figure out where an individual clause begins and the next one ends. Or ends and the next one begins. So this structuralist approach is actually, quite revealing to the meaning of the text. Similar to, if you will, the way the trup, the cantillation of the Torah text, reveals the inner meaning of the verses themselves. The trup is only the musical notation of the sounds. But with the musical notation, you know where the phrases begin and end, and what's emphasized, what's a question, things like that. Okay, good question. Yes, please. The Chafetz Chaim, I don't think the Chafetz Chaim is within like 2 or 3 relations to the Soloveitchiks. They're definitely Lithuanians. It's the same tradition, correct? In the sense, you mean the Chafetz Chaim in terms of the yeshiva movement? The people or the movements? The people. I don't think they are related, although they do come from the same region of Europe. In terms of the thinking, certainly the yeshiva in Radin, which was the Chafetz Chaim yeshiva, was influenced by the Brisker Derek. But they have their own sort of spin on how to study the Talmud as well, which we looked at a couple of weeks ago. We looked at the Chafetz Chaim. Okay, let me go on. Here we are. Now, his youth, he was born in 1903 in Prujana, Poland, which was a part of Eastern Europe that had about 17, border changes between, really during his lifetime. His father was a rabbi who served as a communal rabbi, and early on in their youth, he was about 10 years old, they moved to Belarus in 1913. There, interestingly enough, he was influenced by the large number of Lubavitch Hasidim that lived in the town. And this is kind of a fascinating thing that all biographers of the Rav, by the way, he is known affectionately simply as the Rav, meaning the rabbi. So then there are very, very few people in Jewish history who received that designation. The late medieval Italian commentator in the Mishnah, Rabbi Ovadia Bartanura, is called the Rav. There is a rabbi in the Talmud who's called simply Rav, but really only a handful of people are called the Rav, as they're well known. So I'll just probably use that designation. As a young boy, the Rav was exposed to a tradition which is also Lithuanian in origin, but miles apart in terms of its trajectory to the traditional emphasis on Talmud. And he spent about a year in deep study of the Tanya. As a very young man, we're talking about an early adolescent. So much so that his parents began to notice that his traditional grasp of the Talmud, which was precocious, as would be expected from a Soloveitchik scion, and so they actually pulled him out of his close association with one particular Baruch Reisberg and said, "Thank you very much, Rabbi Reisberg, but we really got to get him back to Tosfos." And he, ventured back to the traditional areas of Lithuanian non-Hasidic thought. Nevertheless, the Tanya, and if you'll recall, go back a few lectures, we talked about the author of this book, the Alter Rebbe, is an extremely deep philosophical work that plumbs the depths of Jewish mysticism, that seeks to understand the structure of the soul, the nature of the universe, the theurgic value of our everyday actions, and it's an absolutely amazing work with a tremendous range of depth and quite different in feeling than the Talmud. And so he was very early on influenced by the Lubavitch movement. He, by the way, maintained a very close personal relationship with the Rabbi Menachem Mendel Schneerson. They say of him that when they studied together in Europe, at one point they were, I believe they're at University of Berlin together, or perhaps it was in Paris. Paris, thank you. He never missed a day of going to the mikveh when he was in a close association with the Lubavitcher Rebbe, who would go to the mikveh every day. And there's no question that he had a very warm feeling for that movement. You see that even though their intellectual activities diverged significantly, they had a few kind of interesting convergences. Like, for example, with regards to the education of women, the Rav was a controversial proponent of the study of Talmud by women, sometimes in co-educational groups, and the Lubavitcher Rebbe held a position that also was very favorable to women studying Talmud, for similar reasons, even though their worldviews were quite different. At any rate, he developed this intense love for the philosophical orientation of the Tanya, and by the time he was 18, they had to leave that region. They fled from the Bolshevik Revolution, and when all of this settled down, 1914, of course, you have World War I. 1917, the Russian Revolution. The entire region is thrown into chaos, with the German army moving over the front lines and then being pushed back by certain elements of the Red Army, and ultimately this created the state of Poland, which is where they settled in 1920 in the city of Warsaw. Warsaw, in the interwar period, was an absolutely fascinating place for Jews. It was, I believe it was probably the city with the largest Jewish population. I'll have to check the demographics, but it certainly had a very high proportion. We're talking about 1/3 of the population of Warsaw was Jewish, and it represented tremendous diversity of thought. Warsaw was a very cosmopolitan city where you had Jews who were Talmudists, Lithuanian-style Talmudists. You had Jews who were Hasidim. You had Jews who were Zionists of all stripes. You had Jews who were communists. You had and you have Jews, of course, who were secular and openly assimilating. Jews who were Polonophiles and seeking to identify themselves completely with the Polish national movement, which had just gone through its heroic renaissance after being destroyed in the 18th century. It was reborn in the 20th century. So it was a really very exciting place to live for everyone, but especially for Jews who suddenly saw new potentials in this young state. This was a time when Jews first began exercising their political might in Eastern Europe. They organized themselves into political parties and actually won seats in the Polish Sejm, the Polish parliament. So Jews were organizing themselves communally and exercising their desire for change within the state. In Warsaw, he was especially influenced by his mother's love of poetry, especially Russian poetry and literature, Pushkin, Turgenev, and others. And he was reading very widely and deeply in secular studies, primarily through his mother's influence. He went to several traditional Polish gymnasia, that is like high schools, but with a very wide curriculum. My own grandmother, Alea Shalom, she also went to one of these kinds of schools, although she went to one that had a more Zionist bent. But, you would come out of these high schools, several language families. Like, it's understandable to have a couple of Romance languages and a couple of Slavic languages, but, they would come out of these places with, 3 or 4 different language families represented. Very high-level education. He attended the university, the Free Polish University in Warsaw, and later he went on to the University of Berlin. And in 1933, he completed his dissertation on the philosopher Hermann Cohen. Hermann Cohen, as you probably guessed, is a Jewish thinker. His thought is not specifically Jewish, but widely admired by Jews in the 19th century, primarily because he was the preeminent spokesperson for the Neo-Kantian movement. If you recall, way back, the beginning of this semester, I think we spoke about Immanuel Kant's influence on Jewish thought, his relationship with Moses Mendelssohn in particular. Kant created a kind of moral system that was independent of religious texts. In fact, one of his lesser known but very influential works was, I think I remember the German title, La Religion in Grenzen von bloßen Vernunft. I memorized that because I love the way the sound bloßen Vernunft sounds. Religion within the boundaries of reason alone. And so there are many Jews who were looking to kind of create their identities in modern Europe, and they wanted that morality that was so soaked in the Torah, but they wanted to find a way to anchor that morality to some philosophical system that did not require religious text. That's what Kant provided them. Hermann Cohen was one of the Jews who really discovered it and expanded on it. And I think it's instructive that of the philosophers that Soloveitchik was attracted to was this Hermann Cohen, who was kind of the entree into the wider world of Enlightenment thought. Okay, pause for questions. Ms. Abramson, no question? Immanuel Kant, fine.
I'm trying to figure out how he got around all some specifically.
Oh, you mean Immanuel Kant? Okay, well, that's definitely something we should talk about later, the categorical imperative and stuff like that. And in fact, like many of these philosophers, he said, but when you really look at it carefully, doesn't it look like the perfectly rational religion? Geez, it looks a lot like German Lutheranism, doesn't it? We should all be Protestant Christians because that's the way it works out. But another story. I don't want to take much time. Let's go further then, okay? All right. It was at this time that he met his Rebbitzin, Tonya Levitt, who was also a rather brilliant student. She received her PhD in education from the University of Vienna. Here's a picture of them when they were a little bit older. She predeceased him by some 30 years, but she was also a very heavy influence on his thought later on in his life. Let us move, though, to the more significant chapter of his life where most people associate him with the 20th century. The 1920s in Poland for Jews, but that came to an end by the end of that decade as the entire Eastern European region took a turn to the right. Country after country began to develop stronger integral nationalist movements, the most famous of which, of course, is the notorious Nazi Party of Germany. But every country began to develop that same kind of ideology. There was Germany for the Germans, Poland for the Poles, Romania for the Romanians, I guess I could say Latvia for the Latvians. It goes on and on like this. And so Poland became a much less tolerant place for Jews. And Jews, I think, were a prime target because they were so concentrated in the urban areas. You could walk down main streets in Poland and there would be all these Hebrew and Yiddish signage everywhere. And Poles felt, especially these strong nationalist Poles, they felt that their capital cities had been invaded by so many nationalities. Ukrainians were also a popular target for them, and Jews as well. So they were steadily instituting more and more measures to try and restrict Jewish activity, freedom of movement, and so on. One of the most notorious, at least in the academic environment, was the institution of the so-called ghetto benches, where Jews were allowed to register. There was a numerous clauses where only a certain number of Jews could take a place in the university, but they were forced to sit at the back of every auditorium. They were not allowed to sit in the front rows. The Jews had to sit in the back and so on. It's kind of like the Rosa Parks situation, but for Jews. I use that term ghetto benches when people ever ask if they want to audit my classes. I say, okay, fine, but, nobody gets it, but I like it anyway. These kinds of restrictions just made Poland less and less tolerant a place, and those Jews who were prescient could realize that things were looking very dark on the horizon. One of those Jews, for example, was the right-wing thinker Vladimir Jabotinsky, who actually quite accurately predicted something like the Holocaust in the 1930s, but he predicted it would not start in Germany. He thought that Poland would be the epicenter of hatred. At any rate, the Soloveitchik family found a way to move out of that inhospitable environment. Our protagonist's father, Meir, was invited to serve as the head of faculty. They never actually used the term Rosh Yeshiva, but the head of faculty of the Rabbi Isaac Elkanah named made part of the new university status, Yeshiva University. So the father was given this position, and in the late 20s, and a few years later, the young married couple made their way over to be with his father. This is a picture, by the way, of the northern campus of YU. I should mention, I meant to say this at the beginning of the lecture, I approached this subject in particular with considerable trepidation. First of all, I'm usually not afraid to speak without preparation. Those of you who've been here before know that happens all the time. But, I never really, in my own life, spent a lot of time working with the ideas of the Rav. I always found them very difficult. I did dip into The Lonely Man of Faith a few times, but I never really could get through it because it's a very hard book to understand. And so he was always on the periphery of my thought. Of course, I'm aware of his work, but never really delved into it deeply. And here in this audience, there's so many people who met the Rav, who worked with the Rav, who knew him personally and were deeply influenced by his thought and his philosophy that I'm a little afraid to speak. So if you've been watching this lecture for the last 20 minutes and you're expecting some brilliant insights into the life of the Rav, forget it. I'm sorry to have wasted your time this far. This is going to be a very basic biographical kind of approach, and I will leave the experts to speak about the significance of his thought. But that said, I do have a personal connection with YU because my wife is a graduate of their social work school, and we spent a few memorable years living in New York City. We lived actually not too far from this building in the faculty housing for a while, and I learned in their base medrash, and I enjoyed it tremendously, met some fantastic people. But that's the extent of my personal connection to it. Washington Heights is a very frightening place to live once you move out of the little safe zone of Yeshiva University, and I have lots of adventures there too. But let's get off the personal. Oh, so he went to YU, but immediately after landing in the country, within a very short period of time, he made his way to Boston, where he would spend the rest of his life. He would commute to New York for his classes at YU when he later took a position there, but it is in Boston where he was really able to make his mark. He first accepted a rabbinic position there, but we should remember that Boston is, of course, famous as the intellectual capital of North America. New York is, in many ways, the capital of the world, but Boston, with Harvard, MIT, these tremendous institutions of higher learning, this is a place where a Soloveitchik really belongs. And he fit in there tremendously. One of the things that he's most famous for in Boston is the establishment of a remarkable Jewish day school, the first in New England, known as the Maimonides School. The name Maimonides is very significant because obviously Maimonides is one of the greatest thinkers of the Jewish people, but also extremely important to the Brisker Derech. Maimonides was also a highly, uncharacteristically, even among Jews, systematic thinker. And so Maimonides thought even when his opinions are rejected, was subject to the same kind of searing analysis of the Talmud that was characteristic of the Briskers. So it makes sense that this young PhD rabbi would spend time thinking about Maimonides and name a school after him, because Maimonides exemplifies both the world of Talmudic learning and the world of secular knowledge. Maimonides being a very well-known medical doctor at the time, well-published, as it were, for the 12th century, and so that's what the school is named after. There was a lot of controversial elements to the Maimonides school, such as, for example, the gender-neutral study of the Talmud, with boys and girls studying the Talmud together in the same room. Just the idea of women studying the Talmud even separately was quite radical. We're talking about the 1930s, not the 1970s. But this is the kind of thing that Soloveitchik was very proud to be a bold thinker, and as he grew in prominence, his authority was such that few could challenge him. He also, though, was sensitive to the sort of traditional mindset of the yeshiva world. In fact, this was a major preoccupation of his thought, the kind of idealization of the traditional yeshiva world. And so when many refugees began coming to New York in the 1930s, and especially after the Holocaust, he organized several different programs that were more geared to their sensibilities, various yeshiva movements, and so on. So Boston is where he began to make his mark. But he is associated with, more than any other institution, a yeshiva university. He was appointed professor of Talmud in 1941 and also professor of philosophy at the graduate school. Now, we have to talk a little bit about what this institution is. I'm just going to ask my daughter, Elise, could you get me another one of these, please? I'm finding myself a little thirsty. It must be because I'm nervous talking about the Rav. Thank you so much. His father had unfortunately passed away, and he was Mamale Makom. He filled his father's shoes, so to speak, by taking over this position. And note that it is, of course, a dual professorship, and also in two institutions, because Yeshiva University is precisely as the name sounds. It is a yeshiva. It has a branch which is a traditional rabbinic, which is the quintessential model of Talmudic study. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. And at the same time, it's also a university, which is really at the crux of the matter of who was the Rav and what did he stand for. He lectured there for 40-odd years, grew hugely influential, did not publish much until later in his life. He wrote quite a bit, but he was highly hesitant to actually render it into printed form to be circulated. We'll talk about that more in a little minute. But through these 4 decades of activity, he ordained approximately 2,000 American rabbis. And so his specific influence on American Orthodoxy was signal. It was extremely important because his worldview was stamped upon such a large number of highly influential communal leaders throughout this country. It's ironic. I was talking to a colleague of mine yesterday that I'm going to give this lecture, and he said to me an interesting thing. He said, if you look at the span of people who claim the Rav as their personal Rebbe, as their main teacher, they represent such a wide spectrum of ideas, from the extreme right wing, kind of black hat, and we'll talk about the spectrum in a second, to much more liberal approaches, which are gender neutral, egalitarian, and so on, and they all find a home in the thought of the Rav. And so it's very, very hard to kind of encapsulate what is it that he believed when you look at such a wide range of students. But it gives you an indication of simply how influential he was. So we have to get an idea of what is Yeshiva University and what is one core element of his philosophy. So to do that, you know what, let's do that first, and we'll come back to the public affairs. I'll go past this slide. This is out of order. Okay. So he is associated with a movement that is often called modern orthodoxy. I apologize for those of you here for whom this will be extremely redundant, but we have a lot of people in Latvia who don't exactly know much about the Orthodox spectrum, so forgive me for a minute while I kind of lay this out. Orthodoxy, as you know, is not monolithic by any means. There is a huge range of ideas, beliefs, and practices that all go under the moniker Orthodox. So what exactly does it mean? So if we lay out a spectrum here, a so-called denominational spectrum of American Jews, we can get a sense of what Orthodoxy is and what modern Orthodoxy is. If we take on the left, openness. So this arrow here, it points to increasing degrees of openness to society, willingness to engage in the wider world, whether it be through non-Jewish culture, through sporting events, through music, art, ideas. I mean, how open are Jews to the larger trends of the human condition outside of the shtetl of Yiddishkeit, so to speak, outside of the small definition that we hold for our own community. If we put a spectrum that goes out this way to openness, and we put on the other side a spectrum that is insularity, to what degree do we regard the outside world as toxic? That these things are going to pollute our pure ideologies that are contradictory to our core values. So if we have this kind of left-right spectrum, what we'll find is on the right wing here, we'll have the so-called Charedim. It's a Hebrew term, an Israeli term, meaning the tremblers, those who tremble at the word of God, a verse taken from the book of Isaiah. Sometimes in English they're referred to as the ultra-Orthodox. And you can often recognize them by certain costumes, certain types of headgear, what a friend of mine likes to call yarmulke culture. You know, this week, I always thought that was funny, but no one else laughs ever. Sometimes they're called yeshivish because they tend to be associated with the traditional yeshiva world, or Hasidic. They tend to be over here. Chabad, by the way, does not conform to any of this. They're totally different. Well, we'll get to that maybe another point. Then if we look on the other end of the spectrum, here where you have Reform Judaism, which is perhaps the most open of all movements. You know, in a joking way, people say we're not talking about the 10 Commandments, we're talking about the 10 suggestions. But okay, it's just not working tonight. But Reform is much more open to the idea of, you know, embracing the totality of the human experience and every expression and so on, and quite different from the insular Hasidic movement. We have to put the conservative movement somewhere over here, you know, definitely towards the open end of the spectrum, but not nearly as much as Reform. And then, but the problem is there's a barrier, there's a big leap between anything that's over here and over here. And that is this idea of the 613 commandments. One of the major ideological separators between the Orthodox as a whole and the non-Orthodox is this concept of Torah Misinai. Does the Torah come from God in the form that we have it now? And, very important implication, are all of the traditional commandments binding? Or do we say, oh, this particular commandment is not human in origin, it's not divine in origin, it's human in origin, it's no longer relevant? You know, we do say that there's some things are related to particular circumstances. For example, a lot of the commandments are related to the practices in the temple. The temple is no longer standing, so those commandments are no longer practiced. But it's not that they are abandoned. They're simply no longer applicable until the temple is recreated, so to speak. They're simply, you know, existentially impossible. But for example, you know, the prohibition against homosexuality, which is a very difficult problem in a society that is growing very permissive of homosexual behavior. You know, the Orthodox have a very difficult time saying, well, this is no longer applicable, whereas in the conservative reform movement, it is easier, and I'm not going to generalize about them, but it's easier to say, well, this is an expression of a particular time and age in a human document and so on. If you accept that all of the commandments are binding, then you will likely be in the Orthodox camp. Regardless of how well you observe them, you will be in the Orthodox camp. If you don't necessarily accept that number 613 as binding, then you're probably going to find yourself in this camp. The modern Orthodox world is right about here. So they are just on the right side of the 613 barrier, but their sense of openness is the furthest left that's possible within that spectrum. So in other words, they're still within the ideological patterns and purview of traditional Judaism believing that all the commandments are binding, but they are not afraid of, engaging in modern culture, politics, art, and so on. That's kind of like a very quick and dirty view of how the denominational spectrum works. Modern Orthodoxy is sometimes called, as one of the heads of Yeshiva University called it, centrist Orthodoxy, because it is more or less in the center of that spectrum. Anyways, that it's one of the most moderate approaches, and the middle is the easiest to attack because there are extremes on either side that will disagree with it. Okay, any questions or arguments about this very sketchy approach to denominationalism? It makes perfect sense? Okay, great. So let's go on. So now, that's where modern Orthodoxy. Traditional is kind of an interesting word. I'm not exactly sure what it means, but I've usually heard it applied to Jews who, let's pick it up, because one of the most interesting terms that's circulating in the among the cognoscenti now is this term open orthodoxy, or a related term, social orthodoxy. So open orthodoxy is a kind of an orthodoxy that wants to get right to the very edge of this line and still try and see through the lattice work to the other side. And they're associated with a lot of interesting movements like the ordination of women as rabbis, for example. So that's the open orthodoxy is kind of like pushing that barrier even further to the left. Social orthodoxy is a fascinating term that refers to Jews who observe the patterns of Orthodox life, the lifestyle, the diet, and so on, but they don't really believe that any of it is actually valid. They do it because they like their friends, they like the gatherings, they just that's just what we do. We are Jedi, as the Wall Street article or New York Times article said about it. That's what Jedis do, like from the Star Wars references. And they don't necessarily buy it, but it's fun, so they do it. And you wonder how large a phenomenon that is. Worthy of further consideration. But that's not modern Orthodoxy, really. Modern Orthodoxy it's a shita. It's a learned opinion saying that we value traditional Judaism and its mores. We also value secular culture, and we find that there is a place where both of these can coexist at some level. Yes, Rabbi.
The new term is usually called
Flexidoxy. Yeah, I like that one. I like that, flexidoxy. Dati light, right. Used to be like religious light. Conservadox right away. Conservadox sort of makes sense because that's kind of like crossing the border there. Anyways, let's go on. This is fun. Let's go straight to that now. Where does this ideology come from? So the basic intellectual roots of modern Orthodoxy can be traced most prominently to Rabbi Samson Raphael Hirsch, who we spoke about last year. Very, very important 19th century thinker who felt that the way modern Europe was headed, it was impossible for Jews to try and retain the closed mentality that was endemic of, let's say, northern Hungary or parts of Poland. The idea that Jews would soon be politically emancipated, the idea and the reality that Jews were slowly being admitted to universities to, act in Gustav Mahler and the symphony and so on. They're finding all kinds of new advances. Hirsch felt that, the horses are already escaping the barn. If we try to close the door, they're never going to be able to come in. So what we have to do, this is such a weird metaphor. What he tried to do was he said, look, we have to find a way that Jews can access modernity without totally abandoning Judaism. They should not feel it is an either-or choice. We can exist in the modern world, and we can be traditional Jews at the same time. And so he advocated a very careful look at what is Judaism and a pruning of those accretions of behavior that are not grounded in the sources, but are simply like things that Jews do, and to see what could be jettisoned without sacrificing core values and what had to be retained. And so he articulated an identity for Jews that sort of traverse that narrow bridge between outright assimilation and outright rejection of modernity to create a kind of Jewish identity that was viable. And that has kind of like gone through the stages to develop into modern Orthodoxy. The Hebrew term that he's often associated with is this phrase from Pirkei Avot, from the chapters of the Fathers, that reads, Yafe Talmud Torah im derech eretz. Beautiful is the study of Torah with, quote unquote, the way of the world. Now that phrase, derech eretz, can mean, in different contexts, common courtesy. It can mean making a living. It can mean making love. It has all kinds of different connotations and contexts, but he took it for its literal meaning. It's beautiful to learn Torah and be in the way of the whole world, meaning appreciate German culture, art, society, music, and so on. And this was the origins of what was called Neo-Orthodoxy, New Orthodoxy, later evolving into modern Orthodoxy. Judith.
I see the basis of strong rejection and develop it in the United States coming out of.
Yeah, definitely. Movement in general used to be much further to the right. In Schechter's day, it was almost, impossible to really see the difference between a traditional conservative synagogue and an Orthodox synagogue at the turn of the century. There were even discussions of a potential merger in the first 2 decades of the 20th century.
So that they could be in this world that was America.
Right. America is sui generis, and there is a special impetus to participate in this world as much as possible. Very good. Ms. Abramson.
The denomination spectrum be a hybrid between modern Orthodox and conservative Jewish, but do you think that is taken as modern Orthodox or very?
Well, yeah, that's a funny question, actually. One of your sisters, who shall remain nameless, I probably shouldn't say this on the internet, but she tried out a dating service. Now, Latvians, don't get excited, but she tried out this online dating service called YU Connects, which comes from Yeshiva University, right? And you can meet guys who might be appropriate to marry. And the questionnaire to join is hilarious. She asked me questions. What do I do here? What do I do there? And then the question about, defining your Judaism, they have about 15 different categories. It's hilarious. This spectrum is broken down into so many different. I think she decided that she liked, what did she say? She called herself modern machmir, which means modern Orthodox, but strict, right? Like, she dresses in a certain way. Right, the modern Orthodox machmir, the strict version. They have like so many different shadings of identity. Yeah. So last question, we got to go on.
Definitions for each category?
A little bit later, they asked for actual behavioral markers. Like, do you go to movies? Do you watch television? Do you whatever thing? And those are more useful. By the way, I have to tell you a fascinating study. You reminded me. I recently heard of research done at YU by a professor that we just hired here at Touro College. When she was a graduate student, she studied the relationship of religiosity to academic irregularity, meaning cheating. Like, if you were religious, were you more or less likely to cheat? Okay, so this is what she found. Fascinating. I'm just summarizing quickly because we have to go on. But she found that religious students, those who reported religious values, were less likely to cheat. Not surprising. In their first semester. In the second semester, there seemed to be no correlation between religious values and cheating. It was more highly correlated with the atmosphere of the school, right? Did they feel that cheating was tolerated and so on? The other fascinating thing that she discovered was she measured, yes, I am religious. Yes, I believe in God. Yes, I do these things. And she also measured things like, do you light Sabbath candles? Actually measured if they walk the walk. There she noted that there was no correlation between the ones who said they were religious and they just dropped off the panel. It meant nothing to them. I shouldn't say that. They cheated just as much as everybody else in the second semester. But the Jews who reported actual religious behaviors, it took them several semesters to start cheating. Right? So in other words, if you actually walk the walk, that's what counts. Talking the talk means almost nothing, but if you actually do things, then it actually makes you much more likely to remain honest. Okay, so let's go back on it. Rabbi, for a while, right, only so many semesters. Rabbi Hirsch gets this philosophy of Torah im derech eretz. Now, that's the usual understanding of yeshiva university, kind of flowing from its intellectual origins. On many occasions, however, Rav Soloveitchik was asked about this, and he disagreed. He had a different personal take on it, which may not have resonated with his students as well. But he felt that rather than creating a synthesis, he felt that it should be a symbiosis. He felt that you could have a kind of a bifurcated personality where on one hand, you're completely engaged in Torah the whole time, Torah all the time, and at the same time, you could also be completely engaged in secular studies with no boundaries whatsoever. As he did, right. I mean, he is an exceptional individual, but he felt that you could absolutely, totally participate in secular society to the nth degree. Nothing was off limits. And at the same time, you could also be a complete Talmid Chacham, a Torah scholar simultaneously. It's a very tall order to fulfill, but nevertheless, that's how he personally divided. He also liked the way that the YU was actually structured, because on the one hand, they had a completely separate institution, which was the rabbinical seminary, which was a male-only traditional rabbinical seminary that produced rabbis. And at the same time, it also had a university, which I know from my wife's experience doing her master's degree there, was really a top-notch, research-oriented secular university with traditional secular values that are, typical of the university world. Okay, let's go back to the one that I skipped over. Right. Torah Umada is the kind of slogan of the school. It means Torah and sort of secular knowledge. Umada is right. Fascinating. He might be associated specifically. In public affairs, also very important leader. In 1953, he was the head of the Halakha Commission of the Rabbinical Council of America, and he was perhaps most known for his rather strong stance, not typical for the era, on traditional Orthodox seating patterns. He very much going against the trend. In many Orthodox synagogues had done away with the mechitza, the separation between men and women during prayer, but he maintained a very, very strict position on this and advocated all kinds of harsh censure against rabbis who were produced by Yeshiva University, who were forced by the congregation to sort of compromise. He said, absolutely, we have to maintain that kind of thing. But at the same time, even while he was very strict with regards to these kind of doctrinal issues, he was much more in favor of associating with conservative and reform movements on an organizational level, which set him apart and often under heavy criticism from the right wing, who felt that any kind of formal association with conservative and reform rabbis would lend legitimacy to these movements that the right-wing Orthodox felt were completely illegitimate and were taking people away from Torah study. Similarly, he was a strong supporter of interfaith dialogue with Christians, and his most famous writing, The Lonely Man of Faith, was actually delivered first to a Christian college as a special address there. He had some early association with the right wing. He was actually the part of the Council of Torah Sages when it was established in 1941. But after World War II, the movement kind of moved in a direction separate from his ideology, and they went their separate ways. He remained very staunchly associated with religious Zionism, however, in the Mizrahi movement, where he was the honorary president. In fact, he was actually considered for the chief rabbi of Israel several times. He declined several times. And although he did apply in 1935 to be the chief rabbi of Tel Aviv and was not able to actually get that position, ironically. Okay, let me jump ahead to where we were supposed to be. We got to go through all this stuff again. Oh, you guys there. Okay. It's a late night when we start late. But we don't, okay, now, so the controversy associated with it is quite significant. The Orthodox right wing felt that he was too infatuated with modernity to be taken seriously. Despite the Soloveitchik name, despite his incredible and undisputed brilliance, they felt that his love affair with secular culture was intolerable, and therefore he was excoriated by the right wing. One area in particular that was kind of like a flashpoint in the controversy over him was the organization known as the Synagogue Council of America, which was a formal institution that had membership from all denominations of various Jewish streams. The right wing had all united pretty strongly behind a ban on participation in this kind of communal involvement, but the Rav felt that it was worthwhile and nevertheless maintained his membership in the movement. He did justify his opposition to the mainstream primarily because he made a distinction between what he considered very internal concerns and external concerns. The internal concerns were things like whether or not you have a mechitza in the synagogue. That for sure he was willing to lay down on the tracks for. But on the other hand, when there is an external threat, such as Soviet Jewry not being released, things like that, then he felt that Jews should present a united front. And so in those areas, he felt that it was appropriate to participate, and in fact, he maintained his membership there. However, the large bulk of Orthodox Jewry, the right wing in particular, moved away from him on that position. At the same time, the Orthodox, very left wing, and the non-Orthodox felt that he was too strict about halakha because he was really, quite, attached to traditional halakhic mores in so many different ways. So his insistence on the mechitza, as an example that we turn to again and again, is something that made him distinctly unpopular on the left wing. And that's primarily because he occupied that middle position that gives him two flanks to be criticized. It's much easier to be a radical than you can only be criticized from one flank, but he is criticized from both ends. His major publications, there are two in particular that I'll just touch on right now because we are running a little bit late. They were actually both written in the same era. He wrote them in 1944, but would not allow them to be published for many years later. The first one was known as Halachic Man, Ish HaHalakha, which was, it's an interesting work. On the one hand, it is kind of like a tribute, a commemoration written in the depths of the Holocaust to the yeshiva world that once existed in Eastern Europe. It's kind of like a family memoir because of all the names of the yeshiva world. Soloveitchik stands above them all. But he described the beauty of the Lithuanian Talmudic tradition. And his emphasis was on the incredible religious and unusual religious experience of the submission to the intellectual exercise of determining the halakha and then binding oneself to it. The halakha, of course, means the law, the Jewish law as determined by the Talmud. The process of analyzing the Talmud, getting to the bottom line, and then once you know what the bottom line is, completely giving yourself over to it. He described that as an unusual act of religious ecstasy. He referred to it, actually one of his students referred to it as the symbiosis of the homo religiosus, meaning the man or human being as a religious agent, and a scientist, because the application of scientific methodology or scientific methodology-like thinking to traditional Talmudic study. There's a fascinating insight into it. He also expanded on this a little bit with the halakhic mind a little later. The second major work is The Lonely Man of Faith, which is what I've dipped into a couple times and always find difficult to get past the first chapter. But it is heavily existentialist thinking. He first really spoke about it in the 1960s. I'm not sure, maybe I misspoke if he wrote this in the 1940s. But this is kind of like a deeply existential meditation on the fundamental loneliness of the human condition, the inescapable gap, the unbridgeable gap that exists between human beings that can only be partially assuaged by religion and by divine intervention. And through the engagement in intellectual activities such as the study of the Talmud, you can slowly develop a loss of alienation, a chibur, or a connection with another human being, and ultimately into a community. That's a paraphrase based on someone who hasn't read the entire account of it that I just gave you. His legacy is deeply profound. His legacy, of course, is felt in the institution that supports this class philosophy, and so many other movements were highly influenced by the thousands of leaders that he and his school produced, where they are certainly worthy bearers of the Soloveitchik name. He had 3 children. His daughter Atara went on to head. The husband was Rabbi Isidore Twersky, of philosophy at Harvard University. Very unusual kind of individual, but that's his daughter Tova earned a doctorate, went on to teach at Bar Ilan, and also married a very important contemporary Rosh Yeshiva, Rabbi Dr. Aaron Lichtenstein. And finally, his youngest son, Rabbi Dr. Chaim Soloveitchik, became a professor of Jewish history, extremely influential thinker. I myself have enjoyed so much of his work as well. So with that, I thank you very much for your patience, and I look forward to speaking with you next week.
Strict about their rights, you know, they're like, have express written consent of Major League Baseball, you've heard that your whole life. So they're like real sticklers about suing anyone that uses anything. That's why I'm surprised John Boy and these companies get away with all this stuff. But anyways, so they'll find anything that's baseball adjacent that isn't like Major League Baseball. So like the movie Major League, or Sandlot, or Ken Griffey, apartment players, and stuff like that. So yeah, they just sent me a bunch of stuff because I always wear their crap. Or Field of Dreams.
Okay, good. How are you all? It's nice to see you. So only the stalwarts are left at this time of the year. Miami in May is a desert town, which reminds me of a short anecdote that my daughter Eliza Shoshana just mentioned to me, and I'll relate to you. So the joke goes that in Scotland, they have an annual festival to celebrate the art of the lumberjack. You know, where they throw the huge poles and things like that. And so they have this competition one year, and they have a Scotsman comes up first, and the first competition is to see who can fell the largest tree. And the Scotsman comes up, his muscles bulging, and you know, with his kilt flying, he swings this mighty axe, and with 2 blows, he knocks over this massive tree. And then they have a Quebecois guy who comes from France, from Quebec, and you know, he walks up, and his biceps are tearing out his plaid shirt, and he swings his axe 3 times, massive tree falls down. Finally, they get this little old Jewish guy from Brooklyn, and he just kind of makes his way up there, sort of holding his back a little bit, and he picks up this axe, which is very difficult for him. He actually picks up one of the smallest axes. It's still very difficult. And they say, wait a minute, are you sure that you can do this? And he says, yes, I'm sure. And so they say, all right, have at it. Picks up the axe, and without even, you know, breathing hard, 1 swipe, and he knocks over the biggest tree in the forest. They're all amazed, and they go up to him and they say, you know, that was phenomenal. That was amazing. How did you do that? He says, well, you ever hear of the Sahara forest? And they say, what? The Sahara desert? And he says, now it's a desert. Okay, maybe I didn't tell so well, but anyways. Okay, thank you. I appreciate it. All right. Tonight's topic is a fascinating one. I'm afraid that's probably the last laugh we're going to have because it's a very dark topic, really. It deals with the Holocaust, and obviously that's a period of great pain and suffering for the Jewish people as a whole. Not to mention many other peoples in Europe in particular, and many Americans in uniform who went over to fight and to die in European and in North African battlegrounds, Pacific battlegrounds. But we're going to Rabbi, also known as the Eish Kodesh, after his most famous work, a collection of sermons that were discovered in the rubble of the Warsaw Ghetto. also known as the Rabbi of the Warsaw Ghetto, for his heroic decisions to stay with the embattled Jews in that tremendously horrible environment of the Warsaw under the Nazi occupation. And as a result of some historical accidents, we have a record of his activities during those terrible years, and they give us tremendous historical insight into the nature of Jewish community under such tremendous trauma. So before I go into his life in general, I just have one little plug that I promised my son I would do. Here we go. My son Alexander, 15 years old, and he hopes to go to Israel this year on an NCSY program called Built Boys Israel Leadership Training. And we're really hoping that, the boy, he's definitely got down. The Israel, that's a destination of leadership. That would be fantastic if he can get some of that and training. So he's doing this learn-a-thon here. Outside, you'll see there's little forms if you want. You can tear something off, and you can sponsor him to manage the tuition for this huge event. We're really grateful that some of you have already, Bev, thank you very much for sponsoring him already. Please go visit the website and think about getting him out of the house for 5 weeks and hopefully learning something really valuable in Israel, working with victims of terror and training on IDF bases and things like that. Okay, that's the plug. Let's go straight to the material today. So the claim to fame of here's one of the very few pictures that exists of the Piaseczny Rebbe. His name is Rabbi Kalonymus Kalmish Shapiro. The name itself says something about who he is. First of all, he was named after an illustrious grandfather who was named Kalonymus Kalman, and was the author of one of the greatest Hasidic works of the 19th century, the Ma'or Bashemesh. In order not to seem, arrogant, he never referred to himself by his proper name, Kalonymus Kalman. He used the diminutive Kalmish to distinguish himself from his famous grandfather. He was nevertheless a scion of a very important Hasidic dynasty, and he lived at the tumultuous beginning of the 20th century and was martyred in the Holocaust, not in the Warsaw death camp, the Warsaw ghetto itself, but in a related labor camp called Travniki, as we shall discuss shortly. He was famous before the war began, particularly for his educational theories and a remarkable book he wrote called Chovos HaTalmidim, The Obligation of Students, which we will talk about this evening. But clearly his claim to fame in the second half of the 20th century is this amazing and absolutely unique work that he wrote in the Holocaust itself. So let's go into his life and work and try to understand a little bit about who he was and how he contributed to the Jewish world and to the body of Hasidic literature in a very unusual way. So as I mentioned, comes from a very famous grandfather, the Ma'or Bashemesh. He's related on several sides, in several ways, to many Hasidic dynasties. And as a child, he lost his father when he was very young, an infant really, 3 years old. He was raised by his grandfather and groomed really for leadership of his small Hasidic group. In fact, this loss of his father at a very, very tender age was a psychological element that is visible as a theme throughout his works. There's a thread of loss of the authoritative figure, a yearning for that father figure that you can see in most of his commentaries, and he wrote quite extensively during the 20s through the early 40s. At 18 years of age, his Hasidim decided to name him the Rebbe, a very, very young age really to take on that mantle of leadership, but he was clearly quite worthy of it, and he ended up setting up a yeshiva in Warsaw itself, a major city, and I'm not sure how much of this is what they say in Hebrew, guzma, exaggeration, but apparently the entrance exam to this yeshiva called Torah Moshe, if I remember correctly, was the memorization of 50 blot of Gemara. To know 50 folio, that is 100 pages of Talmud by heart, completely incredible achievement, but that is apparently what they say about his yeshiva in Warsaw. Very well regarded. He was married at a relatively young age. He had a smallish family with one son and two daughters. His wife unfortunately passed away in 1938, and all of his children were killed in the Holocaust, as we shall describe shortly. He survived them all and continued to write about them and their memories long after. So his first major achievement, the signal achievement of the 1930s that placed him on the map of Jewish intellectuals of the era, was this remarkable book called Chovas HaTalmidim. Chovat HaTalmidim, The Obligation of Students. It is a truly unique work, and it is essentially how to be a 12-year-old. It's a book on childhood for children, written in the 1930s. It's clear that he was fairly well read in psychological literature of the day, particularly in German, and he quotes and paraphrases it with some frequency, but it is undeniably a work of Hasidic thought. Basically, it is the first volume in a multi-volume series that he authored, only one of which was published before the war, another was published privately, I'll talk to you about it in a second, and two others were discovered after the war. But he basically wrote this book on how to be a 12-year-old, and then later he wrote a book called Haksharsa Avrechim, which is more or less how to be an 18-year-old, one more volume, which is really about how to be a 25-year-old, and it's basically defining stages of childhood, adolescence, and then this category of emerging adulthood, and he attempted through these books to really guide people on the road to maturity for the sake of Jewish leadership, and I'll explore those concepts shortly. It is a truly brilliant work. It begins with an introduction that's written for parents and teachers, which is very valuable. It's on what is the meaning of education in Jewish philosophy. And then he speaks directly to the 12-year-old, although in a very unusual way. The first thing he does in Chovas HaTalmidim is he writes about how don't be afraid of Judaism. You're not going to have to give up being a kid. You love playing ball. You love running in the streets with your friends. All that is okay. Don't look at, the rabbis sitting and studying and say, oh my gosh, that looks so dull. Don't worry. You will get to that stage where it will seem as fun as playing ball. Just enjoy your ball right now. But while you're playing, remember that you have these other obligations. Hence, Chovas HaTalmidim, the obligations of students. He says, first of all, you have to develop, to a 12-year-old, a certain level of self-knowledge. You have to know your own strengths and your weaknesses. And do not recognize your weaknesses as flaws that must be, eliminated. Recognize them as core elements of your personality that must be harnessed. And he argues that there's no such thing as a bad midah, a bad character trait. It's just a character trait that has to be directed properly. To give you an example, he says, let's say you are a very obstinate person, an akshan. You're very argumentative and difficult and so on. He says, you may find that gets you into a lot of arguments and people may not find you so pleasant and so on. But in reality, that is a tremendous skill for a leader because it means a leader who has that capability can be courageous under criticism, can withstand various challenges in order to remain focused on a single goal. That's actually a very admirable characteristic. And he goes through a whole list of characteristics and says that all of these things are truly very valuable for you. And furthermore, he says, you might be overwhelmed with the task. You may say, oh my gosh, my mother is always cocking me at China. She's always giving me a hard time over this behavior or that behavior. How am I ever going to change? He says, don't worry, you will be able to control these characteristics. And he says, for example, who taught you how to sleep in a bed without falling off at night? Even when you're unconscious, when you were a child, they had to put bars up or give you a crib so you wouldn't fall out of bed. But as you grew older, even in your sleep, you could control your movement and make sure you stay on the bed at night. So he says, if you can do that, you can certainly learn these other ideas. It's really beautiful and motivating and a very powerful work. So much so that it became an instant classic. It was published and republished many, many times. Although a couple of interesting requests to publish it were denied. And that's specifically relating to what he put at the very end of the book, which is really a fascinating insight into what he planned for the rest of the series. This, by the way, is one of many images I'm going to show you today from the phenomenal American photographer Roman Vishniak. His visit to Poland in the 1930s, I think it was the late 30s, 1937 or 38, recorded the state of Jewish life just before the Holocaust for generations, and his very expressive sensibility, his understanding of light and texture and personality really comes through in these photographs. I hope you enjoy them. I chose a lot for this slide. At any rate, at the end of Chovas HaTalmidim are 3 essays called Shlosha Ma'amarim, which are just straightforward Kabbalah. They're all about Jewish mysticism. And they seemed so discordant in a book about 12-year-olds. How could you include things which are considered really, reserved for people of great learning? How can you put them in a children's book? And he was criticized for this, and several publishing houses asked him, please, can we print a version of your children's book, but without those 3 adult essays at the back? And he refused. They were an integral part of the work because he had to convince students that there's going to be a massive world of ideas ahead of them. The kind of things that he explores, particularly in these 3 essays, are his mystical, his technique of using visions, his technique of attempting to visualize certain things in order to make the experience more powerful. So, for example, he has very evocative descriptions of what it must have been like to be a slave in Egypt, or what it must have been like to serve in the temple itself. Very dramatic and flowery language and very powerful emotive scenes. And this is part of his whole theory of trying to create a visual image of the meaning of the various mitzvot, so that people would be more inspired by them. But at any rate, this book became a huge popular seller, and it has been translated into English no less than twice, and it is a staple in many Hasidic school systems to this day. Okay, I saw a question over there, Ms. Aliza Abramson.
Yeah, teaching it's so popular. Why is it incorporated into the non-Pacific schools as well? It sounds like it would be used in any of the circles.
Well, I think I answered that question, didn't I?
Yeah, but even with the Kabbalah, you can teach students things without you can teach certain things without having the entire curriculum. And plus, if you're in a school system, the likelihood of actually finishing your curriculum is pretty low.
Well, that's a different issue about finishing the curriculum. But the first issue is, really is because of the Kabbalah in the back of it. In fact, we have at home an English translation. There's 2 big ones. Simcha or Mika Odenheimer, very beautiful literate translation published by Aronson. And another translation published by Art Scroll, which is a very beautiful Hebrew-English edition. The Art Scroll edition, however, whenever it gets to those Kabbalistic passages, it tends to kind of fudge the translation and say, like in brackets, what follows is a little bit too technical for most of the material. And so the English translation is not true to the Hebrew at all, and not unapologetically. But that's really one of the reasons that it never really took off outside of the Hasidic circles. Yes?
Number 1. Did Wozniak manage to photograph him?
No, unfortunately not.
And approximately what age was he when he wrote the
Well, let's see, he was born in 1889, so this was published in 32, so that would make him, about 40 years old. He died, I think, at 54. Okay, I'm going to go on. I'm going to ignore you for now, okay? Is it a follow-up to your previous question, or is it a... Oh, so I cut you off. Okay, I'm sorry.
Okay, so you said that he mentioned psychology in it.
Yeah.
How consistent is his psychology with respect to modern psychology?
In order to answer that question, I'd have to know something about psychology, which I don't especially. My feeling is he read a lot of pop psychology. I don't think he read Freud in the original. I don't think he read the entire interpretation of dreams and like that. I think he read, digested versions that were easily accessible. But this is definitely a Hasidic work, not so much like a psychological work. I know you're going to read it as soon as we get home. Okay, now, this gives you an idea about what else he's doing at the same time. Also in 1932, he privately circulated a little pamphlet, a remarkable little pamphlet called B'nai Machshava Tova, which means people of good thought. And unlike the Chovas HaTalmidim, which was designed for 12-year-olds, this was designed for his elite students only. And in this small book of less than 100 pages, he outlines a manifesto for nothing less than changing the entire Jewish world. He argues in B'nai Machshava Tova, ideas which are evident in some of the other works that eventually were published after the war, that the Jewish world had become desiccated and reified by externalities. He said that what's happening in Poland today, it sounds very familiar in many ways to, I think, our situation. People are very caught up in, costumes and who's with one ideology and who's with another ideology, and everyone's like really sticking to one particular point of view and fighting with others without really thinking about what is at the heart of the matter, what is at the heart of Judaism, and what unites us rather than what divides us. He says that, he blamed this, by the way, on the failure of teachers to effectively communicate the warmth and the power of Judaism to the generation of youth. He said that no wonder that our youth are fleeing traditional Judaism for political movements like Zionism and communism. They're emigrating to America. They're doing all kinds of things except staying in yeshiva and studying intensely. And that's because we have failed, he says, in inspiring these youth. So he wrote this little book called B'nai Machshava Tova, which was really designed for his elite top students to transform the Jews of Poland in particular through the creation of small cells of highly supercharged, motivated Jews, sort of like Hasidic Jesuits, if you will, who will go out to the various far-flung corners of Europe. Really, in this way, he anticipated the Shlichut movement of the Lubavitcher Rebbe, who didn't start doing this until I think the late 50s or early 60s, sending out Jews to far-flung corners of the world. But the Piaseczny Rebbe imagined like small groups of perhaps 4 or 5 Jews going out there, where they would meet regularly and they would practice various meditative techniques, in particular one that he called hashkata, which means silencing, which is a gradual silencing of the internal monologue that goes on in one's mind until one reaches a moment of like complete silence where your brain is not even thinking. And he encouraged these people to go out there and then work with each other. Here's another Roman Vishniak picture. This is one of my favorites here, where he encouraged these people to go out and teach ordinary Jews the tremendous power of Judaism. And he hoped that by avoiding labels and by perhaps being post-denominational, to use a modern term, he would be able to transform Poland. Unfortunately, he was never able to put this into effect. Because the war truncated his efforts. And the only reason that we know about this book is because several of his students survived with copies of this book, and even though it says explicitly on the inside that this book is not to be republished, they went and they asked the Gerer Rebbe, another major Hasidic rabbi, if under the circumstances it would be permissible, and in fact he agreed, and so the book was nevertheless published and made available to later thinkers. So you can see what he had in mind with B'nai Machshava Tova. So to try and sum up his pre-war work, we see that his public face is very much towards children's education, but his much larger plan is nothing less than really transforming the Jewish landscape as a whole. Now, as I mentioned, his efforts were truncated or were cut short by the Nazi occupation of 1939, which extended until 1944, when the ghetto was finally reconquered by the Red Army. That's a very sad and horrible story that I'd like to go over just in a few minutes to give a context to the most important achievement of the Piaseczny Rebbe's work, which is primarily those writings that he completed in the ghetto itself. War broke out in September 1st, 1980. The city was already home to several 100,000 Jews, and in the bombing raids, many Jews from the surrounding Shtetlach, I should mention, by the way, Piaseczno, which is kind of hard to, small suburb of Warsaw, about 14 kilometers or about 10 miles distant from the city itself. He really, in many ways, could be called the Warsaw Rebbe, but that was kind of like a very grandiose title, and so therefore he preferred to be called simply the Piaseczna Rebbe. Divided his time between Piaseczna and Warsaw. They're not too far distant, even by horse and carriage, and he spent about half the year in Warsaw, just like many of you will spend half the year in Miami and head back up to New York. So he really could have been called the Warsaw Rebbe, but he preferred Piaseczna. Here's a photograph of the bombings. So the Jews from the surrounding Stettlach, many of them felt it would be ironically safer in the city under these circumstances, and so the Jewish population just bloomed during the early bombing months, and that turned out to be quite disastrous for those Jews who were attracted to Warsaw. The ghetto itself was a confused and difficult place for Jews and non-Jews during the initial months of the war, primarily because the Nazis did not seem to have a clear idea what exactly they were supposed to do with the Jews in these large urban environments. It took several months before the Nazis finally decided they wanted to build a wall around Warsaw, around the Jewish quarter. They did not build walls around all of the ghettos. In fact, most ghettos were unwalled, and the Jews were kept in by social pressure, by non-Jews who would turn them over to the Nazis if they tried to escape, and so on. But and the other difficulty was that if you look at the patterns of Jewish settlement in urban areas, Jews tend to be urbanized from the very beginnings of most major cities, and so they tend to occupy the downtown regions of most of these areas, places where there are ports, by the river and things like that. And ironically, that means that since they're downtown, the earliest developed places, they tend to have large municipal buildings, hospitals, cathedrals, all kinds of buildings like this are also built in great proximity to Jewish neighborhoods. And so therefore the idea of simply, you couldn't just draw a square line around the Jewish settlement and say, okay, fine, this is the ghetto. The actual map of the ghetto was a crazy helter-skelter kind of arrangement to keep in as many Jews and yet allow non-Jews access to the buildings that they valued very much. So when they finally got around to it, it was well into 1940 before they began sealing off the ghetto. This is a photograph from November of 1940 showing Jews involved in the construction of the walls themselves. Jews had to fund it, Jews had to man it, and so on, and they effectively sealed themselves off from the outside world. Following that, and particularly in the disastrous winter of 1941, the Jews were in Warsaw were subjected to a strategy known by many historians as the strategy of attrition, which is distinct from the strategy of production, which characterized other ghettos. In Warsaw, it seems that the Nazis had the idea that the best thing would be to simply starve the Jews out of existence. They were given a ration of food, 150 calories per person, which is completely ridiculous. In America, an average adult male needs something between 2,000 and 2,500 calories per day. 150 calories per day is absolutely ridiculous. So the Jews turned to all kinds of ingenious and illegal activities to smuggle food into the ghetto. Creating huge recycling industries to try and take whatever resources were in the ghetto and transform them into goods that could be sold on the Aryan side, that is the non-Jewish side. And it was primarily children who were responsible to carry the goods out of the ghetto through various holes and passageways and tunnels and things like that, and then bring food back into the ghetto. In fact, one observer, I think it was Emanuel Ringelblum himself, if I remember correctly, we'll speak about him in a minute, he said that if there ever would be a monument created to the heroism of the Jews in the ghetto, it should be a statue of a small child, because it were the children who were really sustaining the majority of the population through their dangerous, illegal, and often fatal activities. Nevertheless, even the activities of the Jews in the recycling industries and selling whatever furs, jewels, things like that they would have left was not sufficient to feed them. and the Jews died of tremendous numbers of starvation and also of a related illness, typhus, a disease carried by lice that especially affects people who are weakened by malnutrition. As you can see in the photograph here, there's so many heart-wrenching photographs of people simply lying in the streets until they expired. And every morning, the Chevra Kadisha would have to go through the streets and collect up bodies for mass burial. At its peak in the winter of 1941, the Chevra Kadisha records indicates that they were collecting 150 bodies a night off the streets of the Warsaw Ghetto. Just to give you some sense of the scope. It's hard to imagine it. The greatest historian of the ghetto, Emanuel Ringelblum, estimates that when the ghetto was at its most crowded, they had actually 14 people per square meter of residential space, which is incomprehensible. A square meter is about a square yard. To have 14 people standing in 1 square yard for sleeping space, it meant that the vast majority of people were living, outside in stairways and hallways, things like that, and no wonder the death rate was so incredible. There was this photograph here is taken from the uprising in 1943, but in many ways the ghetto its fate was sealed already in the summer of 1942, because the Nazis at that time had moved from the strategy of Einsatzgruppen murders, which were these mobile killing squads moving through the small Städtlach of Europe, gathering up the Jews and shooting them and having them fall into ravines where they were buried. In the spring of 1942, they moved to the strategy of death camps. 6 camps were created, and Jews were killed by poison gas known as Tichlon Bay. And each of the major urban centers where Jews had been collected in ghettos were emptied in massive Aktionen, or massive operations, which deported all of the Jews from the ghettos to the death camps. The deportation from Warsaw began on the 9th day of the month of Av in 1942, and only a tiny minority of Jews remained after the deportation had concluded. Approximately 10-15% of Jews were left. It was only after the deportation, among those remaining stragglers, the Jews finally attempt to resist the Nazis with their uprising, and it was a very heroic and powerful uprising that delayed the Nazis some 6 weeks, which was really quite amazing, but it was primarily a symbolic gesture rather than a meaningful military one. There was no way that the Jews could actually have any impact on the Nazi beast under such dire circumstances. Nevertheless, they did mount this very meaningful gesture, which sent reverberations across the Allies and many other resistance movements who felt that, if the Jews could be rebelling in the ghettos, that must mean that we can all rise up against the Nazis. Now, we actually have some footage from the Warsaw Ghetto, which was produced often by Nazis who would visit the ghetto when they were on furlough. When they were off duty, many of them went in, took many of the photographs you're seeing tonight, and they also brought in their 8mm cameras, and we have some footage. So I have a short clip here that I can show you that it's in color. I believe it was colorized. I believe they used computer technology to enhance the image. And it's just this is a picture of the deportation. And so here you can get a sense. It's a 2-minute video. Get a little sense of, seeing it in color makes it feel so much more real and so much less distant than the black and white treatments. I'm guessing these images were taken in the spring of 1941. I think perhaps more terrifying than the sight of these children begging in the streets is the fact that so many people can simply walk right past them, that it's an absolutely normal phenomenon for just to have you see people dying like that. You can see the Jewish policemen. Jews were also put in charge of policing themselves. Okay, so that gives you some sense of the scene in which the PSH Rabbi was required to rise to his greatest achievements. So let's look at one of the most famous books that has emerged from the Holocaust. The title given to it by its publishers was Eish Kodesh, the Holy Fire. It's not clear exactly why this title was chosen. There seems to be an allusion in one of its sections to a concept of holy fire, but that was not the title that he used himself. He called his book Discourses on Torah from the Years of Wrath, the Years of Anger. So let's get a sense of the history of this remarkable book. First of all, it was discovered in 1952 by a Polish construction worker. They were clearing the rubble from the ghetto, and as they're digging up the rotted floorboards of an apartment building, he discovered some milk cans buried underneath. He opened up the top of one of these tin milk cans, and he found it was filled with Hebrew manuscripts. He turned them over to the Jewish Historical Society, where they lay dormant for another 10 years until a researcher named Duvdevani, who was specifically looking for the writings of the PSH Rabbi, went to the Jewish Historical Society and found them. He then had them microfilmed, brought to Israel, and they were published in the early 1960s. And there are several works. The motivation and the methodology of this cachement of the documents was no doubt the result of this man's work. This is Emanuel Ringelblum, the so-called historian of the Warsaw Ghetto. An amateur historian with significant high school training, but not really advanced academic training. Wait a minute, I take that back. I'm thinking of someone else. He actually did have quite advanced historical training. He mobilized the whole cadre of volunteer historians, demographers, to go out and record everything that happened in the Warsaw Ghetto. And he had a whole army of people, well, not an army, he had quite a few number of people who went out and took, measurements of living spaces, took statistics on how much food was coming in, how many people were dying. It is a result of Ringelblum's organization of this attempt to record everything that we know that an underground medical hospital was operative in the Warsaw Ghetto. We know that there were several newspapers that were functioning, a circulating library, even a theater was active in the Warsaw Ghetto because he had people recording all of these details. He also had one person who was specifically tasked to recording the religious life of Jews in the Warsaw Ghetto, a man named Shimon Huberband. Neither of them survived the war, but thankfully their writings did, because they would meet regularly in a secret organization called Oneg Shabbat, and they would submit all of their writings, they would critique them and refine them, and then ultimately when it looked like the ghetto was going to be destroyed in the summer of 1942, they buried them all in these tin milk crates and 2 of the 3 caches have been discovered to date, giving us tremendous insight into what happened actually in the ghetto. Here's a photograph of one of those milk crates. We don't use things like this anymore, so it's hard to imagine, but it's something about this high, and it had a twist-off lid, so it was fairly sealed, and it could obviously withstand the pressure and the time of being buried for so long. So at the top of this cache of documents was several books written by the Piaseczna Rebbe. This is the title page that's written in the Rebbe's own hand in Yiddish, and it says at the beginning, attention, anyone who finds these documents, please send them to my uncle who is in Tel Aviv, and let him keep them there for me until I come back for them. If I do not survive, then please let them be published. And in fact, that is what he did. There's also a heartfelt plea in there for his only surviving daughter, Rachel, who disappeared one night. We now know that she was taken off in one of the Aktionen and later gassed in a concentration camp. But at the time of writing, this was written in January of 1943, the Rebbe did not know what was the fate of his youngest daughter. And so with this document and the entire cache, they were sent to Tel Aviv ultimately and published. The other 2 books that were in there, besides the one that we're going to spend time talking about, were the 3 books, Hachshar Zavrechim, which is the book kind of like for 16-year-olds, and then there was Mavo Hasha'arim, which was the book for sort of 25-year-olds, and then there was his personal spiritual diary called Tzav V'Ziruz, which is all 3 of which, Tzav V'Ziruz has been translated. The other 2 have not yet been translated. Okay. Now, what about the Eish Kodesh itself? This is a fascinating document, completely unique. Nothing like it exists in any of the literature on the Holocaust. Specifically, what this is, actually, before I tell you, maybe I'll pause for questions, because I haven't paused for a while. Or you're all on the edge of your seats. You want to know what's in the book. Okay, go ahead. No hard questions, please.
About Emmanuel Ribbon, he wasn't collecting only with that work, sending people around Poland. Before the deportation from Warsaw, there were deportations from Berlin. And they wanted to know where did the Jews go.
Really?
So they were sending people out, and my family's from Rubieszów. There's a woman who traveled from Rubieszów to Warsaw, and also gave her testimony about what was happening in Rubieszów.
Fascinating.
There's an article written about it, but they were trying to find out what was going on around Poland. There was a woman who was later became a member of the Knesset, Kaisa Gross, who was able to have a phone. Who were traveling around Poland, disguised as non-Jewish women, collecting information. They would come back to Warsaw.
Wow.
And tell Emmanuel Ribbon what was going on.
That's amazing. I didn't know that. Wow, fascinating.
Yeah, he was very, very, very active, not just with what was going on in Warsaw.
Amazing. Okay, so now let me tell you about what is this book, Eish Kodesh, because it's very unique. Basically, it is the record of his weekly sermons that he would offer on Saturday afternoons at the 3rd meal, the so-called Shalashudas Drashas. Basically, this is a time in the traditional, unfolding of the Jewish week under Orthodox custom that, Friday night you have the special Kabbalat Shabbat service, and you have a full meal at home, and then Saturday morning you have the morning services followed by typically a kiddush where people sit around and talk, and then the most somber moment of the day is when typically only men come back to the synagogue. They pray the afternoon service, and then they sit down for a light meal, and there's usually kind of like a somber, dark tone to what is said at that time because the Sabbath is on its way out. Then they conclude by praying the evening service, and they go back to regular weekday activities. In the Warsaw Ghetto, the circumstances must have been completely, incomprehensible to us because people are starving. They're certainly not sitting around for, bread and herring and things like that. They're having very, very meager rations. But the anticipatory mood of wondering, what will the Rebbe say? What will the Rebbe give us? How will the Rebbe give us the strength to be able to go into the difficult week that we have ahead of us? That's specifically the task that the P.S. Session Rebbe had every week. These sermons, right after Shabbat, he would write them down, and we get a sense of, what it must have been like week to week in the Warsaw Ghetto. Now, that it's not so simple, though, because, and this is why there's so few scholars who have really penetrated the depths of the P.S. Session Rebbe's work, is that at no time, this is just a few photographs from the ghetto, at no time did he ever mention the word Nazi or German at all. These are drushas which are completely written in the Hasidic biblical idiom. And if you didn't know that you were reading a book that was written in 1940, 41, 42, you would think that you're reading some typical, 19th century Hasidic text on the weekly portion. But it seems to be dealing with depressing themes over and over again, dealing with the theme of suffering, dealing with the theme of redemption, dealing with the theme of anticipated redemption, or dealing with the theme of God's justice in the world. Why does he keep returning to these thoughts? The fact is, his audience is specifically asking for these kinds of answers. Why is God not here? Why do we not see the immediate redemption of the Jews from such tremendous suffering? And every week he has to come up with more answers and more tools, psychological and social, and most importantly religious tools, to allow Jews to come to terms with us. We can only imagine what he was going through. And so what these texts give us is a sort of metaphysical history of the Holocaust as they were experiencing it, in which the Rebbe tries to place it within the timeless context of the events of the Parsha, the events of the Torah itself. So, in other words, as Jews would be on that given Saturday reading about the story of Joseph in his captivity, so then the Rebbe would speak about Joseph's captivity, and you could hear between the lines he's talking about the Jews' captivity, between the events the Jews were directly experiencing and the timeless history of the Bible itself. And it's very clear that he was evoking a parallelism between how the Jews had experienced the things in the distant biblical past and how this could be a lesson for them in the current day. This is based on a very deep Talmudic teaching of Masi Avos Siman Lamanim, that what happens to the ancestors is a sign for the descendants, meaning that we can find communion with our suffering in that of Abraham and of Isaac and of Jacob and so on. And quite often these things are really quite powerful and they're really overwhelming in their meaning. However, to really understand them properly, you need to do two things, which most researchers have only limited tools to do so. One is you have to understand the biblical text in its Talmudic and Kabbalistic context, which is in itself a whole field of inquiry. And the second thing is you have to know the actual history of quotidian life in the Warsaw Ghetto to know what happened in the ghetto that week that he would be speaking about this topic. And when you study the Eish Kodesh alongside the extensive journal and diary literature that we have, we see that he's often making very direct connections between, a particular murder that the Nazis committed or an atrocity that happened somewhere, and that the Jews are looking for an answer, and he places that answer within his Saturday afternoon drasha. Very profound and difficult way to convey a comfort to his audience, but nevertheless, it was done in a very poetic and powerful manner. We know from Shimon Huberband, one of the associates of the Oneg Shabbat archive, that he was gathering some 300 people a week to his Shalashudas drashas, even when the Nazis had forbade Jews from gathering publicly for religious purposes, meaning that Jews were flocking to him to hear his message. We also know from Huberband that he attracted a wide variety of Jews. This was not by any means strictly Hasidic Jews of the Piaseczna variety. There were, non-believing Jews, secular Jews, Jews of every political stripe that came to look for religious guidance from this man. And even though he had received, requests from the resistance to spirit him away out of the ghetto, he refused. He saw that his purpose was to remain with the Jews in the ghetto, and as a result, he ultimately served them to the bitter end. One other detail not a detail, perhaps the most central thing, you may be wondering, well, what did he say about the Holocaust as a whole? I mean, this is what he's writing about for 3 years. So when you go through the Eish Kodesh, you see that there's at no point where the Jews suddenly have a flash, like, oh my gosh, this is the Holocaust. Obviously, the term had not yet been invented. It was kind of like a gradual but perpetual increasing level of persecution, worse every day, but only in an incremental level. So at some point, people would wake up and say, I can't understand what is happening at all on a religious level, personal level, and so on. So we see only one spot in the Eish Kodesh where he kind of steps over that line. And that's in a footnote that he added in January of 1943, shortly before he buried the manuscripts. Recall that in January of 1943, this is after the Warsaw Ghetto has been largely decimated, or I shouldn't say decimated, has been destroyed by the deportation. He comments on something that he wrote in 1940. In 1940, when he was talking about Hanukkah, he said, it's terrible how we're suffering now, but really, when you look at the story of the Jews in Israel during the period of Antiochus, in which we had the Hanukkah rebellion, we see that, this is a pattern. This happens to us from time to time, and we should deal with it and, strengthen our spines and just move on. Then he writes in the footnote in 1943, he says, I was wrong. He says, what I wrote in 1940, I could only have written then. But after what I've seen in 1941 and 1942, comparing it with my knowledge of all of Jewish history from the Talmud and the Midrash and so on, I can say, he writes, that there's never been a level of suffering in all of Jewish history that compares with what we are enduring in the Holocaust. He obviously doesn't use that term, but he says, there's nothing like this. This is a novum. It is totally unprecedented. Question?
One of the things that when I was growing up learning about the Holocaust, you get an idea that Hitler, from day one, wanted to kill all the Jews. And I think reading history, we see that there were turning points in the war. Mm-hmm. I think they invaded Russia in June of 41. They thought that was going to be very easy. 2 or 3 months, and we'll be finished. And I think in October, they started realizing that
it's not going to happen.
I think they were afraid of American intervention during the war. Mm-hmm. And fear of that, I think, prevented them from killing the Jews. That ended December 8th, 1941, when Hitler declared war. A lot of historians place the decision to exterminate at December 18th, 1941. So if the Germans didn't know they were going to kill all the Jews, there's no way the Jews would have known.
Absolutely.
And so the Germans are gradually coming to that decision that this is how we're going to handle this. We're not going to deport them west of the Urals.
Yeah.
Because the west of the east of the Urals doesn't exist. So it's something I think that is developing over time because of the historical circumstances.
Absolutely.
It doesn't excuse anything the Nazis did.
No. It's about the mental recognition of what is going on. Yeah. No, you're absolutely right. You're describing the older historical school known as the intentionalists, who argue that it was a conspiracy right from the very beginning, to the more modern school that argues a functionalist model, says that, it sort of evolved as a result of the events of the war, a function of the war. The ghetto also was rife with rumors. I mean, there would be like rumors that would sweep through, like, America has invaded and has conquered all of France, and that would be like a year before they actually land on the shores. And Jews would have like moments of a euphoria that would last a day or two, and then they would find out, no, we were wrong, and they would sink into depression. And because they had very few sources of reliable news in the ghetto, it was just word of mouth, and you know how Jews can be with word of mouth. It's not necessarily a good thing. But let me move back to where we are right now, because let's talk about the Rebbe's personal tragedy and then a little bit about his legacy in this context. The drushes are extremely moving and powerful, and I strongly urge you to consider reading them, although it's kind of dark reading in many ways. They're informed by his own personal association with tragedy. As I mentioned, his wife passed away in 1938, and he was survived by a son, a daughter-in-law, and another daughter. And I believe he had another daughter as well. I think it was 3 children, if I remember correctly. But in the context of the immediate bombing right after September 1st, 1939, it was on the holiday of, actually it was just a little before the holiday of Sukkot, when a bomb fragment went through the window of their apartment and struck his son, fatally as it turned out. They rushed him to the hospital, which was overwhelmed with casualties, civilian casualties, and it was very difficult for them to get treatment for him. As the father was running around trying to find a doctor to help his wounded son, his sister and his daughter-in-law stood outside the overcrowded hospital saying Tehillim, reciting psalms. And at that point, another bomb actually fell directly outside the hospital and killed the sister and the surviving wife of his son, his daughter-in-law. A couple days later, with no significant medical treatment, he had to take his son back home, where he expired a couple days later in the holiday of Sukkot. So within a very short period of time, the P.S. Session Rebbe loses almost all of his family and is completely devastated. There is a period of several weeks where he does not write. We can only assume that he didn't give a Shalosh Drasha, and then he returns with an incredibly powerful passage on the Parsha of Chaye Sarah, which describes the death of Sarah. And this is something that I have to describe to you in brief. The Midrash records that the matriarch Sarah died when the Satan, came to her and said, "Do you know what your husband is doing? He's about to sacrifice Isaac on Har HaMoriah," or he had sacrificed him. I'm not sure what he told him. And the Midrash says that her soul burst forth and she died. You know, hearing the shock of what was happening to her son, she died. So the Rebbe quotes a Midrash that says that, amazingly, she did this intentionally, that, you know, this was a kind of a message that this is too much. And he quotes in this context the Hasidic teaching of Rabbi Menachem Mendel of Rimanov that says that in the Talmud it teaches that, you know, a little bit of salt improves meat. You have a little bit of salt on your meat, it tastes much better. Too much salt ruins the meat entirely. And so too with suffering. A little bit of suffering for a person, that's good for character. You know what suffering is, you know how to overcome it, you can identify it. It's good for you to suffer a little bit. But too much suffering can break a person. And so too, he leaves us to connect the dots. He says, to God, as it were, too much suffering will break us. Just as Sarah, as a kind of a protest, gave her life up to indicate that, so too, God, perhaps too much suffering is too much for us. It's a very powerful voice of protest, as it were, coming from a traditional Hasidic author. And it gives you a sense of the depth of his suffering. However, in the fall of 1940, the suffering the Jews endured then was nothing compared to what would come in the next 2 years. So to kind of conclude by thinking about his life and work and his legacy, you know, his principal teachings throughout, and these are themes which we see in his earlier works and we see them also in Eish Kodesh, is the importance of simcha, the importance of happiness nevertheless, the importance of simcha, of joy throughout, even under incredibly difficult circumstances. He also emphasized the power of the moment, the power of making the right choice when the opportunities are presented. And I wish I had more time to give you more examples of this. But his teachings endure before the Eish Kodesh were ever even written. He was ultimately deported to Travniki labor camp. As I mentioned earlier, he survived the deportation. We don't know what role he had in the resistance, but he survived the resistance as well, and the tremendous, the emptying of the ghetto that happened after the Warsaw Uprising. And ultimately, he was deported sometime in the late summer of 1943 to a labor camp called Travniki. We have a couple of testimonies about what he was like in Travniki by survivors of that labor camp who indicate that, he continued to minister to the slave population there as well. And then he was killed by the Nazis, most likely in an attempted uprising in that camp as well. His legacy lives on, however, most significantly through his teachings, which, as I've mentioned, have been translated and are studied more now than perhaps they were even in the 1930s. This is a copy of a recent translation in 2 volumes of The Obligation of Students, and we anticipate that his other books will also be rendered into English as well. There's a very significant synagogue in Woodmere called the Congregation Eish Kodesh, named after the Piaseczny Rebbe because of his very powerful teaching, led by Rabbi Moshe Weinberger, a very charismatic and influential rabbi at Yeshiva University. So all told, this is a person who really, was on a trajectory of excellence before the war, and even though he was placed under tremendously difficult circumstances by the Nazi occupation, he nevertheless rose to the challenge of ministering to his beleaguered population of Jews. And may Hashem avenge his blood, and may we know no more pain such as this. Thank you very much for your attention. Next week we'll speak about Rav Soloveitchik from Yeshiva University, very important American Jewish thinker. Thank you. Okay. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the camera is rolling. I'm sorry I started a couple minutes late, so I will speak faster to make up for it as usual. So the joke goes like this. A guy goes into a diner and he orders his usual. He's been going to this diner for many, many years. I always joke to Heshi. Thank you very much for... Oh, wait a minute. I went off camera for that. Sorry. Back on camera. Thank you. I just got a cup of tea. Anyways, thank you for the joke. It goes like this. Guy goes into a diner. He's been going there for years, and he always orders exactly the same thing. So he orders the chicken soup with matzo balls, and the waiter comes and brings it to him, and then the waiter goes away. A few minutes later, the waiter's walking by. He sees, Heshi, or the customer is indicating he should come over. So he comes over. And the waiter says, is something wrong? He says, I want you should taste the soup. Stephen, well, you know this joke, right? And the waiter says, is something wrong with the soup? You've had the same soup every day. You come here all the time. He says, I want you should taste the soup. And he says, look, I'll bring you another one. He says, I want you should taste the soup. So he says, okay, all right, I'll taste the soup. Where's the spoon? He says, aha. Okay. All right, everybody. So many people know that one, but it's a good one to forget and then remember to again. Thank you very much. Okay, so tonight's topic is actually one that's very close to my heart that I'm glad that we're finally going to have the opportunity to discuss. We're going to look at one of the most influential rabbis of the late 19th and early 20th century, Israel Meir Kahan, known better by his first work, the Chafetz Chaim, which is transliterated in a number of ways. If you're looking for him on the web, you may have to spell it with an H instead of a CH, and you might have to change the vowels, the O to the A. This is perhaps the most popular transliteration of the name of his book by which he is known. He's significant in many ways. First of all, his life spanned almost a century, from 1938 to 1936, but on a more significant way, he is one of the last of the great scholar leaders of the Jewish people. Very rarely do we have such individuals who stand out far above the crowd as the pious kind of eyes of the nation, with a vision that stretches backwards millennia, encompassing the entire arc of Jewish history and thought since its origins, and looking deeply into the future and anticipating the kind of challenges that the Jewish world would face. All of these things he was quite prescient in, although he never held like an official formal office. In fact, one of my favorite stories, he did not even become a rabbi until his 70s. And he only did that because he had to fill out a passport form, and they needed an occupation. And he was simply a teacher. He was a Rosh Yeshiva. He had a school, but he didn't really have like a designated profession other than people liked to study Talmud with him. So he called up his student, one of the most famous rabbis of the day as well, Rabbi Chaim Ozer Grodzinski, and he said, "Would you please come and ordain me, give me smicha, so I can write something down on the Polish government document." This is the kind of person he was, even though he was widely recognized as the Gadol Hador, the great one of the generation, that unique individual who really, able to span so many different worlds within the otherwise fractious, very fractious Jewish community. Although it's also true to say fractious, very Jewish community. I think those two terms go together very well. And there's a lot to say about his life and leadership. So let's start with, first of all, his days. Now, this picture is iconic. If you have ever seen an image of the Chofetz Chaim, you will probably have seen this one. This one's a little bit more airbrushed and so on. And it does kind of have a glowing face of piety and so on. It's widely reputed not to be a likeness of the Chofetz Chaim, but rather apparently of a butcher in the town of Radin, who just had that kind of sheen upon him that people really liked. So whether or not this is true, I don't actually know. There is an Israeli website that is dedicated to debunking images of rabbis that circulate as icons, like the one with the Maimonides with the turban and things like that. We have no idea what Maimonides actually look like, but this is kind of like the trademark image of the Chofetz Chaim. There are only a handful of photographs that exist of the Chofetz Chaim himself. He was very, very, something, you see beard, right? Head covering, right? Like most people. Well, anyways, people sometimes, when I call them up and they don't recognize my voice on the phone, I like to say, Hillel Abramson, beard, glasses, funny looking. They say, oh yeah, right. Yeah, that covers just about all Jews of my generation, male, whatever. Anyways. So here's an actual known photograph of him. He was hesitant to be photographed, and this goes along with his general personality trait of actually being quite receding and running away from honor whenever possible, even though he was widely acclaimed throughout the Jewish world, really, as one of the greatest scholars of his era. And I think by the end of tonight's lecture, hopefully you'll appreciate a little bit more of the unique nature of his genius, which was not only intellectual, but was moral and spiritual on a very profound level that crosses, all denominations, Jewish, non-Jewish, and so on. He nevertheless receded from all honors and accolades whenever possible. There are a lot of beautiful stories about his life, but I'll get into the life story itself, and then those stories will reveal themselves in due course. So his family background is an illustration of a very important principle that my own Rebbe used to teach very often. Rabbi Uziel Malevsky, one of the Margale Bepume, they would say in the Talmud, the pearls in his mouth that he would regularly teach over and over again, was that you should never look askance at anyone's family. Never look askance at anyone's yichus. Because when you look, said my Rebbe, at the yichus of Mashiach, when you look at the family background of our Messiah, there's a lot of patent place kind of X-rated material going on there. There's a whole story of Yehuda and Tamar, and we have David and Bathsheba, of course, and coming up to the holiday of Shavuot, the whole story with Boaz and Ruth. There are a lot of people who said that Ruth should not be converted to Judaism. Whenever you look at the lineage of Mashiach, because these are all his forebears, there are always some, kind of untoward elements distasteful elements, and nevertheless that is the Messiah of the Jewish people, comes from such family. Before I tell you the family background of the Chofetz Chaim, I'll tell you quickly that my son Boaz, some of you met him, he was here doing his bar mitzvah lessons a few minutes ago. So I found that here in South Florida, African-American women really know their Bible. When you talk with African-American women of a certain generation, they really know their Bible. So I happened to be in the post office, and I was friendly with one of the clerks there, and I had Boaz with me, and I introduced them, and the clerk looks at Boaz and says, "So, Boaz, let me ask you a question. Why was Boaz so angry?" And Boaz says, "I don't know." And she says, "'Cause he was ruthless." Yeah, she said it better than I do. Anyways, so here's the Chofetz Chaim's family background is interesting. His father, unfortunately, passed away when the Chofetz Chaim was 10. Oh, no, sorry, got to go backwards for that. His father married his aunt, who unfortunately died after having several children. And so the Chofetz Chaim's father married his aunt's younger sister. And the Chofetz Chaim's mother was the sister of his father's first wife. So the Chofetz Chaim was actually his own uncle. And that in itself, okay, it's a little weird, but it happens. But then later, his father passed away when the Chofetz Chaim was 10, and so his mother remarried, again, a blended family, because his second father, his stepfather, had already married and had children. He was a widower. And when the Chofetz Chaim came of age, his adoptive father, his stepfather, wanted him to marry the adoptive father's daughter from the first marriage. Or in other words, his stepsister by marriage. And in fact, that his mother was opposed to it, but they worked it out, and the Chofetz Chaim married his own stepsister. So when you think about Mashiach, it's the same kind of family story. It's an illustration of Rabbi Uziel Malevsky's teachings on family background. He came from the small shtetl of Zheto in Belarus, and he made his fame largely in another very small shtetl called Radin, or in modern Lithuanian Radom, which is an entirely unremarkable place, which ironically became really the center of Jewish scholarship for the entire world during the Chofetz Chaim's lifetime. The area surrounding it includes places that are famous in the Jewish geographical imagination, cities like Mir, or towns like Mir, Slobodka, Kovno, places like that have huge yeshivas. He was recognized from his youth as having two characteristics which were highly valued. One was an incomparable genius. He had a phenomenal memory and phenomenal patience in study, which is uniquely captured by the Yiddish word Sitzfleisch. I'm sure most of you have heard this term Sitzfleisch, but it captures a unique thing. It means literally sitting flesh. You have to have a little bit of a cushion to be able to sit and study the Talmud for many periods, many hours a day. So he had phenomenal Sitzfleisch. He was a masmid, a perpetual student, and this is later expressed in his life. He was also known, and this is something that was perhaps one of his greatest reputations for the rest of his life. I'll focus on it a little bit later as well, for his tzidkus, which is a Hebrew word, or tzidkut, meaning piety. He had an unusually well-refined sense of morality, and he applied it courageously and with humility whenever possible. Some of the famous stories about his childhood, for example, include the fact that, probably lowest on the social scale in the shtetl was der Wasserträger, and somebody has to have the job of going to the river, filling up the buckets, bringing them back to the homes. It's menial labor, very low pay, and so on. So it was really low on the status symbol chart of the shtetl. So the young boys in Zheto used to like to play a trick on the Wasserträger. In the winter, what he would do is he would bring his buckets at the end of the day, and he would leave them by the river, and then he would go home to sleep. And the next morning, he would go walk down. Wives carry the buckets all the way back down. he'd fill up the buckets and start his rounds. And so what the boys used to like to do is they would go at night, fill up his buckets with water, and leave them to freeze overnight. So the Wasserträger, the poor guy, would have to get up in the morning and, laboriously chip out the ice to be able to do his job. And they got a kick out of this. But when the Chofetz Chaim, young Yisrael Meir, heard of this, the water, so the Wasserträger, without even knowing, until, of course, he was eventually caught, without even insulting the boys who were playing this terrible trick. And in fact, there's so many of these stories of his phenomenal piety. Some of them have a kind of a humorous tone to them. It's hard to believe. Like the famous story, again, it may be very apocryphal, but apparently a burglar once broke into his house and stole his silver candlesticks. And as the burglar was leaving, he woke up the Chofetz Chaim, so the Chofetz Chaim ran out of the house after him, saying, I forgive you, you can keep the candlesticks. He didn't want to even have any sense of an obligation for another thief. He figured if he was stealing it for a reason, he must need it, and he didn't want this other person to be liable for the terrible crime of theft.
They put that scene in Les Mis.
Oh, they put it in Les Mis? Really? With the Chofetz Chaim? I didn't even know that. No. So I'll tell you the story that goes with that. Apparently, he was once called to be some kind of expert witness, and the lawyer who presented him said, listen, Your Honor, the Chofetz Chaim, Israel Meir Cohen, is going to present now. I want to tell you a few stories about him. And apparently the judge, as the story goes, who knows how true it is, but the judge says, those are all very nice stories, but I find them very hard to believe. And the lawyer apparently said, well, they may not entirely be true, but one thing's for sure, they don't say them about me and you. They say them about the Chofetz Chaim. So there must be an element of credibility to it if there's so many of these kinds of stories. Hopefully I'll tell you a couple more that are more verified. At any rate, what I'd like to focus on, there are 3 areas in which his reputation was made. His piety, his scholarship, and his leadership. And so these are the areas that I like to focus on for the rest of our time, basically. The piety, I've already mentioned a couple of stories from his youth, but in many ways his piety made him a great failure. He was an incredibly, obtuse businessman. And in fact, his efforts in business, while well-meaning, ironically failed him on several levels. And until he finally found his métier as a Rosh Yeshiva, with a small group of young men studying under him, he really was not succeeding in business. And this is ironically because of his piety. For example, one of the areas that he really insisted on from his youth. And he began with very meager means. He was supposed to get a dowry of 300 rubles when he married his stepsister, but things didn't work out. He only got a fraction of that. But with the small money that he got, they opened up a small food store, like a fruit stand in the center. But he was extremely meticulous about every possible aspect of the business to make sure that no theft whatsoever would occur. So, for example, he was famous for measuring his scales every single day. The Torah, requires that all scales, weights, and measurements be accurate, and he would check them every day. So things would happen, like, for example, it once happened that they sold some salt, and when the Chofetz Chaim checked the scales, there was a little bit of salt that was kind of stuck to some moisture or something on the bottom of the pan, a tiny little amount. And he felt terrible because, someone had been shortchanged. Someone did not get the proper amount of salt, and he could not figure out which person it was. It was market day. People, all kinds of peasants come in from the countryside to buy in the market. So he gave out the next market day, small packets of salt to every customer, hoping that he would be able to return it to the person who had actually lost from him. And another occasion, they once shortchanged a non-Jewish customer from a faraway village a herring. And so in the same kind of thing, he brought a herring to every single person in that village to try and return the herring to them. They received a small inheritance from an uncle of his wife's that passed away to buy a cow, and they thought they'd live off the. Oh, I should before I tell you the cow story. Their business nevertheless flourished because people respected his honesty and his diligence. I mean, the prices were really low, and he was very, very particular about honesty and so on. So he began to worry that he was driving his competitors out of business. So he started, shortening the hours of his business to try to just make enough money to keep his family alive and to let the other people have some business. And then when that didn't work, because people would say word of mouth and make sure they shop by him, he would close the front entrance, and you had to go in the back entrance. It was the only way that it was open. You would know is if you went around to the back alley. None of these things worked, and so finally they just closed that business when they got the milk cow. The milk cow was another situation. You can imagine that in a kind of a funny way, the Chafetz Chaim being so fascinated because all of a sudden now he has all of the laws regarding animal husbandry to deal with. It took him a long time to buy a cow because he wanted to find one with the smallest, most blunt horns possible, just in case it should get angry and should gore someone. He wanted to make sure that it wouldn't harm them. And he was exceptionally careful about every little detail about how the cow was locked up at night so that it shouldn't go out and graze in someone else's field and all kinds of things. Eventually, all of these things led to near bankruptcy until he ended up beginning to collect students for his yeshiva. But these are the kind of stories that dogged the Chafetz Chaim throughout his life, and it really speaks to the nature of his character. This in itself, however, would not grant him more than regional fame at most. What really cemented his reputation was his incomparable scholarship. And in this regard, I'd like to speak about two of his greatest works. He was quite prolific, but there are two that are absolute classics in the Jewish corpus of rabbinic literature, and they stand the kind of test of time that make them millennial in quality. These are not works that will last for a few decades or even a few centuries. These are works that tower as achievements of spirituality and thought that in many ways I don't think there are any comparable works in other traditions as far as I'm aware. The first one is the work by which he got his name. He wrote it in his early 30s. It's called Sefer Chafetz Chaim. This is the title page of that work, published in 1873. The title is taken from a verse in Psalms that says, who is he who desires life? Mi ha'ish chafetz chaim. And then after the psalmist asks that question, he answers it by saying, one who guards his tongue from speaking evil, lashon hara. And so this is a highly creative, innovative work that points to an area of Jewish thought that, until he really uncovered as being central to Judaism, was simply thought as being a kind of a secondary element, but really it is a vein that runs deep and true throughout all of Jewish morality. Specifically, it is a book on the laws of appropriate speech and the prohibition of, for lack of a better translation, gossip. Gossip is not understood in Jewish law. Well, let me just back up for a second. There, you know how they say that Eskimos have 27 words for snow because snow is such an important part of their reality? Well, we have about 8 different words for gossip in the Jewish tradition. And that says something about us. We're very big into speech. And in fact, you don't have to look very far. If you look, for example, at the vidui, the confession that we read on Yom Kippur about all the sins, good proportion of them, maybe half, have to do with speech, how we speak to each other, how we speak about each other, and so on. So there are 3 terms in particular that stand out. One, which is often used as a collective term, is lashon hara, which means literally evil speech or evil tongue. Lashon is tongue, and ra is evil. And that refers to the communication of correct derogatory information. So it's not exactly gossip, because gossip in English tends to imply that there's something false about what people are talking about. Lashon hara speaks about things which are true. If Reuven did something reprehensible and Shimon tells Levi about it, that is Lashon Hara. And it is strictly prohibited in Judaism. One may not relate negative information about another person, period. Yes, of course, there are exceptions. I'll get to those in a second. But that's the basic rule. And this book, it took millennia before someone could come out and say it outright and produce a book which was totally dedicated to it. The other two terms which we'll just touch on right now, one is Motzi Shemra, which is literally the dissemination of a false word, and that refers to gossip which is untrue. Well, I guess we would call that libel, perhaps in legal terms today. That's correct. I don't know, is that correct, Judith? Libel or slander? Something like that. Okay, good. So they both qualify under that. Two words in the English language. And then the third one is rechilut, which is it's kind of like Lashon Hara, but it has to do with relating information on the third hand. I won't go into the details for now. But anyway, what this essentially is, it's a guidebook for how to speak like a Jew, how a Jew should speak. And it's a phenomenal work of towering genius. The first part of it is rather amazing. He spends the first, say, 20 pages convincing people that it really is forbidden in Judaism to gossip. And he is convincing people who are highly learned. It's a very, very erudite treatise, answering all kinds of objections that Talmudists would have, saying, oh, it doesn't mean that, these are the exceptions, people already know it, it's public knowledge. And he goes very methodically through the whole thing, and by the time you get through, let's say, the first 20 pages, it's absolutely terrifying. Because you say, oh my gosh, I can't say anything. That's it for dinner conversation. You know, if you think of the New York Times, all the news that's fit to print, it would be like a little advertising circular. There'd be nothing in there, because so much of it is forbidden. Nevertheless, the Chofetz Chaim, through the next, 180 odd pages, he explains the parameters under which speech is permitted. And in fact, by the time you master this book, and I can't say I'm a master of it all, but when you master this book, every communication you have is elevated. It is spiritually meaningful. It is energizing. It is something that builds relationships rather than tears them down. It's truly a heroic work of Jewish thought. Now, one misconception about the Chofetz Chaim is, if you look at this title page, his name doesn't appear anywhere in the Hebrew section. And for many researchers, including some of his prime biographers, I'm kind of surprised to say, they emphasize how the Chofetz Chaim wrote this book completely anonymously. And he was a nobody. Nobody knew of him outside of this tiny little shtetl. It's not exactly true, because one of the requirements of publication in the Russian Empire was you had to have a censor's approval, and there was like a Library of Congress kind of formality that you had to put some bibliographic information on the title page. So it may be that in the Hebrew section here, where he talks about the contents of the book, he doesn't have his name, but when you look at the bibliographic citation down here, it's in black and white. If you read Russian, it says here, Sefer Chofetz Chaim, to jest Zheliushe Zhizhne, like how to speak properly, Sochenya im Kagana. Kagan. It says his name in black and white. So it's not like he did it totally anonymously, and everyone in the Eastern European world could read his name there in black and white, but he certainly didn't emphasize it. Okay, let me pause and just take a sip of tea, and let me ask for questions. Yes, please.
On the upper portion of that document, it's almost like a structure, they're oval.
Yes. This is a stamp. This particular copy was owned by the Lubavitch Library, and so the owners of the library says Ohel Yosef Yitzhak Lubavitch, Artzot Habrit, USA. It came from the Friedrich Rabbi, owned this first edition, and I'm sorry he stamped it, because from a librarian's perspective, it's not nice to stamp books like that. But nevertheless, it does give us a sense of the provenance of it, and it also shows how the Friedrich Rebbe valued this particular work. That's the prior Rebbe who died in 1950 or so. Okay. Yes, Ms. Abramson.
You don't get cards just by random. You have to make them like a specific person who you
Yeah, he had several Rebbeim who taught him Torah, but no one, like they say about geniuses like this in the Jewish tradition, at a certain age, they outgrow all their teachers. They say that of the Vilna Gaon, he outgrew all his teachers by age 7, which is amazingly difficult to believe, but, they say those stories about the Vilna Gaon. The biographers do not cite anyone that the Chavetz Chaim considered his Rebbe in tzidkus, in piety. We do know that he spent a lot of time, like many of these spiritual giants, in seclusion, and several people who may have come across him used to like to go into the women's section of the shul when, not during times of prayer. They would find him berating himself and being hard on himself and really giving himself musar, and he would come out afterwards always radiant and smiling and cheerful. So he perhaps was his own Rebbe in tzidkut. Could be. Okay, let me talk about Lashon Hara. You're all wondering, oh my gosh, how am I going to say anything productive if I can't say anything negative about people? Or at least I was wondering. So the truth is, there are 7 preconditions for relating Lashon Hara, as he explains very thoroughly in his book. The 7 preconditions can be easily remembered by this acronym, which I'm very happy to supply for you. It took me a long time to figure out how to translate this into English, so I take credit for it. It's what I call the rule of silence. He provides a similar rule in Hebrew in his Chavetz Chaim. And so these are the 7 preconditions that you must fulfill before you say anything negative. So let me give you an example. Let's say, I can send this to you on the internet. You don't need to pick a picture of it. So, well, all right. So the rule goes like this. Richard is going on vacation, and he has a little one of those Maltese poodles, right? And he happens to say to me, before I tell you that, as I'm walking to shul, I see Judith walking by. I hope you don't mind if I use you for an example here, Judith. I see Judith on the street, and she's walking over here, and she sees a little tiny dog, and I see Judith across the street give that dog a vicious kick. I'm like, wow, where did that come from? That's like totally out of character. I don't even know what to make of it. But as I come upstairs, I see Richard, and Richard says, oh, hello, I got to tell you something. It's so nice, the people who come to your class. I'm going on vacation for a few days. I had no idea what I was going to do with my Maltese poodle. And guess what? Judith offered to dog sit my poodle for a few days. Right? So now I'm faced with a conundrum because I know something negative about Judith, about her behavior towards this small poodle. And now I see that Richard is going to entrust his poodle to Judith. What should I do? So the Chavetz Chaim says, if I can follow these 7 rules, then I can tell Richard about Judith's dog-hating behavior. So these are the 7 rules. First of all, S, search for alternatives to Lashon Hara. The Chavetz Chaim says that rather than say anything bad about Judith, what I should say to Richard is I should find another person for him to have dog sit. I should say, Richard, why are you bothering Judith? She's so busy. She has so much going on in life. My daughter Elisa would gladly do it for you, right? And if I could avoid the whole problem of saying Lashon Hara without saying anything bad about her, then that's great. But let's say I can't. Judith is the only licensed dog sitter in South Florida, so I lost that one. Second, I have to intend a positive, practical result. This is really the first one. If I had a choice, if I could think of an acronym, I would make this one the first one. It's really most important. Is there an actual benefit to my telling Richard? Will the world be better if I tell Richard? It depends on how you like Maltese poodles, right? But, right. So if there is a to'eles is the Hebrew word, to'elet, something positive, then I am allowed to say it. But just for entertainment value, absolutely not. There has to be some real good reason why I should relate this information. Thirdly, I have to look for exonerating factors. Like perhaps, maybe Judith slipped. Maybe I didn't interpret what I saw properly. Maybe that dog was rabid and was about to attack her and she was just defending herself. Maybe I can find some way that maybe her behavior was acceptable. So let's say I can't do any of those things, so I'm now running out of things. E, when I do tell Richard, exaggeration is forbidden. I have to say exactly what I saw, no more, no less. I can't add, and then she smiled, and then she said, take that. I can't add anything. It has to be exactly what I saw, and I can't, presume to know more. And no hearsay is permitted. Also a very big one. I can only tell Richard this if I saw it myself. I cannot tell him that someone else, even someone I really trust, told me that. I can go to the person who told me that and say, listen, you better talk to Richard about Judith's behavior, but I can't say it because it's hearsay for me. Did I spell that right? I did, right? E-R, right. C, this is a big one, actually. Consequences should be proportionate. This is something that comes up all the time. Let's say I do tell Richard, what will be the impact on Judith? Maybe, well, yeah, but if she's her parnasa and I would cause her a huge loss, maybe she shouldn't be in that parnasa, but maybe let's say, for example, she's, after a lifetime of work, she's being nominated as the Woman of the Year by the SPCA, right? And now one moment of temporary insanity is going to ruin all of that. And tremendous shame for herself, her family, who knows? Should I do it? I don't know. To be contemporary for a minute, and I'm not, by the way, stating my own opinion about this because I don't follow news and sports very much, but to get a lifetime ban for a private conversation, that was egregious and awful by anyone who listened to it. It calls to question this thing. Are the consequences proportionate? Because people do make mistakes. There's a lifetime ban, not exerting a value judgment here. One could also look to, for example, the whole Clinton-Monica Lewinsky episode. Was the, dragging the entire inexplicable incident, was that a consequence or proportionate? I don't know. Can you put that on pause for a second? Yeah. Sorry, we had some technical difficulties there for a second. Okay, all right. So consequences should be proportionate. It has to be that whatever harm she would suffer of my relating this Lashon Hara, it may be that I should just swallow it, and because otherwise it would be too much of a punishment for her. And finally, let's say the Chafetz Chaim says you go through all these 6 things and you can't get satisfactory answers. So then before I tell Richard, I have to engage the subject first. I heard what you're doing for Richard's dog. Why is this so? And give her a chance to make amends on her own. And these are all very humane, rational, and morally heroic laws that really, if they're applied well, they regulate one's speech and transform one's character. So when this book came out, it had phenomenal tectonic shifts took place as a result of the impact of this work. Because people have been studying, there's scattered passages in the Talmud, in the Maimonides and different places, and people had seen, Lashon Hara, but no one really sat down and said, Lashon Hara, oh my gosh, this is really the whole thing. Everything is Biyad HaLashon. Chaim b'malas Biyad HaLashon, it says in Proverbs, life and death are in the hands of the tongue, so to speak, by the means of the tongue. And it was the Chafetz Chaim who really drew attention to this in a way that had never been done before. And within moments of the publication of this work, he became incredibly famous for this great achievement. Yes, Ms. Abramson.
The words, for example, reporter, lawyer, psychologist.
Right. Some jobs, to repeat the question for those of you who are in Latvia, how does this affect people whose professions deal with Lashon Hara? So I would say that some professions are completely forbidden. Being a gossip reporter, there's no justification for that. In fact, there's a column in one of the Israeli newspapers that's called, in Hebrew, Lashon Hara. This is it. If you want to read it, this is it. Where can you do it? But, let's say, for example, in the field of psychology, for which you have interest, there are modern commentaries on Lashon Hara, and actually the Chafetz Chaim says it too. For example, let's say you have a really hard day at work, and you just, people are tough on you at work, so when you come home, are you allowed to tell your spouse about it? So according to these strict laws, no. But the Chofetz Chaim says, this one here, intend a positive practical result. If you're so burdened by your problems and you need an eitzah, you need advice, as long as you can be absolutely certain that the person you're talking to will not repeat these things, and you say in advance, I'm only telling you these things because I really have to unburden them and hear your advice, then you are allowed to say it because it does have a positive practical result. So there are spaces for like mental health professionals and so on to engage in this activity. But when we get home, I think I have a copy at home. My very first publication was on these laws and the field of history. Because history it's hard to write history without writing Russian Hara. That's why my books are so short. That's not all I'd say. Aaron. Yes.
The whole concept of Chavriyam Torah, I mean, the whole idea of, Lashon Hara is so central to that. So I'm just wondering, when you say that the Chofetz Chaim sort of was the super focus, it seems like Lashon Hara wasn't really a big deal throughout the ages.
Well, he definitely has all kinds of sources. But before we live in an era that has been transformed by this book already. You can't go to any yeshiva without feeling the reverberations of this, shock wave that affected the Jewish world. But my impression of the sins of, sexual immorality, and you have theft, and you have this, and you also have Lashon Hara. That's another one. Sure, and one of the punishments for that is to be sent outside of the camp, and you can have skin disease and things like that. But it was the Chofetz Chaim who really brought these together and said, hey, everybody pay attention. This is one of the really big ones that were, just because it's not part of the Ten Commandments doesn't mean it's not central to our thought. Incidentally, he followed this up with another equally amazing book. In many ways, I like it even better. The Chofetz Chaim is primarily a book of law, right? How to speak properly. He followed up with a book called Shmirat HaLashon, Guarding the Tongue, which is often printed as a companion volume, which is all about this. He was also a Kabbalist. He says what happens according to the Kabbalah if you speak Lashon Hara. All kinds of, he marshaled phenomenal sources to bring these things together. And Shmirat HaLashon is perhaps even more motivational than the Chofetz Chaim is. Okay, I'll take more questions shortly. I've got to get through some of the other materials. So this is his first work, and really that cement, if that's the only thing he did in his life, he would still be a giant among giants in Jewish history. But the truth is he went on to write many other works, and perhaps the most significant, besides the Chofetz Chaim, was the massive Mishnah Brura, which is a book that took several decades to write. You can see this is the Hebrew English edition, which takes up about 20 feet of space. Well, maybe not that much, but in the Hebrew English, it takes up a good 3 or 4 feet of shelf space. We have a copy in our library. And this is a massive contemporary commentary on 1/4 of the Code of Jewish Law, the section of the code called Orach Chaim that deals with daily life. And his scholarship was unparalleled. He brought to bear all of the commentary that had been written over the past 400 years, scattered among many different publications and even manuscripts. And he rendered decisions that were relevant for the 20th century. And it is, without a doubt, one of the most important commentaries on the Code of Jewish Law ever to be written, and it is predominant today. Chances are, if people quote the Code of Jewish Law, they are quoting the Mishnah Brura for his views on it. There were others who disagreed. There are many other commentaries that still take issue with his decisions, but nevertheless, it is one of the great works of rabbinic scholarship. Okay, that's primarily his scholarship. I want to touch on a very important aspect of his leadership, but before we go too far, I want to focus on one particular element, and that is he was not just a closet scholar who thought about these morality ideas like how you speak or about the laws of Shabbat and things like that. He was very, very intimately concerned with the requirements of the Jews of his day. So 2 populations in particular deserve our discussion. The first is the plight of the Cantonists, who we've talked about in previous classes. The Cantonists were Jewish children who were kidnapped as young as 8 or 9 years old, legally 12 years old, and then sent to conscription in the Russian army. for a period of approximately 36 years. Which means that once these Jews were sent down to the army as children, they were gone from the Jewish community. And he cried over them incessantly. He worried about them tremendously. So much so that he wrote a book for them called Machane Yisrael, which was all about how to survive the army, how to retain your Jewish identity under those incredibly painful and difficult conditions. I'll tell you one quick story. There's a story that he was once in an inn. You know, most of the inns on the crossroads and the Stadtloch were run by Jews. And he was in there, and a huge man, you know, about 6.5 feet tall, came in. For Jews, 6 feet is giant. Came in, and, you know, he was about 6 feet wide as well, and he was very rude and brusque, and, you know, head uncovered, ate without blessings, of course, all those things, treated the waitresses very rudely. And the Chafetz Chaim said, why is this person behaving so badly? I should go over there and speak to him. And the innkeeper said, no, don't. He's incorrigible. He may strike you. We have a lot of difficult time with him. So the Chafetz Chaim said, what is his story? He says, well, he was a cantonist. You know, he was taken away as a young child, and he came back after his tour of duty, didn't know anything about Judaism, and he has, you know, very rough, poor manners as a result of his experience. So the Chafetz Chaim went over to him against the innkeeper's wishes, and he said to him, it must have been terrible for you to be torn away when you were 7, 8 years old, to lose your brothers, your sisters, your mother, your father, your family, the people you played with, your cheder. He talked about the pain that he must have experienced. And as he empathized with him, the story is that this man just broke down in tears. And this horrible, hard exterior of this great warrior who had, you know, was so rough around the edges, he had this little man, he was apparently less than 5 feet tall, who identified with him completely. And they cried together, and this soldier ended up becoming one of the Chafetz Chaim's greatest disciples afterward. Completely turned over because he's had a person who related to him and the pain that he must have suffered. Now, in that context, it's very important. We have an important person here today that I want to specifically honor in this context because of the military connection. Many of you know that Mr. Rodriguez is my student from Turtle College, and he's a graduate, and he recently went on, he's completing his master's degree now in religious studies, but he has a strong commitment to our men and women in uniform. And he most recently was promoted to become Lieutenant Rodriguez, and he is a chaplain in the United States Armed Forces. So we have a small gift for him. Mr. Rodriguez, come on up. Lieutenant Rodriguez, come on up here. Thank you very much. Thank you, my assistant. Okay, here, present it. Say hello to everybody in Latvia. Come on over here. Okay, all right. Thank you, Lieutenant Rodriguez. So I know you're very curious what's in the box, but it is a collection of the works of the Chafetz Chaim, including a beautiful printing of this book, Machane Yisrael, which is all the camp of Israel, which is all about how to be a Jew in the army. And we think that as you serve people of all faiths in your profession, you know, hopefully that will guide you spiritually and morally so you make the right decisions for these people in extreme circumstances. Okay, let's applaud one more time, please. All right. Okay, so that was Machane Yisrael. This is a book that deals specifically with how to manage the challenges of, yes, Elisa? No, I thought you were going to say something. How to manage the challenges of being in uniform under these conditions and the difficulties and so on. And it's a masterful work. Another work that demonstrates his concern for Jews all around the world was a book written for the Jews of America. Because again, if you have to remember that we're talking about the late 20s, the early 30s, when the vast majority of Jews considered America to be a land of great opportunity, the Golden Medina, the Golden Country, the country where, you know, people can make tremendous wealth. But it was also called in Yiddish the Treifa Medina, the non-kosher land, because of the dearth of traditional institutions of Jewish learning, of synagogues, Chinese restaurants, you name it. It's very difficult to make ends meet in Israel. So he wrote a book called Nidchei Yisrael, which means the dispersed of Israel. That is just a simple Yiddish language primer on how to be a Jew living far away from Jewish centers. And you think about the Jews in San Francisco, Kansas City, Des Moines, small Jewish towns. Getting a copy of Nidchei Yisrael meant a lot because it was it was not like the massive 20-volume work on the Mishnah Brura. It was a short 1-volume work in the Yiddish vernacular, how to observe Shabbat, how to keep kosher, and so on, because he really cared about them. Now, the story goes, it's probably not true, but the story goes that he had a student who came from America to study with him in the little town of Radin, and he asked him about what it was like in the town of Radin. He says, how many hours of Talmud do the Jews study a day there? And when he said, oh, not much, maybe the most learned study 3 hours a day. He said, they only study 3 hours a day? Oh my gosh, they can't know very much. And that's why he sat down to write the book. I somehow doubt that story is true, but his concern for the Jews of America was marked. His leadership was exercised in so many other ways. For example, he was deeply concerned with the education of women and was an early backer of Sarah Schneerer's Beis Yaakov movement to formalize Jewish education. He was deeply concerned, for example, with the need for Jews to politically mobilize. And as a result, he was one of the individuals who was behind one of the first, overarching political organizations of Jews known as the Agudas Yisrael, feeling that they needed some kind of vehicle in which to express their opinions in independent Poland. Even at the end of his, actually later in his life, he dealt with tremendous privation. This is a period of great change that, let's go to the next slide because that's where I talk about it. Poland was recreated out of thin air, as it were, immediately after World War II. I haven't spent too much time talking about World War I, excuse me. I haven't spent too much time talking about the politics, but we should realize that this man's life that spanned almost a century began in Russia and then went through World War I when the region of Belarus was briefly independent, then under German control, then under Russian control, and then once again under Poland, not as an independent country, but nevertheless within a very dramatically new environment politically. And throughout all of this, he realized that one of the most important things that Jews must do to cope with these new realities, which included, for example, the exercise of the franchise, which meant that Jews actually ended up having members sitting in the Polish parliament, known as the Sejm. And he felt that Jews needed to have their place in the Sejm along with all the other minorities, and as a result, he participated in the establishment of organizations like the Agudas Yisrael. But he was very big into campaigns of all types. He would regularly, and you'll see Lieutenant Rodriguez, I should say, you'll see in his collected writings all kinds of letters calling for, greater adherence to the laws of Shabbat, greater adherence to the laws of Lashon Hara, and so on. And he participated in many of these campaigns to try and mobilize Jews throughout the period. Towards the end of his life, there are some rather ominous moments where he would lapse at public events into moments of deep silence and reverie, almost as if he was anticipating the devastation that was just around the corner. But with his death in 1936, he did not live to see the worst of days for Polish Jewry. Nevertheless, his legacy lives on in many institutions besides the general pervasive nature of his thought, particularly in the Mishnah Brura and in the Chafetz Chaim. One yeshiva in particular models itself on his thought, and that is the yeshiva Chafetz Chaim, named after him, that was started by one of his nephews, and now has its headquarters in this building in Kew Garden Hills, New York. Actually, I was there last Shabbat, and I happened to daven in the main sanctuary there. Here in South Florida, we feel his legacy on an institutional level through the local yeshivas Torres Chaim and Torres Emes, which are largely staffed by faculty that emerged from the Chofetz Chaim yeshiva movement, which is somewhat different from most of the other yeshivot in that they are known for their remarkably long process of rabbinic ordination. Rabbinic ordination at the Chofetz Chaim takes about 14 years of post-high school study. It's a PhD and a half to get smicha from Chofetz Chaim, and they tend to be fairly reliable smichot, as opposed to other rabbinic ordinations. Sometimes in some places, if a guy gets engaged, you say, oh, well, it wouldn't look right if you're not a rabbi, and they get smicha just for having a girl agree to marry them. Chofetz Chaim is not like that. It's really a long haul to finish it. They also proceed studying in the Talmud at a remarkably slow pace. They're criticized for that in some quarters. And one of the jokes I once heard the Rosh Yeshiva of the local yeshiva here say, in Hebrew we have this Aramaic, we have this acronym, Shas, stands for Shisha Sidre, the 6 orders of the Talmud. But they say in Chofetz Chaim, that's too much. They say Shas stands for Shtei Sidre, 2 orders. That's enough, because you're not going to make it through all 6. But that's a joke. And that's the next slide. Here he is. Rabbi Grunstein, our own Rav here in the Young Israel Bell Harbor, is also a Chofetz Chaim product, heavily influenced by the teaching of the Chofetz Chaim. Those of you who are here on Shabbat and you hear him speak, you can hear the Chofetz Chaim's teachings really embodied in his own emphasis on personal morality and on the nature of speech and on the way in which we must be very careful in how we encourage others by speech and not tear them down. You really see those ideas alive in our own Rav. So that's a summary of a very brief summary of the life and achievements of Rabbi Yisrael Meir Kahan, the Chofetz Chaim. I hope you found it useful. Just a quick note about what's going to happen over the next few weeks. We have 4 weeks left in this academic year, or 3 weeks left after tonight. So we're in the 20th century, and the 3. I think I'm going to talk about rabbis. It's going to be a cavalcade of rabbis. Next week, I'd like to speak about the Piaseczna Rebbe, Rabbi Kalanimus Kalman Shapira, who was the Rebbe of the Warsaw, needs of a wide variety of people in the middle of the Holocaust. And amazingly, we have his sermons from that period published in a book called Eish Kodesh. And they are a very unique source on the Holocaust as viewed from that. And then after that, I'd like to speak about the Rav Soloveitchik, the most important figure involved in the contemporary Yeshiva University, and his tremendous influence on American Jewry in particular. And then finally, I'd like to conclude by going to the other side of the university spectrum by looking at the life of Dr. Bernard Lander, the founder of Touro College, who I think has a lot to say about the nature of American Jewry as well. So thank you very much for your attention and your engagement, and look forward to speaking to you next week. Bye-bye.
It was live, and Ariel Hawani was actually talking to Shah. He's an idiot. He's redacted. Callan, my God, Callan is he's just like, come on, am I gonna deal with this for an hour? 20 grand at stake, come on.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's come to order. We are actually 25 seconds behind schedule. Put up your hand, Mr. Rodriguez. Everyone see Mr. Rodriguez is putting up his hand? Okay, Miss Abramson, come on, we're getting... No, the camera is running, people. Look at this. Ms. Abramson, you are the worst offender. Please sit down. Let's get started. Do you think I should just edit out the first part? Oh my gosh, I'm going to lose my teaching license for poor class control. Okay, so why don't we get started? Tonight's topic is really quite fascinating. It's Benjamin Disraeli, an extremely influential 19th century politician, served as Prime Minister of England on several occasions. Fascinating personality, very diverse in his opinions and quite controversial in his day. I'll make a couple of good and welfare announcements and then a new joke that I'll try out on you, and then go straight to the story of the Israeli's life. So first of all, good and welfare. Next week is the final week before we take off some time for Passover. And then we'll be returning after Passover, God willing, to discuss 20th century Jewish figures. And I have a few people in mind that I really like to speak about, but I welcome suggestions from all of you. If there's anyone that you find was exceptionally influential and fascinating, you'd like to learn more about, I have a pretty open research agenda, so I would like to look at all kinds of figures. Send me some names. My email address is hmabramson@gmail or henry@henryabramson.com, or you can find me several ways. So next week, last week before the Passover break, and then I will generate a new schedule for after Passover. If you are not on the mailing list, then you'll have to call into the synagogue or check the web to find out when the classes are. I highly recommend you just sign up at the blog to get the new schedules and things like that. The website, frequented by thousands of Latvians, is jewishhistorylectures.org, jewishhistorylectures.org. And just subscribe there. You'll get emails, that kind of thing. If you prefer Twitter or Facebook or LinkedIn, you'll get those things as well. And right now, the website is getting about 11,000 visits a month. So it's really, there's quite a significant number of people who are enjoying these lectures. I'm really very pleased with that. Okay, so now here's the new joke. I've never told this joke before. I hope it'll work. This is actually an avoid telling jokes like this because I like jokes that are like really truly Jewish, meaning that they actually jokes where you can simply mix around the ethnicities or the religions in this case, and it'll still make sense in whichever religion you want to apply it to. I actually heard this joke from a Franciscan friar, so it worked very well for him. I'll see if it works for us too. So the joke goes like this. There's Father O'Malley, Irish Catholic, who passes away after a long and successful life, ministering to the poor and catering to his congregation and so on. And he's ushered into the halls of heaven. And he's very pleased to be there. It's like got mood lighting and a little bit of faint jazz playing in the background. There are angels flying around gently, and he has an escort who's taking him from to his place. He says, "Okay, Father O'Malley, we're going to bring you now into the Catholic chamber." And he takes him into the Catholic chamber, and it's beautiful. It's filled with song. People are singing Gregorian chants, very moving and very deep and melodious and so on. He says, "Wow, this is great. This is everything I would imagine. But I'm just curious. Can you show me around a little more?" He says, "Oh, no problem." Takes him out, brings him to a Zen Buddhist room where there are people there who are, doing multi-vocal chants there, and they're, meditating on koans. Oh, wow, this is so gorgeous, fantastic. He goes to the Southern Baptist room, and they're clapping and singing and, gospel choir, things like that, and they're walking from room to room, and then he says, "Is there any other rooms?" He says, "We have one more room down here at the end where the Orthodox Jews are." So that's great. It's just one thing. You have to be very, very quiet when we go past there. And Father O'Malley says, "Why?" He says, "Because they think they're the only ones up here." They think they're the only ones up here. Right? Okay. Now again, I heard this. The punchline was with Catholics, and I just moved it around. So just recycle it any way you want. Okay, Mr. Rodriguez, scale 1 to 10.
7.
7. Okay. All right. Thank you. I'll tell it better next time. Okay, Benjamin Disraeli. Here we go. Do we have focus? Are we focused? All right. 1804 to 1881. As I mentioned, an extremely influential British politician, served as Prime Minister on several occasions, very close to Queen Victoria. He was the only Prime Minister who was allowed to sit in her presence when visiting her in her residence. Although the prime ministers were required to stand in her presence, but they had a very close relationship, and he made a tremendous mark on England in terms of its conservative Conservative Party policies. He set a very unique trend for its political direction and trajectory, which was separated not only from his political opponents, but even within his own party. He really charted a brand new direction that was an unusual blend of conservatism and liberalism, as we shall see. He had a conflicted relationship with Judaism, a complicated relationship that I think will be the crux of our discussion tonight. His father elected to baptize him on the eve of his bar mitzvah. And he often wrote about the fact that he felt somehow cheated out of declaring his own Jewish manhood at 13 because he was baptized into the Church of England. Nevertheless, as I hope to demonstrate through the course of the next hour or so, he reveled in his Jewish background and was very in-your-face about his Jewish lineage, all the while touting Christianity as really a fulfilled Judaism and leveraging his Jewish background to his greatest political and social advantage. So complex figure, his relationship to Judaism is complex. He's not quite within the same category that we spoke about last week with Heinrich Heine. His Judenschmerz was not at all the same. Ms. Abramson, do you recall the translation of that unusual term? Judenschmerz. I've been saying it all week. I just like the way it sounds. Jewish joke. So Jewish pain is correct. Judenschmerz, right? Schmerz sounds like it hurts. Schmerz. Oh, ich habe Schmerz, right? I have a pain. So Judenschmerz was this 19th century phenomenon, very pronounced in the 19th century. We also see it in the 20th and even in the 21st century. But this idea of like, what does it mean to be Jewish in this society? Am I too Jewish? Can I not get into, various aspects of the economy, culture, education, and so on, unless I abandon my Judaism? They won't even take me seriously, even when I abandon it, and so on. Like Heine felt, conflicted about his conversion to Christianity right to the very end. Disraeli did not have the same kind of Judenschmerz. He was very flaming, as it were, about his Judaism or his Jewish background, all the while as a Christian. Okay, so let's look at his life story and get a little bit of a sense of who he was and what he contributed to British and world history. His father was Isaac Disraeli. He spelled it with an apostrophe. And Benjamin shortened it by removing the apostrophe and placing the first letter I in lowercase. Benjamin's siblings followed him, but Isaac, his father, retained the older spelling. They were Sephardic Jews of Italian background. Isaac himself was a literary figure of some note, and was very proud of his Sephardic ancestry, although, truth be told, it was his wife's family that was really far more chashuv, far more significant. The grandfather, Benjamin, for whom Benjamin Disraeli, our subject, was named, came to the country in the late 17th century, or maybe it was the early 18th century, if I remember correctly, and immediately strove to place himself within British society, all the while maintaining a very strong attachment to Judaism. He coined a motto for himself that we'll return to at the end of this lecture, created a heraldic sort of symbol for his family, and did all these kinds of things to sort of propel himself into the British upper classes. This was really for naught in the 18th century. It was really not possible. But he nevertheless did everything within his power to make himself in terms of a successful businessman within London society. He actually did do fairly well. He was an elder of the synagogue on several occasions, and he set up his children to a life of some wealth that allowed Isaac, that is our subject's father, to pursue a literary career. He wrote several books, primarily of literary criticism. The reason why we're focusing on Isaac so much is because of his decision to baptize ties his son Benjamin and his siblings. He had 3 surviving siblings, a sister and 2 brothers. Another sibling died in infancy. And the reason he did so was because of a long-standing dispute that he had with the synagogue. His father was a staunch supporter of the synagogue. Isaac, the son, was not. And he basically waited for his father to pass away before he stormed out of the synagogue and refused to turn back. He himself did not convert to Christianity, indicating, as with so many of these 19th century conversions, it was a conversion of convenience. He merely wanted to propel his children into more successful professions than he thought they could achieve as Jews. But he did have a lot of latent hostility towards Judaism. If you look at a couple of these quotes from Isaac the father, I'll just read them out loud. Religion drained Jews of their genius. 10 centuries have not produced 10 great men. To hate the Talmud is not to hate Judaism, but to hate obscurantism. It is a complete system of barbarous learning for the Jews. And another quote, so you're not going to put these on the back of your blurb or your books from the Talmud, that kind of thing. I would implore the Jews to begin to educate their youth as the youth of Europe and not Palestine. Let their Talmud be removed to an elevated shelf to be consulted as a curiosity of antiquity and not as a manner of education. So you get some sense of Disraeli's father's outlook on Judaism, very disdainful. He was not a religious man by any means, never thought of his son as taking Christianity seriously either, but nevertheless he made this move for his children, primarily for their social advantage. Now let's just place this within the context of 19th century British Jewry. The Jews arrived in England around the turn of the millennium. We have records of Jews at the time of Norman conquest, for example, and there's a significant population of Jews by the 11th and 12th century in towns like York and Lincoln and so on. Several of them are mentioned in ancient chronicles, particularly within the context of money lending, which was a very common profession for Jews in medieval Europe. There are a lot of reasons for this. I think we've talked about it in previous classes, but so we won't go back to those issues. I encourage you to go back, all of you Latvians who are just tuning in now, go back to a few lectures ago and we'll talk about that. But Jews were basically banished from England after a series of riots, first in the late 12th century and then finally a big massacre in York in the late 13th century. And Jews were essentially knocked out of the island. And although there were some kind of British Marranos, underground crypto Jews living in England, there's no significant presence of Jews for several centuries. This did not stop the kind of continuation of prejudicial attitudes towards Jews. The Shylock character, of course, was created in an environment where there were no Jews for Shakespeare really to interact with. Nevertheless, capitalizing on a long tradition from the medieval world of Jews as the usurious and cruel moneylenders, we have an icon that's existed right till the 20th century and beyond. Actually, I should mention this context. I probably should have shown some photographs. When I had a postdoctoral fellowship at Oxford University, we visited the botanical gardens there. In fact, with my daughter Eliza, she was there. And they have these gorgeous botanical gardens right in the middle of, Oxford City. And there's a plaque. It's kind of hidden behind foliage. There's a plaque commemorating the Jews who were expelled from Oxford. And the botanical gardens is built on the site of the former cemetery. That they simply raised all of the headstones and they planted a garden there. And so when, we did visit it, when we went in to speak to the woman who was taking money for the admission, my wife mentioned, this is built on a Jewish cemetery, an ancient Jewish cemetery. Says, oh, is that why everything grows so well here? So, weird but true. So Jews banished from England for about 4 centuries. They finally come back under Cromwell, who is shown here in his famous portrait when he was asked, he was a realist, a pragmatist, when he was asked if the artist should remove the physical deformity. He has a slight deformity over his right eye. He said, no, I want you to paint it, quote, warts and all, which is where we get the contemporary expression warts and all. He wanted to be shown with his, I have a little, there you go, laser pin there. I could just airbrush that out right now. But that's the idea. So there's Cromwell, approached by an important rabbi, persuaded to allow Jews to return to England. And so you have a trickle of Jews in the 17th, 18th century who are beginning to make an official appearance there. By the time we get to the 19th century, Jews have actually achieved significant status in England, significant wealth as well. Some figures, such as Moses Montefiore, shown here, actually were knighted by the Queen, indicating that they had really made it in many areas of British society by the time the 19th century turned. They were not yet allowed in Parliament. That's something that would happen while Disraeli was serving, but nevertheless, one could say the Jews were well on their way to social status in England by the beginning of the 19th century. Also, in this context, it's important to note that Disraeli reveled in all of these things. Disraeli reveled in his outsider status as a former Jew, although he viewed the spiritual values of Christianity to be superior to Judaism. He liked to refer to himself as the blank page between the Old Testament and the New. A very characteristic saying for Disraeli because it at once proclaimed his antiquity, that he could be linked to this very ancient people, and at the same time, a bridge to modernity. And he tied this idea of the link between the old Judaism and its values to what he would consider modern Christianity as being the essential bridging factor. In fact, a bridge character is something that we could say about him in general. As a politician, he was also a great bridger, bringing together the ironic opposites of the aristocracy and the populace as a whole. Now I will pause to drink a sip of coffee and I will ask for questions. Oh, yes, please.
I'm under the impression, I seem to remember reading that after the imposition...
By the way, a lot of my students say that. I seem to remember reading.
Yes. After the imposition, a lot of the Jews from Portugal and Spain ran to the Netherlands where they were sort of accepted. And then the king at that time invited a number of them to come to England because of their skills of money lending and so forth. Is that correct?
It's not too far off the mark. We have to realize that, like what kind of border controls are we really talking about in the 18th, 17th century? Your ship lands at a port and you get off the boat. And it's not like there's a lot of people there checking your passport, and making you walk through the scanners and things like that. So if you had money and you had business, then, people would let you in. You might have to pay off someone perhaps, but Jews were trickling in, just like, Jews have pursued business opportunities around the world. Very few countries had truly impermeable borders. Unfortunately, they're usually impermeable, like not letting the Jews out. But letting Jews in, it's not so much of a problem. Yes, I should ask this gentleman here. Art, correct? Yeah, welcome.
Isaac was 59 when Benjamin was born. Is that his first marriage?
I believe this was his second marriage, if I'm not mistaken. But I didn't do the actual math. 1804, let's go back and let's do the math here. I do remember seeing something about how Benjamin, especially he had a lot of relationships with older women. And one biographer said that it may have been a reflection of his older mother.
In 1745, Benjamin was born
In 1804, 1801, something like that, right?
So we got 45,
Okay. Okay. It's also possible I made a mistake with the dates, but I think that's okay. Okay, let's just skip over it. Hard questions. I'll edit that out, please. Yes. Yeah.
I remember when I studied it years ago that he reveled in the idea that he was British.
Yeah.
His main thing that he was British.
And what that meant, absolutely. The imperialistic aspect of it, absolutely. We shall see that. Okay, Ms. Abramson, last question, and we'll go on. Yeah.
First of all, what was the actual dispute? Was it just that dispute that caused him to hate Judaism, or it was just Judaism in general?
Hey, Ms. Abramson, I told you on the way here tonight, no hard questions. So I actually don't know what the substance of the dispute was. I understand that it was an ongoing dispute, though. It was one that went on for several years, and Isaac just basically bit his tongue until his father passed away. It probably had something to do with what they were serving for Kiddush. Who knows? I don't know. Well, he did attend the inauguration ceremony of the nearby Reform Synagogue. He did so he was not totally outside of Judaism. And don't forget, he didn't convert, so which he easily could have. Well, for him, he's already an older person. He has his career established. There's no real financial impetus to convert, but it's for his children, however, because they're going to be exploring careers, getting into colleges, things like that. Then there will be a toelis, an advantage. Okay, no more questions for you today. So he was known as a dandy, and I put that in quotation marks because I wasn't exactly sure what a dandy actually is. So many biographies use the term dandy that I would think it was some kind of technical meaning. I get the impression, though, that what it means is, he was very flamboyant. He was noted for his unusual dress. And the trouble is, you look at these pictures, and they all look so weird. So how do you know what's unusual for the 19th century? But, this particular picture, I wish we had better lighting, but he's got this big cravat thing going on here, and tended to wear the hairstyles, things like that. This is actually, by the way, this is a retrospective painting. It was done when he was already in his 60s, and it was the artist imagined what he would have looked like in his 20s. But he definitely got around town. He had a wide variety of liaisons with older women in particular. And by the way, he chronicles these with only a very, very thin veneer of fabrication in his numerous fictional novels. In fact, when that's one of the ways that he kept himself alive, because he did not have the same recourse to funds as his father did. He wrote novels about a dozen different novels that were really quite popular. And they were somewhat racy. They involved a lot of high society things, with a particular genre of the period that was written for the middle class reader. They called them silver spoon novels because it described what it was like to live in the upper classes. Kind of like in the Depression, they used to make films about ridiculously wealthy individuals, and it was kind of like an expiation of fantasy life to be able to watch how the rich and famous live. So, unlike today, of course. Thank you for. But he wrote all these things, which was about his travels in high society with the various women that he had relationships with, and then when he got into politics, he had to go back, and in the reissuing of the editions, he had to clean them up, and he had to kind of remove some of the more obvious portraits that he had fictionalized of real people who were scandalized by his writing. But this is not your typical, politician, social climber. This is someone who was really quite bohemian in his youth and quite active in his sexual exploits as well. He did ultimately marry this woman, Mary Ann Evans, who was a widow. Her surname was Lewis. She was 12 years his senior, and she used to say that or Disraeli himself, who, by the way, was known as Dizzy to his friends. Disraeli used to say that he married her for her money, but he would marry her again for love. And their marriage actually lasted 34 years until her passing, and they apparently had a very fond and affectionate relationship. They did not produce any offspring. Disraeli was not really interested in having children, but his wife was also quite a bit of a character. In one notable episode, for example, they had as guests a particular general and his wife who stayed at their home. I think his name was Lord Hottridge or something like that. And Lord and Lady Hottridge stayed in the guest room, and Disraeli and his wife stayed in the main bedroom, the master bedroom next door. And the next morning she woke up and told her guests that she slept between England's greatest soldier and England's greatest orator the previous night. Of course, the orator was her husband and the soldier was in the next room, but Lady Hottridge was not pleased at all with this revelation. But that gives you a sense of who he married, and she was really of his type in many ways, and they had a very successful marriage. A turning point, I want to try and focus. I mean, there's a lot to say about Disraeli as a character and as a politician. I want to try and keep this as close as possible to the Jewish agenda, because that's really what we're studying here, is the Jewish biographies. So an important turning point in his life Jewishly was in the year 1828 through 1831, when he went on extended travel through the Middle East with a friend who later died of a venereal disease. Disraeli also had to be treated for that same venereal disease. Perhaps they got it from the same host, at least them. But at any rate, he was impressed with Jerusalem. We know from his travels at the time. When he got back to England, he tended to downplay it. But there's no question that over the course of his political career, he frequently invoked the image of Jerusalem as the messianic destination of the Jewish people. And he used a metaphor of bringing England into a messianic future quite often, and he was really obsessed with the idea of the Jews longing for their ancestral home. He used that metaphor very effectively in his people yearning for that kind of state in the United Kingdom. He dedicated a couple of novels to his experiences in Israel. One in particular is relevant, Alroy, written in 1833, which speaks of a failed messianic movement. It's a thinly disguised historical novel of the pseudo-messiah David Alroy from, I believe, the 12th century. And it was really a larger metaphor for this kind of unfolding of the divine plan. So that's one major thing, is he connected very profoundly with the idea of Israel, and in fact, one might say he was even a proto-Zionist, really forward for his time. The other thing that's very significant is he developed a strong taste for international affairs, and specifically for British imperialism. He saw firsthand the slow demise of the Ottoman Empire, which would ultimately be called the sick man of Europe and would collapse in World War I. But Disraeli, even from an early stage in his political career, realized that the Ottoman Empire was eventually going to collapse, and he felt that England should capitalize on that very significantly, which he did primarily through capitalizing on the Suez Canal, ensuring that it was controlled by British interests. And also, we'll see a couple of those things, and also in its competition with Russia for the control of the Middle East. So this visit throughout the Middle East, which included a stop in Jerusalem, was very significant for his worldview. Let's take a little bit of time to speak about his politics specifically. He lost 4 elections until he finally was admitted to office in 1837. He was a bit of a gadfly within his own party, however, disagreeing quite often with the leadership, in particular Lord Peel, because he had an unusual blend of two contrary aspects. On the one hand, for example, he was very conservative. He believed in promoting the role of the monarchy and institution of the monarchy. He also believed in the institution of the aristocracy. He believed that the British nobility, the peerage, was very significant and should be validated within their society. He himself, incidentally, besides having a lingering bitterness over missing out on his bar mitzvah, he didn't get a single fountain penny. But he also felt bad that his father sent him to a somewhat middling high school and sent his younger brothers to much more prestigious schools in England. And the way the English school system works, what school you go to really labels you for life. And he always felt, you took me out of Judaism and then you didn't even put me into a really decent school. We don't know exactly why his father made those distinctions. So he believed in the monarchy, he believed in the aristocracy, and he also believed in the church. To say that he was a dedicated Christian would be a stretch, but nevertheless he believed in the idea of Christianity, and he believed in promoting Christianity as some sort of, ultimate Judaism, as we shall see shortly. So on the one hand, typical conservative politician of the era. But on the other hand, he was very much a populist. He definitely reached out to the lower classes and was very popular among the lower classes. For example, in 1845, he broke with his own party over the issue of repealing the Corn Act, which was an economic program that subsidized British farmers, and the conservatives wanted to do away with that act, and in fact they succeeded. The act was repealed, but Disraeli felt that no, it should be protected, and they should engage in a more protectionist economic policy, which is much more liberal in its approach, more big government, as it were, and that garnered him considerable popularity among the farmers, even while he was alienated by members of his own party. He ultimately formed a small group of like-minded politicians, calling themselves the Young England Movement, and they gathered around Disraeli as a kind of like a second wing. I don't want to use the term Tea Party, I already did, but it's kind of like he created a liberal wing within the Conservative Party that ultimately grew, and he was eventually elected to be Prime Minister 4 times after he eventually defeated his opponents in the party. In one of the most lasting of his achievements in British electoral reform was the passage of the Reform Bill. This cartoon from the era shows Disraeli mounted on a horse as all of his opponents raced to catch up with him. The Reform Bill essentially extended suffrage to a much larger segment of the British population. Many more people on a lower economic status were given the right to vote. This is, of course, before women were allowed to vote, so we're talking mainly about landed wealth as a criterion for voting eligibility. And this garnered tremendous popularity for Disraeli among the common people because they saw him, even though he was a conservative, they saw him also as a populist thinking for the common man. If we can borrow another American metaphor, he really was a compassionate conservative. He really saw conservatism as the best way, in a very patriarchal kind of way, or kind of like a paternalistic way. He saw it as the best way to care for the average person in England. So you can see how these things come together to create a very unique, strongly principled leader, willing to break with his own party, and very responsive to the needs of the population as a whole. The Jewish politics was especially pronounced with the Jews Relief Act of 1858. Throughout this time, of course, even though Disraeli is making a lot of hay about his Jewish origins, he is ultimately a Christian and was able to fulfill all the duties of office as a Christian. Not so Baron Rothschild, who was elected to office on multiple occasions and was forced to not take his seat in Parliament because he would not swear the oath as a Christian on the New Testament. And many people within the Conservative Party felt that that was absolutely appropriate. England is a Christian nation, and the very least that its officers could do is to put their hand on a Christian Bible and swear their loyalty to the crown and as a Christian. Rothschild, unwilling to do so, was forced to win overwhelming electoral victories and simply not take his seat in Parliament. Until finally the pressure grew from the opposition, and Disraeli, of course, was among them, to pass an act which allowed Rothschild to actually take his seat in Parliament after placing his hand on Tanakh and uttering a slightly different amended text, which met his conscience. If you read the beginning of this article from July 24th, 1958, it says, "At long length, the Jewish question is settled." No more Jewish problem, right? Baron Rothschild may now, if the Commons please so to resolve, take his seat and vote. Last night, the royal assent was given to the Jew Bill of the Lords and amended Oaths Bill. Thus has ended a struggle which at one time wore a most ugly appearance and threatened to end in a serious collision of the Commons with the judges of the land and the two houses with each other. Speaker met with a lot of anti-Semitic taunts throughout his career. Right from his early school days, he would remember the children taunting things like how did the rhyme go that I read in one of the sources? I don't remember how the schoolyard rhyme went, but it was something about how Jews will go to prison was the last line. And here's Disraeli, who's technically a Christian, but everybody knows he's of Jewish background. He certainly has a Jewish appearance, and so he would simply grated his teeth and smiled through it all the way to the top. And many of these speeches and cartoons, caricatures of the era certainly play up his Jewish features and make these kind of snide comments about his Jewish background, but Disraeli did his utmost to rise above it all. Now, part of the reason why he rose above it all was ironically because he was so unapologetic. The language of the day that the Jews were actually the superior race. You recall at this time, we're talking about the mid-19th century, that the very idea of race is being developed. People like Comte de Gobineau are capitalizing on the work of people like Charles Darwin and arguing that the various species that we see in nature are reflected also in the human genus, that there are different species of human beings with unique characteristics which make them better or less adapted to their environment. This would eventually, flourish in the dark flower of racism under Hitler, when Judaism was seen as kind of a genetic characteristic. But in the 19th century, it was much more benign and much more well accepted that there were such things. In Germany, it was known as folkism or peopleism, this kind of naive belief, for example, that Italians are deeply passionate people, great lovers, easily angered, those kinds of things. Prussians are very punctual and very demanding and very cold, very logical. Lithuanian Jews, are very funny and have a superior fashion sense. All these kinds of things that's kind of like early racism. So the Jews, by the way, in the anti-Semitic versions, the Jews are viewed as a parasitic race, that they are best adapted to being like tapeworms of society, eating them out from the inside. But that's not the way Disraeli spun it. Disraeli spun it that the Jews were the superior race, that the Semitics were the most aristocratic of all races, that they had an inherent conservatism, and their emphasis on endogamy, on in-marriage, meant that they had an extremely pure bloodline. So in other words, where he had to deal with anti-Semitic taunts, he said, hey, look, my lineage goes back to King David, goes back to Moses, goes back to Aaron. How far does yours go back? Right? They don't have. So he really emphasized the nobility of his blood and the antiquity of his blood. He also felt that the Jews, correctly, were tremendously productive in the spiritual realm that had given the world the world's three great monotheistic religions, and that Christianity was really just the ultimate expression of Judaism. He did feel that Christianity was Judaism plus, that Judaism on its own was unfulfilled without Christianity. But nevertheless, the fact is, he came from a deeply spiritual, creative, and ancient people.
Hey, how are you?
So he was able to turn around a lot of these anti-Semitic barbs
come to my Discord.
as, reaffirmations of a very ethnocentric worldview. Furthermore, he specifically connected England to the Jews, viewing that the special link between the British people and the Jewish people as a whole. He felt that the British form of government was the most natural expression of biblical values, and so there was an intellectual and a spiritual connection between those two peoples that was really was personified in himself. That he represented this synthesis of the ancient civilization of the Jews, the modern society of the British, and so of course you should vote for me in the next election. And of course he not only would deliver these sometimes unpopular opinions on the floor of Parliament, he also wrote about them in his numerous novels. So he's really reinforcing this message in all the media that he has access to, and it created among the British, and maybe even accelerated, an intrinsic philo-Semitism that we'll really see expression of later when we get to the Balfour Declaration and the impetus to create a Jewish homeland in the Middle East. As Prime Minister, he served in 1858, 1868, and 1874. I mentioned how his platform combined this paternalistic, conservative economic platform, which was designed primarily reserving for the upper classes most of the decision-making authority. But he was also a very staunch imperialist. He believed that England should take its justified role as really the leader of the world, as the sole superpower of the era. Following on, thinking of people like Cecil Rhodes, he believed that onward British soldiers should be the motto, and especially this is true in two areas. In India, which of course was a jewel of the crown, he actually had Queen Victoria pronounced Empress of India, really. And he also felt that the Ottoman Empire, as I mentioned earlier, since it was going to be collapsing, they should block any. It has no history of hostile takeovers of parts of that region, but so he was very concerned that England should do to ensure that Russia was blocked, which he did with great effectiveness. Specifically, as I mentioned earlier, by making sure that England had controlling interests in the Suez Canal in particular. And in terms of connecting this specifically to the Jewish cause, this also drove the British government in a very pro-Semitic or pro-Jewish fashion when it came to the later development of Israel. He didn't take a really strong stand on too many Jewish issues, even though he was, like most, aghast with the medieval charge of blood libel against the Jews of Damascus in 1840. But he did definitely support the rights of Jews in the Ottoman Empire during one particular dispute in the Balkans in particular. And he's in many ways associated with this early burgeoning proto-Zionism. Can we pause for questions while I take another sip of coffee? Oh, Ms. Abramson, okay, go ahead. It's interesting. How did he get so close with Queen Victoria? they seem to have, he was genuinely a believer. He really did respect the institution of the crown. They exchanged some 1,600 letters over the course of his career. I'm not sure. I saw that figure and it amazed me. Now, if you think in terms of email or texts, you probably send 1,600 texts every week. But letters, actually handwritten, this is even before typewriters were invented, right? Well, I got typewriters by this point, I think. But these handwritten letters, 1,600 handwritten letters, is a phenomenal achievement. And they had true closeness that I think they had a melding of values. They really,
I have video going
cared
there,
for
and
each
there are
other.
other people in there.
He promoted the monarchy, yeah. Yeah, sure. And he's the prime minister. He's not a schlepper. Judith.
In reading about biographies of Queen Victoria, there was a certain strand in Disraeli that she saw that reflected values that Albert had.
Ah, interesting.
And that some of them had to do with the betterment of the class, the working, what have you. And Albert was very interested in maintaining the ability of people to work and be effective. And she saw in this way a similar strand.
It's fascinating.
With respect to Albert, and as well as being an outsider, because Albert was always considered an outsider within the context that he was the lower class of aristocracy, and so there was that paternalism towards Victoria that other male prime ministers may have.
Interesting. That's fascinating. Actually, yes. Last question. Hold on.
So Shakespeare was born in 1564. And the Jews were expelled in 1296.
Yeah.
And they weren't readmitted till like 1632.
Yeah.
So when he wrote Shylock, he had never met a Jew, because he had only once had he ever been to France, and good chance he didn't meet any Jews there.
Right. Most likely, he did not know Jews. Yeah.
So he must have just heard about it.
Yeah, he constructed the Shylock myth basically out of very old medieval prejudices. It's not impossible that he might have met some crypto-Jews who were living there, but, he took a type. And unfortunately, it was a type that was well known in Western literature. Chaucer, for example, has similar examples. Okay, let's go further. Here we go. So, his Proto-Zionism. So, we don't have any strong evidence of his connection specifically with the impetus of creating a homeland in Israel. The first real documentation that is associated with this is already in the 20th century, when it became more of a political possibility with the collapse of the Ottoman Empire. But there is an interesting document that was submitted in the context of the Congress of Berlin that for a long time was associated with this anonymous memo. It really came from someone named Gordon. However, in one of his last novels, Tancred, he says a lot, he returns to the theme of Judaism quite profoundly. There's a lot of Jewish characters that run through his novels. They're usually like sage, wise individuals who are always disseminating, very useful and salient advice. But in Tancred, for example, he writes, the law enjoins the children of Israel still to celebrate the vintage. A beautiful metaphor, right? The wine is no longer there, the vineyard's not there, but still drink the wine. A race that persists in celebrating their vintage, although they have no fruits to gather, will regain their vineyards. Very strong proto-Zionist kind of statement of the era, and turned out to be ultimately prophetic. So let's just return to one last item when we think about his life as a whole. His grandfather, you'll recall, Benjamin, his namesake, when he came to England, he adopted this heraldic, slogan and with, images and things like that. And he adopted a Latin motto, which I happened to look up. The motto that he adapted was "Forti nihil difficile," which means to the brave, or the strong, like fort, to the brave, nothing is difficult. But when I did a Google search on that, it used to be, by the way, back when I was in graduate school, long before Google, you got points just for figuring out something like this. Now, any 10-year-old can figure it out just by plugging it into Google, but which means that the PhDs today, I don't know. But anyways, he actually omitted 2 words from a classical citation. The 2 words he omitted is et fidele. So really, the motto that he cited was originally written, "To the brave and the faithful, nothing is difficult." And his grandfather omitted the words "and the faithful." And he took out the words "faith" from the equation. I don't know really what that means. His grandfather was a faithful member of his synagogue. The son, Isaac, rebelled, and of course that put Disraeli onto an entirely different trajectory. I don't know what it means that he removed those words "and the faithful," but we certainly see in Disraeli's life that nothing ultimately was difficult for him. He achieved tremendous things throughout the course of his life, politically, socially, on a literary level as well. And although there's some dispute about it, the end of his life, he suffered from a bronchial illness, and he asked, when he was on his deathbed, he was asked if they should bring him a clergyman for the last rites. He said no. He was speaking only with his friend Lord Kidd, and Lord Kidd left as his left a report saying that his last words were the Shema Yisrael prayer. That on Disraeli's lips, after all of this, embracing of Christianity and all of his, promoting of Christianity as Judaism plus, ultimately he, as it were, according to Lord Kidd, put the et fidele back into his own life, the faith back into his own life, and pronounced the great statement of God's unification as any Jew would, should they know that their end was approaching. And now I basically concluded my remarks. I want to thank you very much for your attention and your endurance through this lecture, and I look forward to speaking to you next week. Our topic is going to be Henrietta Zold. Okay. Thank you.
We haven't seen it yet. Just wait. Even Jamie Rogan's guy was like, "When he come out?" I'm like, "Yeah, I'm looking there, early June." He's like, "Man, don't good thing you're not moving July, man. Just wait." So maybe it's just a rare summer here in Austin, but I'm waiting for this.
Okay, welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry for the slight delay tonight. We have
So far, it's Jumanji out here.
a change in personnel, as you may have noticed. Mr. Rodriguez is unfortunately for us out of town this week, but I have appointed my son Alexander to take his place. Stand up and face everyone. You were saying? Okay. So we'll see how well he does with the actual filming, and actually everyone out there in Latvia. I hope we'll see soon how good my son is at doing these kind of things. Tonight's topic is quite fascinating, something that's close to my own intellectual interest, although I've never actually looked into this biography in much detail. So I learned quite a bit in preparing for tonight's class. We're going to look at Rabbi Yisrael Lipkin of Salant, often known as Yisrael Salanter, the Israel from the town of Salant, who is credited with the foundation of the modern Musar movement. So we'll have a discussion of what exactly that means, the Musar movement, and we'll look at his life in general. And I think we'll see he's one of those really creative figures of the 19th century, a period of tremendous creativity, explosion of ideas among Jews in Eastern Europe on how to, reevaluate Judaism in the context of modern times and adapt it appropriately to the concerns of the various regions in which the Jews lived. I'll start with a small joke, which really it makes more sense to tell this joke at the end of class, but since I assume that most of you have at least some familiarity with what Musar is, the joke will make sense. So just to give you a little bit of contextual information, Musar as a school of study is often associated, rightly or wrongly, as we shall see throughout the next 60 minutes, with a rather harsh, self-critical attitude, as a form of ethical development through unrelenting self-criticism and examination of one's flaws, and through understanding them, one presumably will be able to conquer those weaknesses and then go on to spiritual greatness. That's, in a nutshell, kind of like the popular understanding of what Musar is. As we shall see, there are some distinctions, but let's just work with that. So the joke goes like this. It's 19th century Lithuania. I'll try to move the camera when I move. That's a little faster, right? I'm over here. Right, there we go. There we go. Okay, good. So it's 19th century Lithuania, and this is an era where there's the Haskalah is very active, the Hasidic movement is very active, and the Musar movement is taking shape as well. So a Hasid from, let's say, southern Ukraine decides he wants to visit a Musar house, a base Musar, a place where they study Musar, a yeshiva from Musar. He wants to understand what exactly do they do there. So he walks into the base Musar, the house of Musar, and he sees there's a few guys sitting alone by the walls, and they're hunched over little tiny books, looking into them and wiping their foreheads and worrying about who they are. And here's one of them saying, "Oi, ich bin garnished. I am nothing." And then he looks over, he sees another guy, says, "Oi, ich bin ganz garnished. I'm entirely nothing," right? So the Chassid says, "Well, I'll give it a try." He goes to the wall, and Hasidism, of course, does not have a comparable modality of study, as we'll discuss later. He pulls off a copy of Mesilas Yesharim, one of the great Musar classics, and he starts reading, and he starts realizing, you know what? Yeah, ich bin euch garnished. I'm also garnished. I'm jealous, I'm vain, I'm petty, I think about my pride, my arrogance, and he's going on and on and on. Move the camera, there we go. He's going on, and he starts saying it out loud. Ich bin garnished von garnished. I'm completely valueless. And the other two guys look at each other. One of them says, "Who's the big shot who thinks he's garnished?" Okay. All right, it sort of makes sense. Let's look at the life of this very fascinating individual. As I've said, he is credited with being the founder of the Musar movement. It's important to note that Musar as a modality of study, or I shouldn't say that, as a topic of study, goes back at least 800 years. You can see Bacha ibn Pakuda. I mentioned already great works, like actually if you look in a different context, the works of Maimonides, the Shmona Prakim. There are many, many works that considerably antedate the activity of Rabbi Yisrael Salanter. His innovations, as we shall see shortly, really consist in terms of a refocusing, a reframing of many of these classics of Jewish ethical literature, and a systematization of its study within the formal curriculum of the yeshiva. He, as an individual, did not achieve all of his goals, and in fact, he was plagued through most of his life with an acute depression that followed him to the very end of his days in 1883. He was unable to escape it. He was especially saddened that, at least in his lifetime, Musar did not take flight as a mass movement. It did not shape itself in the way that he had hoped it would. But nevertheless, immediately after his passing, the second and third generation of his students really did transform it into a very significant movement. And in fact, it is virtually synonymous with the entire yeshivish world today, so to speak. The Lithuanian Talmudic world today associates very profoundly with this man's thought and his methodology. So we're going to look at his life and try to understand the impact of his thought in Jewish culture. I'm going to rely very heavily on this great book by Emmanuel Etkes. I have the virtual version. I have the actual version here. I've had this on my bookshelf for a long time, and I never really got around to reading in detail, and I found it absolutely fascinating. It's a great historiographic overview of many of the earlier, more popular and hagiographic treatments of Rabbi Yisrael Salanter, and places them a lot within modern historiographic context. So I highly recommend Professor Etke's work if you'd like to go into this and further. I'm basically going to plagiarize my entire lecture on his work here. So, his youth, he's born in 1810 in Lithuania. He received a traditional mitnagdic education. And to give you a quick refresher, the term mitnaged means opponent, and that term was created really as a result of the Hasidic revolution. The traditionalist Talmudic schools opposed the development of Hasidism, and as a result, they became known as the opponents. One of the great, thank you. Now you're on tape. Everyone in Latvia knows your voice. One of the great challenges of the mitnagdic world in the early 19th century, something that they really did not truly overcome until the 20th century, was to define for themselves a positive reason for being, meaning they took their very name and in many ways their essence from their opposition to another movement rather than stating what they actually believed in properly. They lost the PR war for most of the 19th century trying to say, well, what do we stand for besides being against what they stand for, which is kind of I'm not going to think of a joke on that one. But at any rate, so there's and we will, God willing, next year, I'm hoping we'll talk about Rabbi Chaim of Volozhin, one of the principal teachers of Rabbi Yisrael Salanter, who made a concerted effort to try and change that PR balance and say something positive about the mitnagdic movement. But this was a period in which the mitnagdim were very much in full retreat from two major social intellectual movements that were sweeping through Eastern Europe in the 19th century. On the one hand, Hasidism, already mentioned and we discussed in previous lectures, and on the other hand, the Haskalah, which was making really, the Jewish Enlightenment, so the modernizing and often secularizing movement that was making significant gains in Eastern Europe. So the traditional Talmudists, the mitnagdim, they were really mitnagdim to two different movements. Really, they were opposing Hasidism, they were opposing Enlightenment, and they were also at the same time struggling to define their own identity at the same time. So he fell into that particular movement in the period of its greatest struggle. His major influences were, of course, the person who was associated more than anyone else with the mitnagdic movement, the Vilna Gaon himself, and his principal student, Rabbi Chaim of Volozhin, who attempted to articulate a strategy of dealing with the Hasidic movement by, if you can't beat them, join them, principally through his great work, Nefesh HaChaim, which is essentially Kabbalah for mitnagdim. It is an acknowledgement of the fact that part of the major reason for the success of the Hasidic movement was that they tapped into the huge body of rich theosophic ideas and translated them to the common person in Eastern Europe, so most elite scholars. So in a very different way than the Hasidic movement, Rabbi Chaim tried to bring those Kabbalistic ideas in a format that would be acceptable to Talmudic studies, Talmudic students in the early 19th century. Rabbi Yisrael Salanter, ironically, would reject that strategy, as we shall see shortly. But his principal teacher was a man named Yosef Zundel, who many consider a hidden tzaddik. He was a person who had no official rabbinic position, but was widely regarded as a tremendously righteous individual and an extremely learned individual. And many of the techniques of learning and of personal development were things that Rabbi Yisrael Salanter really absorbed and focused on in his own work. One of the famous stories about Rabbi Yosef Zundel is, he was famous for being very humble. And at one point he was traveling throughout Lithuania. He stopped at one particular home. And by the way, he avoided all of the traditional garb of the rabbinic elite. He tried to dress like a common person, wearing regular workman's clothes, in good repair according to halakha and so on, but he tried very much not to appear as a giant of Torah. And it happened that he was traveling once and he stopped in at a home of a particular rabbi and they began to engage in discussion of Talmud and so on, and they had a talk back and forth. And this particular rabbi said, "Where are you from?" And he said, "Salant." And he said, "Oh, you must know Rabbi Yosef Zundel, how is he doing? He says, yes, he's doing well, thank you. And he's talking to Rabbi Yosef Zundel. And he says, he is such an amazing chassid. He's such a chassid in the sense of pious. He's such an amazingly pious and learned individual, going on and on praising him. And Yosef Zundel was in a difficult position because on the one hand, he couldn't exactly acknowledge that it was he was talking to because he wanted to, not draw attention to himself and his own identity. And on the other hand, he couldn't exactly disagree and say, no, he's not such a tzaddik, But he was trying to downplay things and so on. And finally, the rabbi was speaking with stopped for a minute and he said, you're Yosef Zundel. And, as my daughter likes to say, my eldest daughter, he got bageled, which is kind of, what bageled means? Bageling is like when someone spots you and acknowledges your Jewish identity on the street. I don't know why. It happens to me all the time. But anyways, that was his principal teacher. He did not have the opportunity to learn with him for very long, but they once asked him, why was Rabbi Yosef Zundel your teacher? He didn't have a yeshiva, he didn't have a shtela, he didn't have a rabbinical placement, he was just a regular laborer and so on. Why was he your teacher? And Rabbi Yisrael Salanter responded in Yiddish, Ich hab ihm einmal gesehen. I saw him once. And that was enough. Just to see Rabbi Yosef Zundel was enough to inspire me with that's the kind of Jew I want to become. To give you a sense of the development of his thought, we're going to look at the arc of his ideas in greater detail. But in his use with one of his study partners, he made 3 resolutions, which tell you a little bit about where his mind is going to go over the next 40-odd years. His first resolution was not to serve in the rabbinate, meaning Rabbi Yisrael Salanter resolved never to take a position of communal authority, which was a very hard thing for him to adhere to because in many different towns, from Lithuania to France, people were begging him to please take charge of our community, please be the leader, the spiritual, the moral, the halakhic leader of our community. And quite often, although he never, to my mind, I don't think he ever took an actual rabbinical post as per his resolution, he took many positions of communal leadership and spiritual moral authority. But the idea behind this resolution was that he wanted to simply earn his living from other things, from whatever, he tried to learn how to make ink, for example. At one point, he tried to stick to the Maimonidean ideal, earning a living like a regular person and studying Torah as your pastime and your pleasure, but really you did not rely on Torah for your parnasa. Secondly, he undertook never to write books, and the idea was he wanted to avoid any fame that would associate with being a great author. He did publish quite a bit. Most of it, however, were things like his sermons, which were later transcribed by his students, and then he would authorize their publication. Short materials like the Igeret HaMusar, the letter of Musar that he sent to his students from Europe into Russia. And he published a journal called Tvuna, a very important, short-lived but very important journal. But he never wrote a single solid work from start to end under his own authorship. It was really always through these other media. And again, to avoid the trappings of fame. And the third thing is he resolved never to study Kabbalah, which is something that is such a contrast to the Hasidic world, and even a contrast to that kind of position of retreat, strategic retreat that Rabbi Chaim of Volozhin had advocated. The direction of Rabbi Yisrael Salanter's Musar was, look, it's very simple. God told us what we're supposed to do. We have it in the Talmud, and we have it especially in the Shulchan Aruch. Our job is just to figure out what God wants and adhere totally to that message. He was very big into studying halakha, and he was actually quite innovative in understanding the application of halakha in very unusual realms, as I hope to show you a little later. His application of halakha made it more than merely a transactional, commercial kind of a body of law or a ritual law. It was very much a law of morality. You could see the threads of a deep-rooted, abiding morality in all of halakha, according to the way that he studied it. He felt that Kabbalah was kind of a distraction from the main goal, which was to fulfill the will of God. he placed a tremendous amount of emphasis on Yiras Hashem, the fear of God. And he said that's why some people tend to associate Musar with a fundamentally negative aspect. And that's true, I think, of some schools of Musar that definitely follow this aspect. But other schools say, no, this is a tremendous release in the sense that, we have our rule book. We have the goals that we're supposed to achieve. We have the behaviors we're supposed to emulate. And that's all we have to worry about. It's clear. And as the Talmud says, or actually the Ramah says, Ein simcha keheter hasfekot. There is no happiness comparable to the resolution of doubt. Once you have clarity, you have great happiness. Okay, Ms. Abramson, please.
So, I wonder, Musar is like such an integral part of this learning as a Jew, that every Jew that I with they learn Musar as like a whole section of the Jewish learning. So
Yes.
Before this Musar movement, what did they learn in place of that?
Ms. Abramson, you never fail to uplift me with your intellectually stimulating questions. For all of you in Latvia, Ms. Abramson asked, if I can paraphrase, wait a minute, everything I know in my whole Jewish education, Musar has been so central to it. That's at least, in my Lithuanian, yeshivish surroundings, that's what we do. What did they do before Rabbi Yisrael Salanter? So that's exactly the point. Musar was not part of the curriculum. The standard, first of all, yeshivas, as we understand them today, did not exist. They're more like disciple circleships, and it was under Rabbi Chaim of Volozhin, right, the teacher of Rabbi Yisrael Salanter, who set up the first formal yeshiva. But people studied the Talmud and the codes. They did generally not study the great works of Musar. Those were things for individuals. It was kind of like a hobby if you were interested in studying that, but it was not considered formally required at all. And as we shall see, the yeshivas opposed the Musar movement. And they said, can't have this. So it's going to be a good lecture. Just stay with me. Yes, sir. I do not believe he did, except for perhaps some of the publication of other works of Musar. I don't know. See his name associated with it. Perhaps you can clarify for me after the lecture why you're thinking so. But let's go on because we got a lot of stuff to talk about. Okay, so let's first understand Russian Jewry under Nicholas I. Let's place this in the social and economic context, which was absolutely horrific. Some of the worst excesses against Jews were perpetrated under the leadership of this man, Tsar Nicholas I. He came to the throne in 1825 after his father was murdered in an abortive revolt, and he was an extremely authoritarian and militaristic leader of Russia. He felt that all the problems of Russia could be solved by forcing the situation and demanding that everyone conform to his ideas of what the state should be like. Russia is, of course, a very different country nowadays. Pause for laughter, right? Okay. This is Tsar Nicholas I theory, and unfortunately it had tremendously awful repercussions for Jews. Now consider it from his perspective. The Jews have just been incorporated into the Russian Empire really only 50 years prior with the conquest of Poland under Catherine II. And up until this point, the Jews have remained an indigestible mass sitting in the western provinces who are not converting to Orthodoxy, Russian Orthodoxy, not learning the Russian language, not really sort of blending with the population and adopting the agricultural practices of the local peasants. And he's wondering, what can I do with these people? He's considering that perhaps they're a fifth column, perhaps they're going to ally themselves with the Germans, all these kinds of things. So he adopts a complex strategy with many different tactical expressions that were designed to assimilate the Jewish population into the Russian Empire. Perhaps the most odious of them was the notorious Cantonist policies, which were established in the 1830s and extended in one form or another right up until the 20th century. I'm sure you're familiar with these, but basically This was a rule that the Jews had to supply a certain number of conscripts to the Russian army. They could not, as they had traditionally, simply pay an additional tax to have Jews exempted from the army. They must, in fact, comply with numbers. And Nicholas I's idea was that, the army is the best way to assimilate the Jews into Russian society. You take a certain percentage of them, that way for sure they'll learn the Russian language, they'll probably convert to Russian Orthodoxy, they'll develop patriotism, civic identity, and so on. He recognized, however, that by the time and I should mention, by the way, the term of service in the Russian army was 25 years. It was not a 2 or 3 year conscription. It was basically a career choice that was favored by many Russian young men. If they were second or third sons, they had no chance of inheriting property. So they said, okay, I can either be a priest or I can go to the army. I'm going to try the army. And it was a fair selection for them. But for Jews, 25 years serving among non-Jews in remote locations, it was basically a death sentence to their Jewish identity. But he realized that keeping the age of conscription at 18 would not achieve his objectives, because by the time Jews reached that age, they had already had their bar mitzvah. Many of them were already married and with children by that age. They had already, had their fill of Chinese food, and they were not going back to Russian food. Pause for laughter. Thank you. There's uproarious laughter, all of you out there in Latvia. They are really laughing. Inside you're laughing. Okay, my son is saying, what are you doing now about? What are you doing? Okay, so at any rate, yeah, I know, I was talking about conscription. Right. Oh, yes, right. So what he did was he lowered the age of conscription to 12. And the Jews who were conscripted at age 12, these boys, you see here, their children being about to be chapped by the community, would be delivered to these schools that were called cantons, apparently, or they were in regions called cantons, and there they would be given indoctrination, often by Russian Orthodox priests, with a lot of coercion, separated from their parents, to simply convert to Christianity. And by the time they finished 6 years in the cantons, 25 years in the army, that was basically it for their Jewish identity. Amazingly, some did retain their self-identification as Jews, and once they were veterans of the Russian army, they had all of the residence exclusions were lifted for them. Many of them went to communities in Estonia and northern Latvia on the Baltic Sea, where you have these fascinating, at least until the Holocaust, when they were all killed, but you had these fascinating communities of ex-cantonist conscripts and their offspring who were living in these, what were considered resort regions. To make things even worse, Nicholas I placed the responsibility of choosing the conscripts on the Jewish communities themselves, the Jewish communal leadership known as the Kahal. And so the leadership exploited every possible loophole in the law, or used their power as much as possible to, unfortunately, prey on the weakest members of Jewish society. It was rarely the children of the Kahal leadership who were sent off to the army. It was more typically the children of widows, orphans, children of vagrants. They were sent by individuals known as chappers, or kidnappers, to take these children from their beds and make sure that they were delivered to the army. Absolutely horrific. There's been a lot of study of this by Michael Stanislavski and others, and amazingly, the rabbinate failed to stand up and take a strong position on this. There's a lot of moralizing, a lot of folk songs that come from the period, but the rabbis failed to take a strong leadership position, condemning this, arguing any other kind of strategy. They were afraid for their own children as well. So it was a period of tremendous demoralization in the Jewish community, a feeling when the traditional leadership had failed the larger population, and so it was ripe for tremendous change. Yes, once again, Ms. Abramson.
Isn't there a whole prohibition on parents on the adoption of the widow in the
Yes, you're absolutely right. She's pointing out the prohibition, very serious prohibition against a grieving an orphan or a widow. We'll see that in Rabbi Yisrael Slancher's thought as well. But as Rabbi Barrowwine likes to say, you may You must never confuse Judaism with Jews. Second question?
Wouldn't they want to send their students that were strongest in their Jewish identity to the army because they had more of a likely chance to continue as Jews?
Yeah, well, you can only say that because you're not a parent. You know, if you're a parent, you don't want to send any of your kids.
A rabbi's son goes in charge, but
No. And how are you going to decide with a 12-year-old kid? How are you going to say this kid is going to survive 36 years of service in the military?
no, but what I'm saying is why should
Stop. It's not going to work. Okay, let's go on. I'm going to make some more talk. Okay, now, and finally, the third challenge, I'll get back to you in a second, Alexander. The third challenge here is the Haskalah. As I mentioned earlier, the Haskalah is making great inroads into Russian Jewry in the 19th century. Now, it's very different from what we saw when we talked about Berlin in the 18th century. The Haskalah in Eastern Europe remained much more, let's say, Jewish in character, meaning there was far less of a movement towards assimilation. In Germany, because of the fight for emancipation, the tantalizing goal of achieving equal rights meant that a lot of Jews said, you know what? Let's just reform Judaism down. Let's make it easier for non-Jews to appreciate it and understand it. And maybe in so doing, we will win their trust. They'll give us emancipation. They knew that was not happening in Russia at all. And of course, it didn't happen until 1917 when they had a revolution and got rid of the Tsar. Then they had more Tsaris. It's ironic that Tsar and Tsaris are very similar words. So what happens in Western Europe is the Haskalah becomes much more either Yiddishist or Hebraic. It develops into Zionism. But it does develop certain characteristics, such as, for example, an emphasis on civic duty, an emphasis on learning the language of the land. Russian was very important to the Maskilim at that time. Perhaps the greatest sign of the separation, in Vilna, they had to set up a separate minyan for the Maskilim, a separate minyan for the people who believe in Haskalah, right? It's not like they're setting up a separate shul with Shabbos on Sunday and not keeping kosher. They say, okay, you guys, if you insist on doing this, you have to daven in a different room. That's all. But the same liturgy, the exact same nusach, that was not in question at all. One last detail in connection with this, there was a way out of the conscription issue. If you didn't want your child to be liable to the conscription, you could put your child, as in the 1840s, into one of the new crown schools, that is, established by the Tsar. These were schools that were often staffed by Russian Orthodox priests in the secular department, but they had a Jewish department where you could study Chumash and Talmud and so on. And the idea was that for those Jews who would not be coerced to assimilate through the army, they would be offered the carrot of an educational opportunity, but in an approved environment. And this was actually quite a dire threat at the same time, because you could risk your child's physical well-being in the army, or you could risk their spiritual well-being in one of these official schools that were widely seen, justly so, as simply fronts for assimilation and conversion. It was under these circumstances that Israel Salanter, actually, he was offered the position of the head of one of these schools, and he simply chose to flee Lithuania rather than be associated with this movement. So taken together, these kinds of elements, and we can go on, but it would take us far away from our main topic. This was a period of dire stress for the Jews of Russian for Lithuania in particular, but the Jews of the Russian Empire as a whole. They're faced with extremely discriminatory policies that threaten their youth, both physically and spiritually. And as we shall see, there are great economic pressures as well. And it was a period when people were looking for real leadership, legitimate leadership with a moral core. And really, Rabbi Yisrael Salanter filled that position. Okay, Mr. Abramson.
It was like a time in Russia where they didn't allow any religion at all whatsoever.
Mm-hmm. That's after this. This is after the Tsar was deposed in 1917 and the communists took over. 20th century. You come back in, God willing, after Passover, we'll get to the communist period. Yes, please.
Very quick question.
Sure.
Did you have any idea how many 12-year-olds or put it in the question on the
That's a good question. I haven't looked it up in a while. I would recommend you look at the work of Michael Stanislavski from Colombia, but I somehow think the number is in the 5 figures. Probably the tens of thousands, but I'm not positive. Hey, Judith.
Real fast.
Yeah.
1912. My grandfather was 12 years old, and he was going to be sent to one of these schools.
Oh my gosh.
And he followed the Siberian Railroad into Kiev to an uncle to get on to the United States. So as late as 1912, this was still going on.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, that's amazing. I also have a story, and it's that my son here is named after my Zaidi, who fled the Russian Empire because he did not want to fight against the Japanese in the Russo-Japanese War. Even though there was a great proximity to authentic Chinese food, he simply did not. Thank you for laughing. Yeah. Last question? I'm sorry, and then we'll go on.
One of the
It's going to be a hard one. Yeah, Kurt Lewin. No, Isaac Lewin or Kurt Lewin, I think.
He was a historian.
Oh, interesting. Okay, so let's go on more with Rabbi Shilson. Let's talk about the idea of Musar. Giving you some of the social historical background, let's talk more about his ideas. So, as Ms. Abramson asked about earlier, Musar goes a long way back in the Jewish tradition. There are many different strands of Musar as a, well, first of all, what does the term mean? The root is masar, which means to hand over, as in the sense of tradition. Mesora is the word for tradition. A moser is someone who hands over a criminal to the authorities. You know, there are different terms for it. It means basically something that is handed over. It has acquired this connotation of ethical development, perhaps because there's a verse in the book of Kohelet, book of Mishlei, Proverbs, in which it says, Shma b'ni musar avicha, ve'al titosh toras imecha. Listen, my son, to the musar of your father, and do not uproot the Torah of your mother. So the musar in that context means like the rebuke of your father, the teachings, the corrections that your father is bound to give you. And there are many works that have focused on that aspect of ethical development throughout the Jewish tradition. Some of them are a little bit more halachic in orientation. Some are more Kabbalistic in orientation, like the Tomer Devorah, which we'll return to a little later. There's been kind of like a slow and steady stream of these kinds of works, especially after the publication of Mesilat Yesharim in the mid-18th century by the phenomenal Ramchal, Rabbi Moshe Chaim Luzzatto, a work that was extremely important to Rabbi Yisrael Salanter is this one here, Cheshbon HaNefesh, by a Rabbi Levin of Satanov, and it's actually a fascinating book. It bears remarkable similarity to the writings of Benjamin Franklin. Many have argued that it was derivative of Benjamin Franklin's writings, which is not impossible. But basically, it's a systematic tool of developing one's ethical abilities, and it had left a great impression on Rabbi Yisrael Salanter, and he had a role in publishing it again in the 1840s. It was originally published in the 19th century. But looking at it a little bit wider, let's try and understand some of the big ideas of Musar. And obviously, we could spend a lot of time talking about this. We're speaking actually in a place where Rabbi Moshe Grunstein went to a yeshiva, the Rav here, where he was steeped in Musar. I mean, he learned more Musar than most of us in this room have forgotten, I'm sure, because they really emphasize that. But just to touch on it briefly, one of the big ideas is tikkun hamidot, the repair of characteristics, the repair of personal ethical positions, meaning that we all have our petty selfishness, we all have our jealousies, we all have our greed, and so on, sloth. And tikkun hamidot is perhaps the only real goal of Musar is to try and work on our ethical sensibilities, not on our understanding of the laws of, lost and found, or oxes goring cows, or things like that. It's really about personal development. Some Musar definitely emphasizes asceticism, meaning a separation from the world, fasting, self-flagellation, denial, self-denial of many things. Not necessarily strong in Rabbi Yisrael Salanter's thought, but definitely a significant trend in the Hasidic Ashkenaz of the 13th century onward. Very important, especially for Rabbi Yisrael Salanter, but it has earlier roots, is the concept of habit. As the Vilna Gaon put it, quoting the another great Musar work of Rabbeinu Yonah, the hergel al kol davar shilton. Regularity or habit, consistency, has power over everything, meaning good or bad. If you have a good habit, it can take care of any evil, and if you have a bad habit, wow, it's incredibly hard to uproot it. So much of the discussion of Musar literature is trying to address those bad habits and to transform them into good habits. One of the major significant elements that Rabbi Yisrael Salanter really emphasized was the role of psychology, and I could say actually modern psychology, in its application to Musar concepts. He was an eclectic thinker and reader, never quite mastered German, but he read it fluently, French as well, and he read very widely in the sciences of the 19th century. This is the period, remember, Freud, I think he published The Interpretation of Dreams in 1910, so it's really a nascent period for psychology. But, Rabbi Yisrael Salanter is taking all of these new ideas of the mind, especially the burgeoning ideas of the unconscious, which Freud, of course, exploited more than anyone else, but Salanter took these ideas and really applied them to the concept of Musar. Very important for him. Also, it's important to place this in context. If you look at many of the earlier schools of Musar, many of them look at the Yetzer Hara, the desire to do evil, as a concrete being of consciousness external to the person who, like, an evil influence, a mystical, demonic influence, causes a person to do wrong. The devil made me do it kind of thing. And while Rabbi Yisrael Salanter would not openly contradict that model, he really worked on the emphasis of the idea of the Yetzer Hara being internalized, which also has deep roots in the Talmudic tradition. He's not making this stuff up. But he emphasized the internal motivation to do evil and really worked on a psychological appreciation of that. Some of his innovations in study, for example. So what did he do? He didn't really create a new school. He created a new way of learning this material, and he ensured that it was placed within the standard curriculum. He emphasized that Musar had to be studied not as an academic discipline, but with hitpa'alut. Hitpa'alut is hard to translate into English. Pa'al means to act, and hitpa'alut means to act upon oneself. Meaning that Musar has to be translated from words on a page to an internal understanding of the importance of the idea. He really emphasized emotional connection to the words. And in so doing, for example, he emphasized the use of mantras, like verses from the Torah or statements from the Talmud that would be repeated over and over and over again, like a sing-song, as a way of reinforcing certain basic ideas. He said that a person should try and find a few verses that really speak to themselves in terms of what they need to do with their lives, and they should make them something that they spend a fair bit of time every day meditating upon those verses, saying them out loud to try and reinforce these ideas in their mind. His target audience was rather innovative.
No way.
Most of the Musar literature prior to Rabbi Yisrael Salanter really was dedicated to an elite readership, people who were well-versed in the Talmud, well-versed in all the studies, and this was kind of like reading plus, recommended reading. Rabbi Yisrael Salanter said, no, those are not the people we have to reach out to. We have to reach out to ordinary householders, meaning people who are making a living, in business or in the professions, and reach out to those people who are not necessarily the elite leadership. In other words, he was definitely not an ivory tower kind of thinker. He felt that this should be something for not exactly the common man, but for, in fact, I shouldn't even say man, because he did emphasize that Musar is absolutely obligatory for women as well. And he enjoyed quite a resurgence of popularity among women because he felt that, this is not something that is, a character development is obviously for human beings, period. So he reached out to a female audience, which was, again, unusual for that time. And perhaps most famously, his thought characterizes a tendency to favor interpersonal relations over relationship with God. This is a choice between serving God and serving other people. Obviously, within the parameters of halakha, he would always favor serving other people. I'll give you a couple of examples in that. I'll give you examples. I'll come back. Like, for example, here's a few examples, and there's so many stories told about Yisrael Salanter, but I picked my favorite 7. Okay, and we'll go right back. So, for example, in 1848, there was a cholera epidemic in Lithuania, and there are certain different versions of this story. The one that's most widely circulated is that on Erev Yom Kippur, the day, it was on the morning of Yom Kippur, the morning of Yom Kippur, the fast day, Rabbi Yisrael Salanter got up onto the bima in shul and said the bracha and ate a sandwich. And everybody on Yom Kippur should see that it's more important that if you are not well, you must eat rather than face the risk of cholera. More moderate versions of the story, which are probably closer to the truth, but not nearly as much fun to tell, is that he did get up on the bima and he announced the importance of eating. If one is not feeling well, they can't endanger their health. And in the side room, they had prepared some honey cake that was cut to below the minimum size to be the definition of eating, and he urged anyone who felt the need to eat to simply go into the other room and eat. That fits within the realm of halakhic norms, so it's probably more true, but nevertheless, it's a good story. Another story coming up to Pesach. So he was once asked by his students, one of the mitzvot that people tend to spend a lot of time thinking about and tend to be very, very, punctilious about is getting ready for Passover, which does remind me of one little joke I will tell you very quickly. I know you're looking at the clock, but I'll tell you very quickly. People clean everything for Passover. They clean the light sockets, they clean the water filters, everything gets cleaned for Pesach. So it happened, this true story, a friend of mine, his toilet seat broke on Passover. And so he had to, on Erev Pesach, the day before Passover, so he had to take a bus from Neve Yaakov into Jerusalem, go to a hardware store, bought a new toilet seat, and he's riding home on the bus with a toilet seat over his shoulder, and 2 Hasidim are standing behind him, and one of them says to the other, "That is a stringency I have never seen before." Right. So, at any rate, one of those mitzvot is how to prepare matzah, because it has to be, kneaded and baked within 18 minutes. There's all these, stringencies about it. And so they once asked Yisrael Salanter, okay, we're about to start preparation of matzah. What should we really concentrate on? And he said, the most important thing you should do is you should not yell at the women who are kneading the dough, especially this particular woman who is a widow, and you have to show her special kindness. So forget about all the stringencies, the 18 minutes, things like that. It was all about how you treat the people who are working there. Similarly, there is an idea that when you wash netilat yadayim, when you wash your hands before you eat bread, you should use a full becher of water. It's supposed to be a segula for parnasa. It's supposed to be like a kind of a small prayer that you should have a successful livelihood. Rabbi Yisrael Salanter would always use the absolute minimum amount of water. And they asked him, why don't you use a full becher of water? And he says, because someone has to carry the water up from the well for all of us to wash. So he would use the minimum amount so that he's always thinking about that other person. He used to say famously that most people tend to think about their own gashmiut, their own material well-being, and other people's ruchniut, how well other people are doing spiritually. Are they, showing up at the synagogue? Are they praying appropriately? Are they so on and so forth? And he says, in reality, we should be concerned with our own ruchniut. Are we praying properly? And with other people's gashmiut, with how other people are doing materially. Very much an emphasis on concern for others. He was... one thing I actually have on my wall in my office is a statement of his that goes, not everything that is thought should be said, Not everything that is said should be written down. Not everything written down should be published. That was the motif for me. And one last example before we go back to where we were a second ago. He's famous for many kind of stories of encounters with ordinary people that left a lasting impression on him that he was able to convey to his students. So, for example, the story is told that he was once walking through the streets of the city late at night, and the city is dark, but there's one light burning, and he goes over to that window, looks inside, and he sees there's a Jewish shoemaker there who is working on a project. And Rabbi Yisrael Slanter said to him, "What are you doing? It's like ridiculously late." And the man said to him, "Kol od haner dolek, efshar litaken." As long as the candle is burning, it's possible to fix, it's possible to repair. And of course, Rabbi Yisrael took this as a metaphor for life. And as long as our candle is burning, as long as we're still alive, we can still repair things. Beautiful kinds of thoughts. You get a sense of his personality there. In terms of his, going back to this concept, he had a general, despite all this emphasis on ben adam lechavero, between human beings and how they should treat each other, he had what Emmanuel Etke calls a theosophic apathy. In other words, he was not interested in any of the ideas of what happens to the mitzvot when they are created, what about angels, what about demons, not interested at all, just interested in how am I supposed to behave, how am I supposed to orientate myself properly towards behavior. He once said that the Maharal of Prague, the great Rabbi Lowy of Prague, is famed to have created a golem, right? No, the anthropoid made of glass. He says that's an amazing thing, but it's even more amazing to make a mensch, like a human being. Right? So great, you can make a golem with Kabbalah, but let's try and make a mensch with the materials we have. Okay, let's go on from here. Oh my gosh, so much to talk about. Now, he met with tremendous opposition. You know, everything sounds so obvious and worthwhile and so on, but in the time, definitely that was not the case. There was controversy over the fact that he established a Beit HaMusar, a house for Musar, which was kind of like, you know, basically an apartment, and people would go there and they would spend an hour or two studying these books in groups, not like the joke that I told where they study individually. It was really designed to be something that you would be in a group setting and you would face a certain amount of peer pressure as people discuss these ideas in a slow fashion. And this was considered something that was an unusual innovation that was feared for two basic reasons. One was it was thought that the creation of some kind of formalized study for just this subject, however crucial it was, would displace the role of the Talmud in the traditional curriculum. That somehow it was watering down the traditional study of the canonical text, which it certainly did, but at the same time, it made it possible for people to feel much more meaning in their study than simply the technical study of the law codes itself. Secondly, they were also very concerned about the possibility that this might become a neo-Hasidic movement. Not Hasidic in the sense of its ideology, but Hasidic in the sense of this is yet another separatist movement where they are establishing separate places for study, and they are also engaging in some of those weird behaviors that the early Hasidim were criticized for, you know, singing while they were learning, strange gestures, periods of seclusion, and they were thinking, you know, that many of the traditional Mechnagdim felt these are all the danger signs. We just went through this with the Hasidim, and we're losing. We don't want to go through this again with the Musar movement. Ironically, Musar would take over the entire Lithuanian movement, but at the time it was conceived as a very outside thing. One rabbi, whose name I won't mention, on his deathbed, he said, "I know for a certainty that despite my sins, I will go to heaven because I opposed the Musar movement fiercely." So that's a strange thing to say, looking at it 200 years later, but there it is. Okay, he ended up fleeing Lithuania, as I mentioned earlier. First, he went to Kovno, which was nearby, also in Lithuania, primarily to avoid being involved in the Tsarist rabbinical seminary that I spoke to you earlier about. And Kovno actually became much more of a stronghold for Musar than Vilna was. Kovno became a place where he established a special school called the Kollel Leprushim, the kollel for those who separate, that had some impact in his own life, but much more so later on in life. He went from there to Prussia. At this point, we haven't talked too much about his family. I would like to return to them really towards the end of this lecture. But at this point, he was married in his youth, typical for his standing. He had several children. I don't know exactly how many offhand, but he left them in 1857 when he was now 47 years old. And he did not return. He maintained apparently a cordial relationship with them, visited them frequently, but basically this was the end of his family life, and we shall return to it. He was basically forced out of Russia because he felt that he could not control the pressures of the Haskalah on the movement there. They were bringing in experts from Western Europe, Germany in particular, like Max Lilienthal, to set up these schools. The heroic figure of Moses Montefiore, who was, the famous figure behind the Damascus blood libel affair of 1840, rescuing the Jews of Damascus. He came to Russia and he expressed a pro-Haskalah position at the time. And since he was like the greatest folk hero of the Jews, Rabbi Yisrael Salanter felt that he was simply unable to control the environment. He left for Prussia. He may also have left for medical reasons, seeking treatment for his frequent bouts of depression, as we will conclude in a moment. He spent much of his time wandering around Prussia, sometime in Königsberg, lived in Berlin for a while, engaged in a variety of projects. At one point, he attempted to set up a massive commentary in the Talmud, not unlike the art scroll Schottenstein Shas, which is available today. That project came to naught, but it's interesting how his type of foresight. Finally, he ended his days in Paris in the 1870s, and he was called there initially to act as the moral head of that community, but it did not work out for them. He was already getting on in years, in his 70s, did not have quite the strength of and the energy that he had when he was younger, and he fell out of favor with some of the authorities there. But he, at that time, stated a kind of an interesting perspective on his role there. He said that, he had to leave Russia because it's like trying to stop horses rampaging down a hillside. It's impossible to stop them and turn them around when they are in full flight. When they get to the bottom, however, when they get to the valley and they stop, then it's possible to turn them around and get them walking back up the hill again. And so in that way, he was thinking about Russia as a place where the Jews were rapidly leaving their Jewish identity, whereas Paris, they had already largely abandoned it, and that it was a chance for him, now that everything is kind of settled down, he can turn them around and act really in what we would call the modern Kiruv movement. He was undoubtedly the founder of Kiruv in the sense that we have it today. Okay, I'm just going to rush through. I'll take questions in a minute because this is the last set of slides, and then we'll be done. So as I mentioned, he had frequent recurring bouts of depression, sometimes acute depression. We read it in his own correspondence. We read it in some of the testimonials of his students. In one particular incident, towards the end of his life, he was asked to deliver a eulogy, and he got up before the audience, and he was silent for quite some time, and then he repeated one verse from the Torah over and over again. People who were there say about 50 times the verse referring to, that death is the ultimate end of man. This is Zos Torah Adam. And after repeating it 50 times in his sermon, then he simply stopped speaking and got off the stage and left. And, this is indicative of kind of like the cycles of despair that we fall into. He felt deeply disappointed that Musar as a body of thought and as a curricular development did not take off in Lithuania. He felt that it should be launched, much like the Hasidic movement had been launched. And he felt in many ways that he was inadequate to the task. Ironically, it would happen, but not in his lifetime. His ideas did take root. It just they took a few more decades before they will really flourish. But by the time you get to the beginning of the 20th century, there are several different varieties of Muslim yeshivas that are all interpreting his thought, and in fact, there will be no yeshivas that do not incorporate Musar in Lithuania afterwards. So he did achieve his goals, but not in his own lifetime. As I mentioned earlier, he left his wife and children in 1857, and he spent the last decades of his life traveling. He did go back for several visits, and we do have correspondence from him to his family, which indicates that the separation was amicable, and we understand, of course, the kind of circumstances that drove him out of Russia. But he had some difficult times with his children and his grandchildren in particular. One son went on to university and became a great scientist, a molecular chemist, if I remember correctly. And the Maskilim, the war with Hashkalah is still very much going on at this time. The Maskilim made a big deal out of the fact that here the son of the great famed Rabbi Yisrael Salanter has become a scientist. This shows his open attitude towards science, modernity, and the Haskalah in general. Now, this is not so far from the truth. He definitely was interested in the general sciences. He studied chemistry at one point himself, psychology, as we mentioned, but he was strained, and he was pained by this characterization of his son's success as a scientist as his condoning those studies. And so he actually published a response to the publications of the Maskilim celebrating his son's achievements, indicating that his son was a disappointment to him and that he had tried to convince him not to engage in those studies and so on. It's a complex, conflicted moment, and difficult to place that into the larger context, but this class is not a sermon. This is a history class at any rate. Finally, his grandson also went to Western Europe, and his grandfather, Yisroel Salanter, begged him to keep kosher and gave him additional stipend to buy kosher food because the grandson complained it's too expensive. Then he set him up with a family to make with that particular grandson. And so Rabbi Yisroel Salanter was dealing with these facts of his own lineage that betrayed some of the principles that he espoused. So taken together with his self-recrimination over the failure of the movement to succeed during his lifetime, we can see perhaps why that would drive him into greater depression. Nevertheless, his legacy is deeply profound. His legacy, he's one of perhaps the 10 most influential thinkers of the Jewish world in the 19th century. And although he may have ended his life with a negative self-assessment, there's no question that he contributed massively to the development of this very important ethical school in Judaism, one that finds expression today in all of the yeshivot across the spectrum, and in fact has made penetration into the secular world as well. So with that, I'm going to conclude. I'll take questions afterwards, but thank you very much for your attention and your endurance. Next week at 8:30 p.m., we're going to go back to Western Europe, and we're going to look at the great Jewish poet Heinrich Heine, a fascinating figure of world-class stature. Thank you for your attention. Okay, now you push the off button. That's it there. Okay, great.
I guess the girl is wired to not get jealous of that thing, and they understand it's this is an easy way to just avoid inevitable conflict if you're married to Carmen, right? Yeah, and then also remember they've been together since middle school, some shit like that, since high school, literally forever. So they grew up together. So who knows? Maybe she's doing her own thing. Maybe they're screaming we have great family, kids, we built all this, but we've been together since we were 15. Yeah, let's experience a little bit, but not fall in love. Maybe this all here, so yeah, I have no idea.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I don't recall. Did I tell you the joke about the Hadassah group in Fort Lauderdale that bought a jet fighter for the Israeli Armed Forces, Navy Force? Okay, good. If it's vaguely familiar, that's all right. Okay, just don't blurt out the punchline at the end. But it goes like this. So there's a very important women's group, Hadassah, in Fort Lauderdale, and they work very hard. They raise a lot of money to buy an F-15 jet fighter for the Israeli Air Force, and they raised $2 billion to buy one of these amazing pieces of war machinery, and they get it, they purchase it, and they're going to have a big ceremony at Fort Lauderdale Airport to watch it go on its maiden flight to the Holy Land. And they have bleachers set up on the tarmac with all kinds of dignitaries from the Israeli government, the American government. Of course, all the membership of Hadassah and their husbands are sitting there. And the Israeli pilot gives them a big salute, holding his helmet under his arm. He goes up into the cockpit. He shuts the cowling, fires up these massive jet engines, and the jet shoots down the runway and stops. And it turns around, and it shoots down the runway the other way, and then it stops. This happens about 3 or 4 times. Finally, it taxis all the way up to the stands. The pilot gets out. He walks down the little gangplank there. He goes up to the president of the Hadassah, and he says to her, "Madam, I'm very sorry. The plane will not take off. We must remove at least some of the plaques." Okay, that's funny. It's hard to hear the laughter because this microphone's so small, but it really is happening. Okay, so tonight's lecture is kind of interesting. We're going to look at Solomon Maimon, very important 18th century figure in the history of philosophy, not quite as important in the history of the Jewish people as a contributor, perhaps, to the cultural heritage of Judaism, but definitely as a kind of placeholder to understand a major phenomenon that was developing in the 18th century and continued apace into the 19th century. Specifically, Solomon Maimon is someone who went off the derech, so to speak, someone who rejected the traditional mores of Judaism, but he had, which was still comparatively rare in the 18th century, but he had a very acerbic wit and a very ready pen, and he left behind a literary description of his travels, which are absolutely fascinating reading. It doesn't necessarily make you like Solomon Maimon. I definitely like him less after having reviewed his autobiography, but nevertheless, you get a view into his personality and into the intellectual challenges and struggles of his age in a very, very vivid and powerful manner. So I highly recommend this. It's a little book. It's only about 150 pages, the autobiography of Solomon Maimon, in which he describes his intellectual journey, the reasons for that journey, at least as he perceived them, and the various figures that he met along the way, the Talmudist, the Kabbalist, the Chassid, the Maskil. He met a whole range of people who were expressing their Jewish identity in many different fashions, and he came up with his own solution, which was a problematic one, yet one that is still preferred by many today. Which reminds me of another joke. I don't normally tell two in the first 5 minutes, but I can't help it. Otherwise, I forget this one. Did I tell you the one about the yeshiva bacher who goes to Warsaw in the 1920s and comes back home to America? So his father sends him to Warsaw to learn Torah properly, and in an old European yeshiva. And then he comes back after the Zman is over, after a few months, sits down at the Shabbos table, and so the father says, "No, so what was it like?" And he says, "Oh, Ta, it was really confusing. When I was over there, I met a Jew who was a communist. I met a Jew who was a Talmudist. I met a Jew who was a Chassid. I met a Jew who was a Zionist, a Jew who was an atheist." And he says, "Well, what do you expect? Warsaw's a big town. There's a lot of diversity." He says, "No, Dad, it was the same Jew." So we're looking at, manifold descriptions of identity, many of them mutually exclusive, and I think Solomon Maimon's approach to life is one that's quite instructive, perhaps as a moral lesson to us. So here's a picture of him. He was born in 1753 or 1754 in what is today Belarus, who was Poland at the time. And through his peregrinations, he spent most of his time as an adult in Germany, where he made his known as a philosopher. This is the era of the late Enlightenment, and he was a contemporary of Kant. And in fact, the great Immanuel Kant said of him, after he looked at one of his publications, that no one understands my work better than Maimon. Rather amazing level of praise from one of the greatest philosophers of the 18th century. Now, it's true that in the history of philosophy, Maimon is only a second or perhaps a third-rate philosopher, but if first-rate are people like, Immanuel Kant and before him Leibniz, that's a very, very high level. To be second-rate on that kind of level is something quite significant, and we won't go into his philosophy in great detail today because it has very little contribution to Judaism, although it is related to Spinoza's theories in many ways, but we're going to concentrate on the experiences. So his family background, fairly typical background for Jews of Eastern Europe at the time. His grandfather was a leaseholder for the Polish Prince Radziwiłł. If you'll recall in previous lectures, we talked about this a little bit, where you have the situation where you have the Polish noblemen who owned vast tracts of land called latifundia, often populated by non-Poles who were the farmers, in this case Belarusians, in other cases Ukrainians, for example. And the Jews were in this kind of difficult situation of being the leaseholders, where they would collect taxes. It's also known as tax farming. They would collect taxes of various sorts: tolls, income taxes, produce taxes, bills for hunting in the manor and things like that. And then they would forward a portion of that tax to the prince, who actually literally owned the territory. In return, theoretically, the Jews were supposed to guarantee the maintenance of those properties. I mean, that was part of the whole reason, or at least the pretense of the taxation was not merely to make the owner of the latifundia wealthy. It was intended to improve the lives of everyone there, at least, in theory. And so the Jew, who was the leaseholder, was often under very difficult circumstances, trapped between an often hostile peasantry and a far-off poritz, or lord, who did not care about the needs of the larger population. And so the Jews were proximate to the causes of potential unrest, and yet were often helpless to allay the needs and the fears of the local population. To give one example that Maimon provides in his autobiography, there was a certain bridge in his grandfather's leaseholding area that was always falling under tremendous disrepair. And quite frequently, whenever anyone drove a carriage over that bridge, it would often overturn, and all of its occupants would be dumped into the mud. And at which point, all of the local farmers and the Jewish innkeeper, who was, of course, the grandfather, would flee for their lives, because the angry lord would come out and would take retribution on the local inhabitants for not maintaining the bridge properly. This happened quite often. And in fact, Solomon Maimon, as a child, was once beaten terribly. So was his own father under these kinds of circumstances. And yet the grandfather could never get the funds from the Lord to be able to repair the bridge. And through his rather want of economy, he was never able to really succeed as a leaseholder. Ultimately, he was driven from the farm for reasons which we won't go into right here, but that reduced the family to penury, and Maimon's father, Joshua, who was a Talmudist, a scholar, was reduced to working in schools as a tutor. During the 18th century, you will recall, there is no formal public education for Jews. Education is primarily delivered by private tutors in middle class to upper middle class homes. You would find these itinerant preachers who often had a very limited knowledge of Torah themselves. And they were often known as Luftmenschen, meaning people who lived on air. And the Russian government actually had an economic classification. You had farmers, merchants, doctors, lawyers, etc. And then you had in the Jewish population so-called Luftmenschen, because there was no readily visible means for them to be supported. And they would find their living primarily by begging, by small-time commerce, or in the case of Joshua, through tutoring middle-class families. This is ultimately something that Solomon Maimon made most of his own career out of, right to the very end of his short life. He died at the age of 46. His principal source of income were the occasional teaching jobs that he found for children in the homes of wealthier individuals. And I'd like to describe to you, here's a passage from his autobiography. It's widely quoted in many anthologies of Jewish history and of 18th century history because it's written in a very lively style and it provides quite a vivid image of what life must have been like. So here is Maimon's description of a typical school, if one could call it that, in the 18th century. I must now say something of the condition of the Jewish schools in general. The school is commonly a small, smoky hut, and the children are scattered, some on benches, some on the bare earth. The master, in a dirty blouse sitting on the table, holds between his knees a bowl in which he grinds tobacco into snuff with a huge pestle like the club of Hercules, while at the same time he wields his authority. The ushers give lessons, each in his own corner, and rule those under their charge quite as despotically as the master himself. Of the breakfast, lunch, and other food sent to the school for the children, these gentlemen keep the largest share for themselves. Sometimes the poor youngsters get nothing at all, and yet they dare not make any complaint on the subject, for if they will not expose themselves to the vengeance of these tyrants. Here the children are imprisoned from morning to night, and have not an hour to themselves, except on Friday and a half-holiday at the new moon. As far as the study is concerned, the reading of Hebrew is regularly taught. On the other hand, very seldom is any progress made toward the mastery of the Hebrew language. Grammar is not taught in the school at all, but has to be learned by translation of the Holy Scriptures, very much as the ordinary man learns imperfectly the grammar of his mother tongue by social intercourse. Moreover, there is no dictionary of the Hebrew language. The children therefore begin at once with the explanation of the Bible. This is divided into many sections. Okay, actually I should skip on by now. But the point is, very unsystematic, very unprofessional, cruel. He certainly has a very dark and a negative impression of that. And that's, in fact, how he describes much of his early education. One more note about his family background. We will return to this a little later. His mother apparently suffered some unspecified mental illness, which may have been some kind of anxiety disorder brought on by the frequent wanderings of the family from job to job, and she died very young. In his autobiography, one of the less likable aspects of Maimon is that in 150 pages, he only mentions his mother a couple of times in passing, his wife not many times more, and only once in a rather positive light. All the other ones describe his wife as shrewish and someone that he wished to abandon. In fact, he did abandon her at age 25. And we know he has allusions to having several children, but he names none of them, and we don't even know how many children he had with his young wife. So he's not especially attached to family at all. And this is not a work of great scholarship where he's discussing philosophical ideas and so on. This is a book about his own life, and yet his own particular circumstances receive such short shrift. He seems to have a little bit, in my humble opinion, of a kind of a narcissistic personality disorder where he's thinking all about himself and about how he's misunderstood and so on. But I'm no psychologist, so let's go on. His early education was marked by brilliance. He was, without doubt, he was really quite talented. By some accounts, he actually was a rabbi at 11, which is very hard to understand because he can't even get an aliyah at the Torah at the age of 11. But he was married at 11 as well, and that's also halakhically very suspect. But there's no question that he was widely regarded as a brilliant student of the Talmud and was readily hired and sought out as a marriage partner because of his great facility with this ancient text. He makes a great deal out of the analysis of the social structure of the Jewish community in 18th century Poland, and he emphasizes the huge advantage that mastery of this text poses for social stature. And he leveraged that to his greatest ability, trying to make sure that he would be fed and then, in fact, be able to engage in more history of ideas. But his talent for the Talmud is not much discussed. He spends about a chapter talking about what the Talmud is. I should underline, by the way, that this book was written in German for non-Jews. he's not writing an inside story. He's writing for a wider audience, a kind of like, this is, how the Jews live. This is a quaint kind of picture into Jewish culture, primarily for a non-Jewish audience. So he does spend a chapter on the Talmud. He discusses, as we looked at last week when we talked about the Vilna Gaon, he discusses the somewhat caustic and unhelpful nature of pilpul as an intellectual activity, and then he basically moves on from it and doesn't discuss much more at all. What really fascinated him was the forbidden knowledge in secular subjects, which was completely closed to him. Literally, in fact, because the place where his father kept a handful of small Hebrew translations of certain scientific works was a cupboard in the bedroom that young Solomon shared with his grandmother. And this cupboard was closed, and he was specifically instructed not to open it, not to look at these books, which included, for example, a history of the Jews, a secular history of the Jews, a few tractates on the phases of the moon and astronomy and so on. But Maimon was simply too precocious to resist, and so at the age of 7, he would insist on, after everyone had gone to sleep, he would light a tallow candle, and he would open up this cupboard, disturbing his grandmother, who complained bitterly about being kept up at night by his son reading, or grandson reading. I wish we all had that problem, being kept up at night by our kids reading science textbooks. But he would go through these, and he was ultimately discovered because in one of these, the astronomical textbooks, the author indicated that because they're going to be talking about spheres and orbits, it would be helpful if everyone would construct for themselves, the readers would construct for themselves a kind of a globe to illustrate the pictures. And so he took some reeds from outside, and he made for himself a ball of reeds, which might have appeared as a toy to others, but when his father questioned him on it, and he said it is a kadur, it is a ball, he realized what his son was up to, and although he forbade him from reading the textbooks, he still had something of a smile on his face at the time. So he had this cheshek, this desire for the forbidden secular studies that really stayed with him through his entire life. And throughout this period, he's growing and learning until by age 11, as we shall see, he was actually considered by at least the ignorant townsfolk as a rabbi and suitable for a marriage prospect. So here, I've got to tell you a little bit of his marriage, which is absolutely amazing. He was engaged twice, well, actually more than twice, but the first time the bride died before anything could happen. But in the second engagement was a rather fascinating situation where there was a widow who kept an inn. This is a very common profession for Jews in the 18th century. Goes along with leaseholding. They would maintain a public house for travelers. They would often have a monopoly on the sale of alcohol. And so there was this widow who had one of these inns. She had a young daughter, just a few years older than Maimon. She was probably 14 at the time. And he refers to both of them in the most negative of terms, being very argumentative. He describes scenes later when he's married of, every meal is accompanied by the throwing of food and cutlery and so on at each other. But what happened was his father was constantly begged by this widow to betroth his son to her daughter. He constantly refused until once she engineered it that when the father was staying at the inn on his way to another teaching job with the young man, with Solomon, the widow invited the town rabbi and made a presentation as if the engagement had already been decided upon. This caused quite a scene because there was a lot of misunderstandings, and ultimately the father agreed to Joshua to give away his son Solomon at great price. It was going to be a huge dowry that was going to be given to Solomon for marrying this young woman. And so, he just essentially gave in and gave away his son. Then they went home. Weeks went by and no news about the dowry. The money's not coming in. The presents that were promised, the set of Talmud, the special hat, things like that, nothing was coming in. And then another offer came up, which is rather quite interesting. There was a a local farmer, a Jewish farmer who also had a daughter, and he saw that Maimon's father was really not very good with money. And so even though Maimon had several times refused to marry off his son Solomon to the daughter of this farmer, the farmer, who was much more thrifty and much more of savings, he engineered it to loan Joshua Maimon. Oh, by the way, that wasn't their last name. That wasn't their family name. They were known simply as Joshua ben, I forget what his father's name, Tzvi Hirsch, I think, and Solomon ben Yoshua. When he went to Germany, Solomon took the last name Maimon in honor of Maimonides as his surname. At any rate, the farmer loaned Joshua a large sum of money, and as expected, Joshua proved unable to repay that debt. And so then the farmer said, listen, I'll tell you what, this is a huge debt. You can't repay it unless we work something out where you have your son marry my daughter, and I'll forgive the debt, and I'll give you 50 talers on top of it. Joshua said yes, even though his son was already engaged to the widow's daughter. And then this happened. It happened that a few weeks later, they all found themselves at the widow's inn, where the farmer was announcing that, in fact, his daughter was going to be engaged to Solomon Maimon. The widow said that's impossible because he's going to be married to my daughter, and there was a huge suit. And we're not sure how it would have worked out, but in the ensuing chaos, Solomon's mother died. Mother passed away. Now listen to this. It's absolutely amazing. Mother died and was brought to Nesvi for burial. There's only 2 references really to his mother in the entire book, and here it's just, meanwhile, my mother died. But anyways, my mother-in-law, meaning the widow, obtained from the court an attachment on the dead body by which its interment was interdicted until the termination of the suit. Meaning, she put a lien on the body of Solomon's mother, saying it could not be buried until he settled this lawsuit. It's just amazing to read it. My father was therefore compelled to appear in court. My mother-in-law, of course, gained the suit, and I became again the bridegroom of my former bride. This is at 11 years old, he's describing it. And now, to prevent any similar reversal of her plans in the future, and to take from my father all occasion for it, my mother-in-law endeavored to satisfy all his demands in accordance with her promise, clothed me from top to toe, and even paid my father for my board from the date of the betrothal to the marriage. My mother was also now buried, and we returned home again. The second father-in-law came too, and called upon my father to ratify his contract. My father, however, pointed out that it was null and void, as it contravened a previous contract, and had been made by him merely on the supposition that my mother-in-law had no intention of fulfilling hers. The arendant, that's the farmer, seemed to yield to necessity and reconcile himself to the loss, but in reality he was thinking of some means to get me into his hands. Accordingly, he rose by night, yoked his horses, took me in silence from the table on which I was sleeping, packed me with all dispatch into his carriage, and made off with his booty through the gate. But as this could not be accomplished without some noise, the people in the house awoke, discovered the theft, pursued the kidnapper, and snatched me out of his hands. To me, the whole incident appeared at the time like a dream. In this way, my father was released from his debt and got 50 talers besides as a gratuity, but I was immediately afterwards carried off by my legal mother-in-law and made the husband of my legal bride. I must, of course, confess that this transaction of my father's cannot quite be justified from a moral point of view. Only his great need at the time can in some measure serve as an excuse. Still, a rather amazing story. It gives you a lot of the sense of the color of the times, the putting the lien on the body of the mother, the kidnapping, the arrangements for the shidduchim. It doesn't turn out well for him. He immediately has a terrible relationship with his young bride. There's some somewhat euphemistic language for his awkwardness as an 11-year-old boy fulfilling some of the marital duties of a husband, and very as an itinerant tutor around town and around the environments, coming home only for the high holidays. Amazingly, during this time, his wife becomes pregnant several times over the years, but he will ultimately abandon her at age 25 when he leaves for Königsberg for good, and we'll get back to her pursuit of him towards the end of this story. There we go, clicking. So during this time, his studies are increasing apace. He is a tremendous autodidact. He has no teacher who's capable of, instructing him, and he feels especially hampered because he knows no European language. Unless you want to count Yiddish and a smattering of Polish, he really knows no European language, and the one that he needs the most is, of course, German, the language of high culture. And so he finds a few scraps, literally scraps of German books, and he teaches himself the language from the pieces that he's discovered. He is terribly embarrassed, however, because he never, even to the end of his life, masters German pronunciation. He completely butchers the German language because he didn't know exactly how to pronounce each letter. Later on in life, when he is put to the test, because he'll show up in town and he'll look for some kind of work, people will think that he's an ignoramus, and they'll ask him to read some kind of German text. He will read it to great laughter because everyone will find his pronunciation very quaint and humorous, but they won't believe that he understands what he's saying. He's like a monkey parroting sounds. But when they ask if he understands the text perfectly, he simply cannot pronounce them properly, which was something that he struggled with throughout his entire life. Still, with his rudimentary German, he goes on a search of any kind of teacher or material that he can find, and he described the fact that once he walked 150 miles to examine a particular book. He's literally on his feet for months at a time, living in the same clothes for weeks without washing them, going from town to town, just trying to pick up little pieces of knowledge from various locations in a very, penurious environment. It's at this time, so now he's about 16 years old, and he encounters the Kabbalah. And you'll recall, as in our discussion, perhaps of the Vilna Gaon, or maybe even earlier, that the traditional Lithuanian approach to Kabbalah is that these mystical sciences are reserved for the elite. Only after, massive completion of great amounts of Talmudic data is a person permitted to even consider looking at the Kabbalah. He happens to come across a few scraps of books, though, once again, and he finds it absolutely fascinating, especially the Kabbalah of Rabbi Moshe Cordovero, which is something that I've been spending a lot of my own research time working on lately as well. And he is delighted, because unlike the Talmud, which is mainly concerned with either practical behavior, the derivation of Jewish law, or a rather unstructured and extremely diverse description of the universe in all its diversity, with biographies, recipes, stories, popular sayings, all mixed in a very difficult kind of confusion of ideas, quite fascinating and all connected one to the other, but very difficult to find the thread that puts them all together. Kabbalah, especially Cordoveran Kabbalah, is much more organized and is an attempt to describe the metaphysical structure of the universe from A to Z. And he was completely taken with it. He loved it, and he became a very devoted Kabbalist for a few years. He then moved to the Kabbalah of the Arizal, which is the student of the Moshe Cordovero, and he became quite fascinated with theurgic or practical Kabbalah, in which he hoped through the arts to be able to affect various magical effects in the world. In particular, he describes with great humor his tremendous studies to make himself invisible, in which he would study these particular passages from the Zohar and other holy books, and he would mutter these incantations, and then he would walk into the synagogue and stand very close to his friends and wait to see if they recognize him. Of course, they would recognize him. They would ask him questions. They would say, hey, do you understand what it says in this book here? And he was constantly disappointed that he simply could not make himself invisible. Ultimately, he will abandon the Kabbalah as an area of research for himself. But he did acknowledge that, compared to modern philosophy, Spinoza's thought was really quite derivative and second-rate compared to the Kabbalistic structure of Rabbi Moshe Cordovero. Okay, we're halfway through, so let me pause and take a couple of questions. If someone has no hard questions, but easy questions. Ms. Abramson? Not yet. I'm trying to drink a coffee. Nobody has a question? Okay, should I think of a joke? I have a joke, actually, thinking about, it's a little bit of black humor, but the joke goes like this. A guy goes to the Chevra Kadisha, and he says, I need some financial help to bury my wife. Fortunately, my wife passed away, and I can't afford the funeral, so I need some help. So the head of the Chevra Kadisha says, no problem. We'll be very understanding. We'll understand. What's your name? He says his name. He looks up and he says, wait a second. We already gave you money to bury your wife a few years ago. He says, yeah, that was my first wife. And the guy says, oh, you got remarried. He says, yeah, I got remarried. Mazel tov. That's a joke. Okay, all right. I didn't say it right. All you people in Latvia, just rewind. I'll tell you to get better next time. Later. So there's not much connection to it. He's walking a lot. That's pretty much what he has in common with Benjamin of Tudela. More than 500 years even. But he's otherwise not connected. Mr. Rodriguez.
Which woman did he marry?
He married the...
So the kidnapping attempt didn't work.
No, kidnapping did not work. He got sent back to the first one. Okay, Ms. Abramson, we're ready now.
You said that he had trouble pronouncing the German language, but if he was living among Germans and talking to them in his heart, why didn't he have trouble pronunciation?
Yeah, you would. If the question is why didn't he eventually get the pronunciation? I don't know. He, I guess when you learn a language like myself, I'm not a native Yiddish speaker at all. I learned it later in life, and I learned it in college after I had learned German. So when I speak Yiddish, my friends say to me, please don't speak Yiddish because you sound like a Nazi. So, you get certain pronunciation tics and you can't get rid of them. So, okay. Yes, last question. I'll move on.
I hate to use this. If he spoke Yiddish fluently, and it's a Germanic language in essence, I can't imagine why he would have so much trouble with the pronunciation. Do you think perhaps he had something with his hearing?
Well, perhaps. It might have something to do with his hearing, but I think it's more like the distinction between Yiddish and German in pronunciation. It's probably a little bit like accents in English. There's a kind of a standard American accent, the Midwestern accent that is very popular with news announcers and things like that. It's the one closest, of course, to the Canadian dialect, and that's why it's preferred as being the clearest and that kind of thing. But nobody got that except for maybe Elisa. But if you have a really strong Brooklyn accent and then you go speak on the news, then people will laugh because it's such a strong accent, or a Texas accent or something like that. And maybe it was more like that his accent was still very pungent. But anyways, let's go on then. Okay, so it's at this point in time when he begins in his biography to describe his slow, steady descent out of traditional Judaism. In particular, he has a friend named Moses Lapidoth, and it's kind of interesting that he's getting no feelings of satisfaction from his home life with his child bride and her difficult mother, and the only kind of friendship camaraderie he has is with this person on the outside, Moses Lapidoth. But the two of them are comrades in philosophy, as he describes them, and they meet up with each other quite regularly. Again, they don't have regular jobs. They're tutors, and they find a couple hours here, a couple hours there, maybe a whole day with this family, and it's just a catch and catch can kind of environment. And at some point, they begin to say, we like each other's company so much. We're not getting a geschmack out of the rest of our lives, so maybe we should just change our lives to move in this direction. I'll read you one passage that I found very telling, where he says, so this is Maimonides talking. Maimon talking about Maimonides. He was a big student of Maimonides. He wrote a commentary, by the way, on the Guide for the Perplexed as well. I had by this time obtained from Maimonides more accurate ideas of God and of our duties towards him. Accordingly, I replied to his friend Lapidot, our destination is merely the attainment of perfection through the knowledge of God and the imitation of his actions. Prayer is simply the expression of our knowledge of the divine perfections and is intended merely for the common man who cannot himself attain to this knowledge. Therefore, it is adapted to his mode of conception. But as we see into the end of prayer and can attain to this end directly, we can dispense altogether with prayer as something superfluous. This reasoning appeared to both of us to be sound. We resolved, therefore, for the purpose of avoiding offense, to go out of the house every morning with our talis and tefillin, not, however, to the synagogue, but to our favorite retreat, the wall. I'm not sure what he means by the wall. I guess it was a place where they hung out. And thus we fortunately escaped the Jewish Inquisition. But this enthusiastic companionship, like everything else in the world, had to come to an end. As we were both married, and our marriages were tolerably fruitful, that's his allusion to having a lot of kids, we were obliged for the purpose of supporting our families to accept situations as family tutors. Hence, we were often separated, and later were able to spend only a few weeks in the year together. And so you get a sense of his slow slide begins from the point where he says, you know what? Prayer is only for the purpose of recognizing God, his perfections, and our requirement to imitate him. Since we are so smart, we already know those things, therefore don't have to pray at all, and we can do away with such things. And of course, that's alarm bells for what ends up happening to him in terms of his relationship to Judaism. It reminds me, if I can tell you a small story that someone told me this, it blew me away. A friend of mine is a grocer. He's a very important guy. He works in the Jewish grocery store, and as a result, he knows absolutely everything that happens in the Jewish community. And he told me once about a guy coming into the store, and he said to him, Shalom Aleichem, I haven't seen you in several years. Where have you been? I haven't heard from you. And his friend says, well, I've been in jail, right? Which is not such a typical thing for your average Jewish guy to do. And he says, you were in jail? How did it happen? He says, it was terrible. I got involved in the .com bust, and money didn't go my way, and I borrowed money from my father-in-law, and I tried to get away with some taxes, and I got caught, and I got sent to jail, and my wife left me, and now I'm just beginning to pull the pieces together after spending several years in prison. And my friend said, well, that's terrible. I mean, how did all this happen? How did you slide like this? And he says, I think it all started when I was making so much money, I was so busy that I realized I did not have time to say brachos before eating. Who has time to say hamotzi, shehako, whatever? So I said, I just got to make all this money. That's more important. I'll just skip it. I'll just quickly eat or drink without saying a bracha. And the guy said, I think that was the beginning of the end for me. Just thinking I didn't have time to say a bracha. Anyways, musser for me. Okay, let's go on to what's next. Wait, did I say the last point on this one here? Right, okay. Right. Now, at this point, he happened into a public tavern where he would, by the way, frequent, he had a serious drinking problem. If you already had trouble liking him, just add the drinking to the list. Even his friends used to say that he wrote his best philosophy on the benches of ale houses, because he would just, that's where he was hanging out all the time. He was constantly spending whatever the wages he had on liquor, and he was constantly losing manuscripts he was working on because he was doing these things. At any rate, he was in one of these ale houses when he happens that there were some Jewish guys there who have a copy of Moses Mendelssohn's work, Phaedra, and he was so amazed with reading it right there in the beer hall, and he was so amazed with this Jewish philosopher who we discussed a couple of years ago, the figure of the Jewish Enlightenment, the Haskalah. He said, I absolutely have to get to Germany. Germany is where one may learn these things. And so he managed to get himself from Poland first to Königsberg, and then from Königsberg eventually to Berlin. Much of that journey from Königsberg to Berlin, which took weeks, was done on foot, and he had nothing but the clothes on his back, and quite literally, he says, barefoot by this time. His boots had literally rotted away from walking. And Berlin, as was well known, was closed to Jewish beggars. Jews could not enter the entire city of Berlin unless they had permission to reside in the city. And they had the Jewish community actually set up a gatehouse by the entrance to the city, and any Jew who was passing in went into that gatehouse and had to be approved by the community before he could enter. So Mendelssohn describes how he went into this gatehouse and he met a frum Jew there, an Orthodox-looking Jew, and he was so happy to be there. He told him his whole story about how, he was a Talmudist and then a Kabbalist, and then he left his wife, and he wanted to study with Moses Mendelssohn, and he wanted to learn all of the sciences. What he didn't realize is that this particular guy was kind of like a very zealous individual who immediately went to the Jewish community and said, we cannot let this guy Solomon into our town because he is a free thinker and he's just going to make things worse for us. So they literally evicted him on the spot. And he describes at the lowest point of his life, he's literally lying on the dirt in the ditch beside the road going into Berlin, crying and wailing over his fate because he's right there. Lahavdil, he's looking at the promised land and he can't get in. He ends up hooking up with this rough Jewish professional beggar who is begging as his career, and he spends 6 months with him wandering around other parts of Germany, and he learns more of the arts of begging until finally he can take it no longer, and he tries to convince a family that they should take him as a tutor. Ultimately, they did, which was quite to his amazement, and he slowly begins his climb up from that darkest point in his life where he's actually denied access to Berlin. He spends a couple of years as a fairly successful tutor in a wealthy home, and he saves up enough money, and he also makes himself persona non grata to that community that he ended up in, that he eventually decides it's time for him to try entering Berlin again. He was a great skeptic, and he especially enjoyed making fun of Jewish superstitions. So, for example, he describes how when he was in that town, and he was well respected as a scholar. He was a Talmud Chacham. Any way you look at it, he really could argue the Talmud back and forth, and he knew his sources, and everyone recognized him as a brilliant, albeit idiosyncratic individual. So one instance, for example, there was a cook in the house, in the wealthy person's house, who was preparing a carp for Shabbos, and she screamed aloud because she thought that the carp spoke to her. And so there was this thought, maybe the carp is actually, a reincarnation of some righteous individual or something. And so they decided to wrap the carp in funeral clothes and tachrichim and bury it. And so afterwards they asked Solomon Maimonides, he says, it's too bad you buried it. I would have liked to have tasted a talking carp. I wonder what they taste like, So that, kind of did not ingratiate him to the popular belief. Also, these are weird kind of things. You get glimpses of what it must have been like in the 18th century. Apparently, they had some antler horns in the synagogue, like the horns of a stag. For what I don't know. But they had been there for a very long time, and there was this belief that no one could touch them. If you were to touch them, you would die on the spot. So, of course, Solomon Maimon went up and publicly put his hands on them and demonstrated that he could not be killed on the spot. That just didn't help him make friends in town at all. So he decided he was, in fact, going to go to Berlin. This time he had a proper suit of clothes. This time he had proper transport into the city. And so he was able to gain admission not as a beggar, but as a teacher, and ultimately spend much of his time there. It was in this time that he is beginning to publish in German much more successfully. One of his manuscripts was shown, as I mentioned, to Immanuel Kant, the great philosopher, and Immanuel Kant said, "No one understands my work like Maimon," and this is the high point of his intellectual career. But he's not able to break that glass ceiling, so he decides, you know what? I'm going to convert to Christianity. It's time. This happens to so many people who rise up in the 18th century. They're Jews. They just can't get entree into the universities and so on. So it's time for me to convert to Christianity. What he decides to do is he writes out his statement in Hebrew letters, in German, written in Hebrew letters. He wrote it. German with Hebrew characters. I'm not sure why. And then he brought it to someone who was bilingual to copy it out in proper German. And it was supposed to be a letter that he would take to a local German pastor to convert him to Christianity. So this is Maimon's letter that he's giving in person to the pastor as his, application for the process of conversion. What is that joke? There are two Jews walking past a church, and there's a big sign out front that says, convert to Christianity, earn $500. And one of the Jews says to the other, I could really use $500. I'm going in there. I'm going to do it. The guy says, are you crazy? I need $500. So he goes in. His friend is standing on the street waiting 20 minutes, 30 minutes, an hour. Finally, the first Jew comes back out. And the friend says, oh, you did it. You did it. Wow. Did you get $500? And the Jew says, what is it with you people? Okay. All right, here we go. So here he is writing a letter to the German pastor. I am a native of Poland, belonging to a rabbi, but in the thickest darkness I have perceived some light. This has induced me to search further after light and truth, and to free myself completely from the darkness of superstition and ignorance. As this could not be attained in my native place, I went to Berlin, where through the support of some enlightened men of our nation I studied for some years, not indeed with any plan, but merely to satisfy my thirst for knowledge. But as our nation is unable to use not only such planless studies, but even those based on the most perfect plan, it cannot be blamed for becoming tired of them and pronouncing their encouragement to be useful. I have therefore resolved, in order to secure temporal as well as eternal happiness, which depends on the attainment of perfection, and in order to become useful to myself as well as others, to embrace the Christian religion. The Jewish religion, it is true, comes in its articles of faith nearer to reason than Christianity, but in practical use, the latter has an advantage over the former. He's saying essentially, our religion is really much better than yours, but yours is quite useful in this world, so, wasn't it? And since morality, which consists not in opinions but in actions, is the aim of all religion, clearly the latter comes nearer than the former to this aim. Moreover, I myself esteem the mysteries of the Christian religion for that which they are, that is, allegorical representations of the truth that are most important for man. Thus I make my faith in them harmonize with reason. But I cannot believe them literally. He's saying to the preacher, I don't actually believe your religion. I just like you to convert me so that I can make use of myself, get $500. I beg, therefore, most respectfully, an answer to the question whether after this confession I am worthy of the Christian religion or not. If I am prepared to carry my proposal into effect. But if not, I must give up all claim to a religion which enjoins me to lie, that is, to deliver a confession of faith which contradicts my reason. Which is definitely not a really good application statement. I mean, Elisa, when you apply to college, don't say, stuff like this, because you won't get in. It's ridiculous. And of course, he doesn't get in either. The pastor rejects him because he feels he's just doing it, which he is, simply for his own personal gain. But you get a sense from this of the kind of conundrum that intellectual Jews of Maimon's ilk faced in Berlin at this time. As I mentioned, he is quite active and quite prolific at this time, primarily publishing in philosophical journals in German, some in Hebrew. He has written some interesting Hebrew commentaries on Ibn Ezra, on Maimonides, and so on, all with a view to this kind of free-thinking, rationalist approach, definitely not in your traditionalist vein, but he's certainly garnered the most long-lasting fame for this little book, his autobiography, his Lebensgeschichte, which is more of a kind of anthropological study of Polish Jewry, with himself as the star of the show. Now we have to come back to his personal life. As he becomes more famous, his wife tracks him down. Right? He's abandoned her when he was 25. He's now in his 40s, and he has never given his wife a bill of divorce, nor has he ever sent her any money or, asked about the kids. His wife, until this time, has been an aguna. She has been unable to be remarried, nor to find her husband and bring him back home. But since he is getting more famous, the detectives that she sent out finally catch up with him. And so we have the following dramatic scene. It was about this time that the following incident took place. My wife had sent a Polish Jew in search of me, and he heard of my residence in Hamburg. Accordingly, he came and called on me at the gymnasium, which is like a school, not an athletic facility. He had been commissioned by my wife to demand that I should either return home without delay or send through him a bill of divorce, right? A reasonable request. At that time, I was unable to do either the one or the other. Of course, he's not prepared to go home because he's enjoying his life of the mind and of the whiskey. And on the other hand, in Jewish law, when a man divorces his wife, he must pay her the sum agreed upon in the ketubah, which is a huge chunk of money, and he doesn't have it. So he would rather let her sit than divorce her. I was not inclined to divorce my wife without cause, and to return at once to Poland, where I had not the slightest prospect of getting on in the world or of leading a rational life. That was impossible. I explained this to the man who had undertaken the commission and added that it was my intention to leave the gymnasium soon and go to Berlin, and that my Berlin friends would, I hope, give me both their advice and financial assistance. He was not satisfied with this answer, which he took for mere evasion, which it sounds like it was. When he found that he could do nothing with me, he went to the chief rabbi and entered a complaint against me. A messenger was sent to summon me before the tribunal of the chief rabbi, but I held that at present I was not under his jurisdiction, inasmuch as the gymnasium had a jurisdiction of its own by which my case should be decided. I mean, he wanted to go to secular court instead of having a Beit Din decide his fate. The chief rabbi made every effort through the government to make me submit to his wishes, but in vain. When he saw that he could not accomplish his purpose in this way, he sent me an invitation a second time on the pretext that he wished merely to speak with me. To this I willingly consented and went to him at once. He received me with much respect, and when I made known to him my birthplace and family in Poland, he began to lament and wring his hands. Alas, said he, you are the son of the famous Rabbi Joshua? I know your father well. He is a pious and learned man. You also are not unknown to me. I examined you as a boy several times and formed high expectations of you. Oh, is it possible that you have altered so? Here he pointed to my clean-shaven face, because the beard was traditional for Jews at the time. To this I replied that I also had the honor of knowing him and that I remembered his examinations well. But my conduct, I told him, was as little opposed to religion properly understood as it was to reason. But he interrupted, you do not wear a beard. You do not go to the synagogue. Is that not contrary to religion? No, I replied, and I proved to him from the Talmud that, under the circumstances in which I was placed, all this was allowed, which is like really turning the Talmud upside down to say, it's permitted for me not to do these things. On this point, we entered into a lengthy dispute in which each maintained his right. As he could not influence me by such disputation, he began to sermonize. But when this also was of no avail, he began to cry aloud, Shofar, Shofar. This is the name of the horn which is blown on New Year's Day as a summons to repentance, and of which it is supposed Satan is horribly afraid. As the chief rabbi called out the word, he pointed to a shofar that lay before him on the table and asked me, "Do you know what that is?" I replied by boldly, "Oh yes, it is a ram's horn." At these words, the chief rabbi fell back into his chair and began to lament over my lost soul. I left him to lament as long as he liked and bade him goodbye. Pretty dramatic scene. The rabbi's pulling out all the stops, tries to reason with him, tries to sermonize with him, tries to make him afraid by showing him the shofar. Aren't you worried about the Yom Adin, the Day of Judgment? Nothing is budging Solomon Byman. And unfortunately, his wife is still in a pickle. So what do you think she's going to do next? She's going to go to him herself. She knows where he lives now, so she goes along with their oldest son. And she says, okay, this is it. Either give me a get or come back with me, one or the other. So she shows up. I'm not going to read in great detail here about this description, but she won't let him go. And so finally he goes, he begs 300 thalers from his friends, and he gives her the ketubah. And amazingly, he talks to his son and thinks that his son will stay with him. The son that he doesn't even name in this text, that has grown up without a father, who he thinks, hey, you're a smart guy, stay with me, you'll enjoy Berlin. The son stays with his mother, and that's the end of his marriage. He's apparently not involved in any other romantic attachments as well. He describes with tremendous insensitivity the attraction that a widow has for him, and that he completely does not return. And he laughs at her when she finally breaks down and tells her feelings. So he's not especially a likable guy in this area. So, as a whole, he has a fascinating legacy for us in the history of Judaism in the modern era. He is not, as I said at the outset, a major contributor to the culture of Judaism in any significant way, but he is really, without doubt, a brilliant individual whose departure from Judaism indicates a lot about the nature of the 18th century. The extremely arcane and for many completely depersonalized approach to studies, the lack of rational sensibility and the fear of the sciences that have become quite popular among the intellectual circles of Europe at the time, the gullibility and superstition of the larger masses, all of these things come together to indicate that you have a mind that's extremely fine and extremely powerful, but does not have a sanctioned outlet for its expression. And in the case of Solomon Maimon, the only way that it could be expressed was through a complete rejection of his heritage, which, when you read his autobiography, he seems rather smug and self-satisfied about his choices as a whole. So we, 200 years later, are still the inheritors of this phenomenon. And I think for the survival of the Jewish people as a whole, it bears thinking about to consider how we can best address this for our Solomon Maimons of today as well. Okay, with that, I'll mention that next week we have a great topic. We're going to look at, we looked at the problem today. We're going to look at one of the solutions next week. We'll look at the incomparable work of the great Israel Salanter, the founder of the Musar movement, a brilliant individual who felt that what was wrong with Judaism at the time was that it lacked a moral core, that people were getting lost in the text and were not seeing the beauty of the morality of it. To give you one quote, just as a kind of a Vorspeise, a appetizer for next week, one of his many famous statements is a person who is a great Torah sage and yet does not study character development is like a public hazard. Meaning, he uses the term bor b'shus harabim, which means a huge pothole in the middle of the road. Everyone looks at him and thinks that, wow, he represents Torah, he represents our values and so on, but in fact, he represents a huge danger to everybody and should be filled in as soon as possible. Okay, thank you very much for your attention. I look forward to seeing you next week. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, why don't we come to order? Fascinating topic tonight, something that I spent rather a silly amount of time researching this topic, and sometimes I find that when I put in a lot of effort doing the research, then the lecture falls flat, and other times I really don't do any research, and the lecture is like amazing. So I'm hoping that this is not going to conform to the pattern. I hope you'll find this lecture as fascinating as I enjoyed the research. Mr. Rodriguez let me down. He didn't give me an opening joke today, so I'm just going to throw him under the bus. But I will start perhaps with a little pun, because we're going to be speaking about the Vilna Gaon. And of course, this is one of the legendary, towering figures of modern Jewish history, a defining individual that in many ways exemplifies a strand in modernist Judaic thought that has received a lot of attention, especially within the Orthodox and within the yeshiva world, but has not been adequately studied on the wider world. He was a person of incredible genius, and as we'll see, really incomprehensible genius, but at the same time, that genius implied certain personality traits that I find certainly, and many of his biographers find, quite difficult to understand, to say the least. Even the most hagiographic of treatments sometimes is stunned by the way the Vilna Gaon will treat his children or his wife, and it's hard to understand how these things can coexist within such an amazing personality. But perhaps that in itself is the answer to the question. Here's a person who in many ways was so completely removed from the quotidian reality of daily life in Vilna that it's hard to understand him with our contemporary terms. But here's the pun to sort of start us off, something I heard even from my own grandmother, Aleha Shalom. He's known in Yiddish as Der Vilner Gaon. The Vilna, of course, is modern-day Vilnius in Lithuania, and Gaon is a title that comes from the word Ga'ava in Hebrew, meaning pride, sometimes can lean towards arrogance or glory. It depends on the context in which it is used. So he's like the pride of Vilna. But it also makes kind of a pun, Gaon. If you only want it, you can become a Gaon. And my grandma, Aleha Shalom, would say that to me. If I'm having difficulty in my studies, or, she says, Vilnor, you just want it, Gaon. Then you can be like the Gaon. Now, he occupies a highly iconographic position, an iconic position within modern Jewry, and especially within Lithuanian Jewry. I think I have yet to meet a Lithuanian Jew who does not claim ancestry from the Vilna Gaon, which is rather amazing. I mean, he was really prolific, but primarily in the written word, not so much. He had, about 8 children. But it's hard to believe that every Jew is descended from him biologically, but certainly intellectually, we have a tremendous amount of debt to the Vilna Gaon. So, good and welfare before we begin. Tonight's lecture is sponsored by the Young Israel of Bell Harbor. I'm really pleased that you are all here. Your presence is sponsorship, and it's really important for me to have a live audience. By the way, I've totally lost my Latvian following online. I don't know what happened to them, but they just disappeared. They were replaced, however, by Malaysians. So quick shout out to everybody in Malaysia. I'm glad you're enjoying this video. But we do accept sponsorships. It defrays the costs of the videotaping, and our wonderful assistants, my brilliant daughter Aliza, Mr. Rodriguez, who of course supplies us with all the jokes. So if you're interested, please approach one of the shul officers or myself to sponsor. So let's go on. Let's just have a couple of basic questions about the Vilna Gaon. Who was this unusual man? His name was Eliyahu ben Shlomo Kramer. His surname is rarely used. Born in 1720 and died in 1797. He held absolutely no official rabbinical position. He headed no yeshiva or formal school in his lifetime. He did not publish in his lifetime. And in fact, he led most of his life, really until the 1780s, he was completely divorced from everything that was going on around him. Quite literally cloistered, living in a very small space where he would literally shut the windows so there would be no distractions from the outside world, learning literally all night by candlelight, and completely and totally devoted to Torah. I mean, it's hard to believe all of the things they say about the Gaon, but the fact that they're repeated so many times in so many different ways, even if they are exaggerations, they still indicate a personality type that's someone we don't understand at all. Like, for example, it's said that he slept 4 hours a day in half-hour shifts, 3 of them at night and 1 of them during the day. I myself have adopted this practice, although I've increased the frequency between the half hours, so they're virtually, simultaneous, whatever. But slept for 4 hours every 24 hours. He would literally keep himself awake by immersing his feet in cold water to be able to retain his attention. So utterly removed from Torah thoughts that he would only think about his family when he was in places where it was forbidden to think about Torah. For example, in the public bathhouse, things like this. Really amazing, difficult, problematic stories, as we shall see. But he was a person who was so completely and utterly devoted to Torah. I don't think I've ever met someone that comes even to a fraction of what they say about the Gaon. And despite the fact that he was so separated from the outside world and from everything except his studies, he nevertheless achieved, even in his lifetime, incredible fame for his studies. And then after his lifetime, when his students began to publish his writings, he really set a tone and a motion for a new way to define the last 2 centuries of Torah study. So what I'd like to do over the next 50-odd minutes is to look at his life, try to get a sense of how he made this impact, in which way his impact was felt, and then we'll call it a night. Yes, my brilliant daughter, Ms. Abramson.
So since he's so invested in Torah and he loves Torah so much, wouldn't that mean that he would want to go out and practice it more rather than he was being in cold water and sit in the basement of
Well, it is so wonderful that you should ask such an intelligent question. You know that my daughter has more of a following than I do. There's a web page set up just for her now, but is wouldn't he about taking the mitzvot and going out and doing the mitzvot, living in the outside world? It's not necessarily the way the Gaon would see it, according to his biographers, although he was cognizant of that criticism, as the following story relates. He did not have friends in any conventional sense. He had a distant relationship even with his own children. In their reminiscences of their father, they often talk about how infrequently they spoke and how constrained their contact was with each other. I can tell you a little bit about his relationship with his first wife in particular. He married twice after she passed away. But there is an amazing story of one person that was the closest thing to a friend he had, which was the incomparable Dubna Magid, a great preacher, a storyteller that was famed for his parables and his very powerful way of conveying complex information. So the story goes that the Vilna Gaon, he used to, like many people in the 18th and 19th century, great rabbis would employ a professional mochiach. And mochiach is a rebuker, someone that you hire to, like, every now and then, to tell you what you're doing wrong, to give you a sense of how you behaved inappropriately. This practice has fallen into disuse because people get married, and it's no longer necessary. But back then, so the mochiach, the rebuker of the Vilna Gaon, was the Dubna Magid. So the story goes that one Erev Yom Kippur, the Vilna Gaon calls in the Dubna Magid and says, here it is, almost Yom Kippur, I have to do tshuva, I have to repent. Please tell me what I did wrong this year. And by the way, you should know the Vilna Gaon used to keep a notebook in which he would record every moment of wasted time that he was not occupied in the mitzvah or learning Torah, and he would review it regularly and cry over it. And it said that it never amounted to more than 3 hours per year. I mean, who knows what these stories mean, but they all trend in the same direction. So anyways, the Dubna Magid says to him, no, what can I say to you? You're the Vilna Gaon. How can I possibly criticize you? And the Gaon says, Afal Pichein, nevertheless, it's Yom Kippur tomorrow. I got to so go ahead. So the Dubna Magid says, okay, let me just close the door. And he closed the door so that the students sitting outside in the anteroom wouldn't hear what he said to him. He was in there for 30 seconds, and then he walked out. And the students looked inside. They see the Vilna Gaon in bitter tears, wailing and weeping and beating his chest and moaning. And the students say to the Dubna Maggid, what could you have said to the Vilna Gaon? And just so you broke this man in just a matter of a few seconds. What could you have said to him? And so the Dubna Maggid said, I didn't say much to him. I just said, it's easy to be the Vilna Gaon if all you do is sit in a room and study Torah. Try and go out in the street and deal with difficult people, handle in the marketplace, then we'll see what kind of a Gaon you are. So he was definitely, as the story indicates, these are all stories, but he was cognizant of his separation from the larger public. He was bitterly criticized for it by certain factions in the Vilna community as well. But let's go through the story. Let's have a look at what happened to the Gaon. Okay, so I'm going to base much of my research tonight on a recent biography, very fascinating, well-researched book by Eliyahu Stern, published by Yale University Press just last year. Here's a picture of the author. He has an interesting thesis about the Gaon's relationship to modernity, which if we have time, I may touch on a little bit. I'm still kind of thinking about it now, but I'm going to really milk his work for a lot of the biographical details. I have had a look at some of the more hagiographic materials as well, just for some of the story and flavors. So let's look at the setting. We're talking about Vilna in the 18th century. So this is what it looked like at the time. Vilna was actually a major city up here in, well, it was a medium-sized city. Krakow and other cities were actually bigger. That it was in the dual monarchy of Lithuania and Poland. They had created a commonwealth as a result of a dynastic union. It was actually, as you can see here, this is Lithuania and this is Poland. Together, it's the largest country in Europe, larger even than France at the time. It would be split by the end of the century, as we shall see, but it was in a really bad shape. Vilnius is up here. Vilna, of course, is the Yiddish term for it, and they had gone through a great amount of difficulty by the time the Gaon was born in 1720. They had experienced a very significant war that had devastated much of the region. There were fires, plagues, famine. The Jewish population at the time was reduced to about 1,000 Jews, so it was definitely not, the crowning glory of the Jewish population of Eastern Europe at the time, but under the Gaon's watch, or partially really as a result of the Gaon's prestige, Vilna would ultimately become the most important city, particularly on an intellectual level, in Jewish Europe. His background was, by the way, here's a typical iconographic photograph. We don't really know exactly what he looked like. It was a drawing, but some are said to be a little bit more accurate than others. He's often shown wearing tefillin, which the phylacteries on the head and the arm. He wore them every time, during all waking hours. Unlike the custom of Ashkenazi and Sephardic Jewry to only wear them during prayer, he wore them 24/7, except for I should say 27, right? Because he slept 4 hours a night. You're not allowed to wear tefillin if you are distracted, if you have to pass wind. Certainly you can't go into the bathroom wearing tefillin. So generally speaking, the custom in the halacha is that we wear them only during prayer in the morning, because that's when you can focus for a short period of time, half an hour, 45 minutes. Otherwise, you can't wear them. But he wore them constantly, as they did all the way back in the time of the Mishnah. And in fact, his students in the Vilna Gaon Yeshiva in Israel also wear them full time. If you hang around in the old city of Jerusalem, you go into the Makolet and you'll see people wearing tefillin as they shop for various groceries. Anyways, it also gives a sense of his level of concentration to be able to wear these tefillin without ever having, losing focus during the entire period. He came from a rabbinic family background on both sides of his family. One of his grandfathers was the author of an important commentary in the Code of Jewish Law, the Be'er HaGola. He was the first of 5 sons, and he was immediately recognized as a child prodigy. In fact, he never actually went to school in his life. He grew out of even the thought of cheder by the age of 7. I mean, the kind of stories that they say about him are amazing. He apparently finished the entire Talmud by the time he was 11. By the time he was 12, he was already studying Kabbalah. It's very hard to even understand these ideas, but they're repeated over and over again. And as an adult, for example, he would complete a review of the entire Babylonian Talmud, which takes 7.5 years in the Daf Yomi cycle. He would review it monthly, which is just difficult to understand, but we can repeat these stories over and over again. I don't want to deaden you with them, but each one of them points in the same kind of direction. He had a very poor opinion of formal education. He said of the Vilna Cheder that not a word of truth was ever uttered in that place. He felt that a lot of the people who were professional educators were so far beneath the standard that he had very little patience for them. He did hire private tutors for his children, made sure that they achieved a significant level of learning. Many of them went on to write books of their own, but he had a very poor feeling about the formal education at the time. But as a whole, he was a complete autodidact, studying everything in Talmud entirely on his own, with some long-time study partners, but with no teachers whatsoever. And you see it reflected in a lot of his scholarship. It's clear that he had a certain self-image, which was affirmed by his contemporaries, that he was really a one-in-a-millennium kind of scholar. Even his critics recognized that he was a kind of scholar that you only get once every 1,000 years or so. In fact, if you consider traditional Jewish theology, there's this idea of a concept called Yerida Hadorot, the decline of the generations, that the closer you go back in time to the giving of Torah at Sinai, the greater level of spiritual sensitivity you will find in the generations. And that with each successive generation, there is a slow deadening of that sensitivity that results in a weakening of morale, a weakening of discipline, a weakening of the ability to penetrate the mysteries of the Torah. And as a result, there are certain kind of boundaries, like geologic boundaries, like the, the Mesozoic age or something like that, or the Mesopotamian age, or who knows. But I'm making it, I should just edit this out, right, Mr. Rodriguez? Yeah, I think I should. Okay, at any rate, so we have this idea that the older generations overrule any later generations. And to illustrate this, the Vilna Gaon, who was an Acharon, who lived in the latest period, he was considered of a high enough level that he could dispute a Tana, which means 2,000 years earlier. That his authority was so great, he could overrule Rashi, Tosfot, and in fact, he could quite often simply disregard them and stated his own opinion, even though it was in complete contradiction to medieval opinions. I know that's a little bit kind of detailed for those of you who might not study Talmud. It's incredible. No one else got away with anything like that. Okay. Hannah, who would later bear him 8 children, most of whom survived to adulthood. She would die several decades later, and he would remarry Gittel. But almost immediately after their marriage, he went on one of his many frequent exiles. This was a favored feature of many of the great rabbis of that era, where they would simply take themselves and wander Europe anonymously for various purposes. And the Gaon never left a lot of details about why he did this, but typically these kinds of things were motivations for personal repentance, self-reflection. When you go someplace where you're not famous, not well known, then people don't give you the same kind of respect as you have in your hometown. It breaks complacency, things like this. In some cases, he went to see old rabbinic manuscripts to try, because one of his major scholarly activities was amending texts. He believed quite often that there were errors in the Talmud, errors in the Midrash, and printed versions, and so on, and he would quite regularly simply remove passages, amend them, change them, and so on. Usually on the basis of manuscripts, but quite often simply on the basis of logic. That he would say, I don't believe the text is correct here. It has to be changed to meet this needs. So he wandered and he left his wife for very long periods of time. And throughout, he maintained a very, very arm's length distance from his children. One of his sons, Abraham, recounts a story about, it was Shlomo, I believe. recounts that he was ill. The child was ill at some point, and the Vilna Gaon nevertheless picked up and went on one of his many journeys. And then when he came back and they asked, "No, you're back so soon," he says, "Yes, I went into a Beit HaMerchatz, into a bathhouse, where it's forbidden to think about Torah. It's a place where you're not supposed to think about it. And so since I'm not allowed to think about Torah, I thought about my family. I said, oh yeah, the kid, he was sick. I wonder how he's doing." And therefore he came back home. When I read this in one of the kind of glowing hagiographic biographies of the Gaon, there's a little footnote that says, essentially, kids, don't try this at home. We don't understand this kind of behavior, but nevertheless, it's a story that's repeated by the child himself and by many of his biographers, and it gives you a sense of how divorced he was entirely from even the realities of his own family. He used to quote a passage in the Talmud that says, "For the sake of Torah, one must be like a raven to one's own children," meaning cruel and like tear yourself from them in order to immerse yourself in Torah. Again, a very, very hard value to totally understand, but we see that he applied it definitely to his own life. Now, during this period, he had Vilna's Jewish population was declining and was having extreme financial difficulties. But with his return in 1748, after quite a bit of wandering, with some periodic visits back home, that marks a turnaround in Vilna, which coincided with his rise to extreme prominence. So let's see, what do we got here? It was during this time that he sat himself down in Vilna. He received tremendous financial support from much of his family, his extended family. Contrary to popular opinion, it was not until near the end of his life did he receive any communal funds for his studies. He was privately supported by several family members in particular. And he sat down in this closed environment and spent all of his time focused on writing texts. He was especially interested in the ancient texts, and there was not a single bit of the Jewish corpus of literature that escaped his pen. He regularly wrote marginal notations, which indicated emendations of the text, as I mentioned earlier, and very highly concise, with tremendously economical use of language, criticisms of the text, questions on the text, and to give you a sense of the kind of things he would write, he often didn't even write in full sentences. He would just write the reference marks to other passages elsewhere in Jewish literature, and if you went and looked up all those passages, then you would figure out the question that he had in mind, followed by the answer that he provides. So he didn't even bother fleshing it out for the reader. He assumed that if you are strong enough to read his writings, then you must have had an extremely advanced background just to be privileged to understand the questions. He was definitely not a populist, definitely not someone who reached out to the common person. His writings are really focused on scholars at a very high level. I myself have great difficulty studying the works of the Gaon. I have studied several of them long before I did research for this talk, and I find them highly cryptic, and I'm maybe a little bit above average in terms of my background, and it's still incredibly hard for me. There are people who do understand them, though. Not surprisingly, during his lifetime and in the 50 years after his passing, his images, like wood blocks and lithographs of the Gaon, were far better sellers than his books. Everybody wanted a picture of the Gaon in their home. Hardly anyone bought his books because they were just too complicated to understand. But he nevertheless served as an ideal, an image of what a Torah scholar was like. Okay, let me pause for a moment for questions, and I'll take a drink of coffee. Yes, please, Julie. His language, he wrote in Hebrew, rabbinic Hebrew. He spoke Yiddish. There's some evidence that he knew German as well. And he once commissioned a translation of Euclid into Hebrew. He liked people who studied the classics from other languages, and he promoted the study of, for example, mathematics in Hebrew, or whatever language is accessible. Please.
I understand that he was very critical of Chassidim.
We will have time to talk about his stance on the Chassidim. Definitely, that was a defining aspect of the last years of his life. Yes, please. Oh, wait, hang on a second. Hard question coming. Okay, I'm ready.
One of your slides said that there were only 1,000 Jews in Vilnius.
In the early 18th century.
So what attracted many more Jews later on? When did
So,
I think, around wartime, there must have been over 30,000.
There was some persecution going on in Kovno. Actually didn't get anywhere near 30,000. We're still talking about, 4 digits. This is the 1800s. It's still quite small populations. But there was some persecution in Kovno nearby, and so there were a lot of refugees that began to stream into Lithuania, Vilna at this time. Yes, please.
Mine is a simple question.
Uh-oh.
Can you cite an example of how he corrected the text of the Torah?
Well, he never corrected the text of the 5 books of Moses. For the Gaon, for most traditional rabbinic scholars, maybe Ibn Ezra is a possible exception. The Chumash, Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, and Deuteronomy is absolutely sacrosanct. There is not to be any correction or alterations to that text whatsoever. So he never corrected that. But everything else was fair game. The Mishnah, the Midrash, Talmud. So examples would be, off the top of my head, he would remove extraneous words. Like if something made sense without a couple of words, he would just pull those words out. And sometimes he would reverse the words. Oh, I know one offhand. It's coming up to Pesach. So on Pesach, there's a reference in the Haggadah to offering 2 different kinds of sacrifices. But the Gaon wrote, if it falls on Saturday night, then you reverse the order. Because on Saturday night in the temple, they would reverse the order of the sacrifices. So he added a little note on the side saying that this only applies during the weekday. That's off the top of my head. I hope that's a reasonable one. Okay, Ms. Abramson?
How did he become so famous if he was so separated in society? He could have just been another.
How did he get so famous? That's really a tough question to answer. I think it's because people were looking for a hero, and he was absolutely a hero. When it comes to the Torah, he was a giant of Torah. There was no one who come close to him. Here is a child, 7 years old. No one can teach him because he knows more than the teachers. What does that mean? That's like Mozart at 2. This was our Mozart. Actually, Mozart was their Vilna Gaon. This is okay. Last question, Rabbi.
You mentioned that this man asked a very simple question.
Yeah, those are scary.
And not such a simple question. Now, we have shops, right? We have the Talmud. Can you cite anything that he changed in Talmud? And then I want to make a point.
If you don't mind, I'm gonna ship both of those. First of all, I can't cite one from the Talmud off the top of my head because I usually don't study the Hagos Agra on Talmud. And in terms of points, I only have time for questions, so I think I'm going to pass.
I think it's a very important point in your information.
Okay, I still have half an hour, though. Ask me after half an hour. I'll take one last question.
I'm making the point.
I know. Please make your point in 30 minutes. I'll appreciate it, please. 8. Okay. Let's go weiter. Okay, here we are. So moving up. Now, his major contribution is the one that really was the turnaround that gave the Gaon tremendous popularity and, just simply cemented his reputation was a commentary called the Biur, which simply means in English, the commentary. It is a commentary on the Code of Jewish Law, the Shulchan Aruch, but it had a very interesting kind of focus that without fanfare completely altered the trajectory of learning as it had been expressed up until the 18th century. Specifically, the Vilna Gaon completely rejected the modality of study known as pilpul. It was very popular from the 13th to the 15th century in Poland in particular, and it had gone into an archaic and kind of vestigial stage by the 18th century. What was pilpul? Basically, the term in English means pepper, and it is a form of mental gymnastics where you start with the assumption that everything has to absolutely fit together perfectly. Whether it is a 3rd century Mishnaic text, a 5th century Talmudic text, a 10th century passage in Rashi, a 13th century passage in Tosfot, everything has to magically intertwine, despite the fact that these are written over 1,000 years in many different climates by hundreds of different people. There's this basic idea, everything has to fit properly. It's a very difficult proposition. But in Pilpul, what you'll say is you'll pose a question that exposes a contradiction, and then you will provide an answer that resolves that contradiction, but then you pose another question that challenges your solution, and so you propose another solution, and this can go on for 10, 12, 15 different questions. And by the end of it, your head is spinning, and you could have just started with the proposition that, you know what, they have different opinions, and maybe Rashba and Ritva simply don't agree. Why do you have to say that they agree by twisting the words into pretzels? The Vilna Gaon felt that Pilpul, while it demonstrated tremendous mental acuity to create these kind of harmonies where they did not necessarily exist, the Vilna Gaon felt that we have to just stop all of that and we have to go back to the text itself. What does it say? What is the actual truth of the statement? So the way he countered Pilpul was by completely ignoring it, refusing to engage in any kind of casuistry like this, and simply going straight to the text itself. So he did this primarily on the code of Jewish law by privileging the Talmud as its source. And I'll explain to you how this relationship here. So if you look at the Talmud and the codes, basically let's look at the 3 documents. The first one here is the Talmud, which we have talked about in previous classes, but just to give you a quick refresher, this is essentially a massive commentary on the Mishnah. It was written in Babylon in probably the 5th or 6th century, and it was based on oral testimonies that were memorized and then later committed to writing. There is a second Talmud written earlier in Israel, but it's not considered quite as authoritative. The Talmud is non-linear. It is not organized according to the Greek formulation that we're accustomed to, with chapters and headings, subheadings, and so on, a kind of a logical flow of ideas. It's a long stream of consciousness document that can follow from one tangent to another tangent. Tangents are the norm rather than the, what's the opposite of the norm? Exception. Thank you, Rabbi. I appreciate that. And it's an incredibly complicated document that requires a tremendous amount of training in Aramaic, and it's a coded document, very, very terse language. So you have to memorize all kinds of specific little code phrases and fill in large. It's a very hard book to study. There was a tradition of medieval commentators. The Rashba and the Ritva are 2 commentators from the 13th century who were especially important, that basically follow this approach of just trying to break it down and understand what is the text saying, but they were ultimately ignored as Pilpul developed in the Ashkenazic world. Pilpul was also heavily dependent on study of the codes, which had really displaced the Talmud as the principal source of learning at this time. Now, what are the codes? Since the Talmud is, by our Western sensibilities, very disorganized, there is no, it is highly organized, but just not in a way that we understand it normally. The laws are scattered throughout this entirely massive document. And beginning with Maimonides in particular, in his Mishnah Torah, there was an attempt to collect all this information and reorganize it so you can look up anything you want simply by following the index or the table of contents. The Talmud, of course, has no table of contents. That would be kind of absurd. And the index would be as big as the book itself because everything is scattered about throughout the text. So these codes, the most famous of which was the code written by Rabbi Yosef Karo, the Shulchan Aruch, is an attempt to take all of this massive amount of information in the Talmud and then put it in a much more logical format. During the 15th century, in particular in Poland, Talmud was hardly studied at all, and the codes received vastly more attention. The Talmud was consulted only to kind of like support the whole Pilpulistic enterprise, and it simply was considered a secondary document altogether. Even though some of the most important commentaries, like the Beis Yosef on the tour also focused on the Talmud really became kind of the stepchild of the entire process. And at this point, this is where the Gaon steps in. He writes this commentary called the Biur, which is on the code, the Shulchan Aruch, which has become the canonized text, but he clearly links it directly back to the Talmud. And he shows how every single word in the Shulchan Aruch is completely and totally dependent on a proper understanding of the Talmudic text. Without a proper understanding of the simple meaning of the Talmudic text, leave all that pilpulistic argument aside, you will not understand the codes. And by connecting the codes so powerfully to their source document, he generated a tremendous amount of enthusiasm for going back to this source, the Talmud, and re-energized the study that had really lain dormant for about 500 years. This initiated a whole new movement towards going back to the sources, a critical attitude towards the text that in many ways, as Eliyahu Stern argues in his biography, created a more modernizing, rational element in traditional Orthodox Judaism. Rather than engaging in this kind of demonstration of your mental abilities by creating things that everybody knows are fictions, the Gaon said, let's get back and understand exactly what does it say in the text and why does it say it this way, and then we'll move on to the next topic. Much more modern attitude towards the text than any others. So this really was a revolution in learning, and it was when he began to accept students, when he emerged from his solitude, that the impact was really felt. Now, this was around 1758, when his father passed away. Up until this time, his relative Eliyahu Peseles was supporting him and his father, who was also a Talmudic scholar. And when his father passed away, the son, Eliyahu, the Gaon, received his father's share, so suddenly he had more material wealth. And as the Mishnah says, Im ein kemach ein Torah, if there is no material support, there will be no Torah study. The Gaon was able to leverage some of this additional material support to increase his study of Torah, and in fact, he began at this mature stage to take in students. One of the assets that he received at this time was a study hall or a klois, kind of like a small Beit Midrash that was situated in highly desirable downtown Jewish Vilna, like they say. The Vilna Gaon always used to say location, location, location. No, I just made that up. He didn't actually say that. But right next to the synagogue of Vilna, he had his study hall. So he was clearly identified with the core of the Jewish population. And at this point, as we mentioned earlier, the population had grown threefold, partially as a result of the refugees coming in from Kovno. But finally, now that he has a real formal place to study, rather than a small room in his apartment, he began to accept students, and he had dozens of students who would come to him and be bewildered by what he had to say, but nevertheless absorbed fractional elements of his teachings. So, and this also coincided with an economic recovery of the Jewish community. So these two things, the prestige of the Gaon attracting more attention and more population and more support, and also the increased wealth of this large and growing community created a circular effect, a kind of a ratchet effect, where there was more Torah and more money circulating at the same time. Late in his life, because the community recognized him as the principal celebrity that was really bringing in a lot of attention to Vilnius, the Kehila, the official organized community, began to give a stipend to the Gaon, primarily to maintain his klois and his students, but he was bitterly criticized for receiving essentially a support from the community taxes, but we will perhaps get back to that shortly. Now, it's at this time in his life when he slowly begins to get involved a little bit more in the outside world. And I'm going to pick on two specific aspects of his interaction with the outside world. These are perhaps the most famous. So the second is going to be his relationship to the Hasidic movement. But perhaps more telling of who the Gaon was is the relationship he had with the Hirsch-Wolf affair. It basically went like this. You have to understand the Gaon at this point, again, no official position whatsoever. He's not the rabbi of the synagogue. He's not the head of a yeshiva. He's just an independent scholar that is universally recognized as being brilliant beyond bounds. And so when he speaks, he's like considered untouchable in terms of he's incorruptible because he has no relationship with any power base whatsoever. He also was disdainful of the organized community when he felt that would be appropriate. So his voice was extremely influential. And it happened that the son of the newly elected head of the Kehillah walked into a Catholic church, age 17, and he converted to Christianity. This was a bit of a shanda, the son of one of the wealthy members of the community, the president of the Kehillah, walks into a church and converts. We don't know exactly why. Stern says it could have been teenage ennui, it could have been all kinds of things, but at any rate, it was a shanda. So the head of the Kehillah sat down with the Gaon, and they worked out a plan in which several months later they bribed another young Jewish man who had converted to Christianity, a guy named Kwiatkowski, and they bribed him to make friends with this young man Hirsch, and to then take him out of the monastery for a walk around town. As soon as they got him out of the monastery, they jumped him, they kidnapped him, and they spirited him away to kind of convince him of the error of his ways, which ultimately they were able to do. However, this was obviously not taken well by the church, who felt very badly about this idea of here is a Christian convert who has been kidnapped by Jews. What's going on? I should mention, by the way, in this context, that this is a very, very difficult period of time for the Jews, where there is widespread kidnapping of children by Catholic priests or by zealous Catholic lay people. The most horrific story of which is that of Edgardo Mortara, shown here, who was a 6-year-old boy, 8-year-old perhaps at the time, and this is later, this is already in the 19th century. He was living in Bologna, Italy, and he was ill when he was a 2-year-old boy, and so a very well-meaning Catholic maid was worried that young Edgardo would die of his fever, and so therefore she performed an emergency baptism on the young child. And the child recovered. Now, an emergency baptism was considered acceptable to the church at that time, taking some holy water from the church and then sprinkling on his forehead and pronouncing a certain formula, and then the child recovered. Nothing happened, but a few years later, when the child was about 6 or 7 years old, she happened to mention to the grocer, oh, by the way, yeah, I performed an emergency baptism on little Edgardo. And word of this got to the Inquisition, and the Inquisition showed up at the door of the Mortara home, and they took the child away, and he was never returned to the family. At age 19, he was emancipated from the church, but he had elected to become a Catholic priest on his own accord at that point. But these kinds of stories were happening throughout Europe, where children were, on the flimsiest of pretexts, simply being removed from their families. And it was something that was great pain to the Jewish community. So returning to the Hirsch affair, they kidnapped him, they smuggled him away, and ultimately he decided not to rescind his newfound Catholicism. But the Catholic Church was quite upset, and they rightly suspected the Gaon of being involved in this affair, because nothing could happen in the Jewish community without the Gaon, giving his stamp of approval to it by this point. So they interrogated him, and the interrogators report that he behaved with the arrogance of a head of state, meaning completely refusing to even acknowledge their presence, and being completely, like Malchus, like kingship, refusing to even discuss the affair with them. He and the father, the head of the community, were jailed as a result. It happened to be during the holiday of Sukkot, and the Vilna Gaon held the opinion that one should sleep in a sukkah at that time, and since he was, of course, in jail, and unable to sleep in a sukkah, it said that he remained awake all night, pacing the walls of his cell to try and avoid sleeping outside of the sukkah. Of course, the holiday of Sukkot is 8 days. I don't know exactly how he managed it, but he was jailed for quite a while, and ultimately they released him for lack of evidence. A few months later, it happens that they found the other young man, the one that they had bribed, and they arrested him, and he was jailed for several months, and he had to suffer public flogging every Friday, 100 lashes for his crime. But at any rate, this gives you one indication of how the Gaon got involved in a communal issue, hatched the plan was successful, and he was willing to take the rap for it by going to jail. Now, more seriously, however, in more lasting impact is his relationship with the early Hasidic movement. This is an image of a very famous, iconic image of Rabbi Shneir Zalman of Liadi, a younger contemporary of the Vilna Gaon, the founder of the Chabad movement. We spoke about him a couple of weeks ago, known as the Alter Rebbe. So the Vilna Gaon had, to put it mildly, a very critical attitude towards the Hasidic movement. Prior to my research for this class, I had always thought that the Gaon had kind of like an arm's length relationship to it, and he didn't approve, but he did not get terribly enthusiastic about declaiming the movement. That was something really that his students really got involved in, and I have to take that back. It seems that, he did engage in quite a bit of polemic against the Hasidic movement. Certainly not the worst offender by far, something that even his detractors recognized, but he had a very harsh and critical view towards the Hasidic movement that was, really a core element of his waning years. What was his problem with this highly populist movement? There are several issues, and we talked about them a little bit in the class in the Alter Rebbe, but I think the three that are most significant for us are the following, in ascending order. The one charge is that they were Sabbateans, meaning they were followers of Shabbatai Tzvi, the disgraced 17th century false messiah. This was a charge that was widely believed that these early Hasidim were engaging in all kinds of antinomian behavior, very non-halachic, non-legal behavior in terms of Jewish law, and this was all aspects of the teachings of Shabbatai Tzvi. Later, it would be, of course, demonstrated without doubt that they were not followers of Shabbatai Tzvi, but in the 18th century, there was still quite a bit of confusion over this issue, and the Gaon was very concerned that they represented a resurgence of this movement. There were, to be sure, certain early Hasidim who had quite exuberant expressions of their understanding of the movement that were highly questionable. For example, now a lot of this we only read from the critics of the Hasidic movement, so it's hard to know whether or not this is really true. But for example, one early Hasidic leader is reputed to have taught his students that one should feel the desire for. Wait a second. It's okay. Is that a ringtone? Oh, it just went on. Okay, you have to be careful when you criticize the Hasidic movement. Anything can happen. But how did it go? So one of the main goals of the Hasidic movement is dveikut, as Gershom Scholem has really emphasized, closeness with God, cleaving to God. And you have to invest yourself completely in your relationship, unio mystica with God. So one of the early Hasidic leaders, as is reported by the detractors, taught that when praying, Hasidim should imagine God as a naked woman, and that's wow, that's not exactly what my bubby taught me to think about when I was davening, right? So these kinds of things, the Vilna Gaon was very concerned about and wanted to put his foot down. The antinomian behavior, the disregard for certain communal norms in areas such as time of prayer, method of kosher slaughter. We talked about them quite a bit in that other lecture, so I won't go over them now. But perhaps the most important philosophical challenge that the Gaon objected, recall that the Gaon for the Gaon, Torah was everything. Torah was the world, even to the exclusion of what we consider normative affection for one's children. Torah was everything. And the Gaon, by the way, was never one to mince words when it came to thinking about the prioritization of Torah. For example, at one point he attempted unsuccessfully to emigrate to Israel, or at least to visit Israel. It didn't work out. But on his way, he wrote his wife a will, an ethical will, saying, okay, these are what the things you've got to take care of. Essentially, if I die, if I don't make it back, make sure you raise the children this way and so on. And one of the things he says, for example, is don't go to shul. Because when you go to shul, people are just saying Lashon Hara and they're not concentrating on davening. He says it's better for you to sit at home alone than to go to shul. So he has no problem telling people what he thinks, even if they're contrary to the norms. But he felt that the Hasidim were neglecting Torah, and that was not going to be, a good recipe for success. Hasidim to consider their, apologies, or to consider their explanations of their attitude. And in general, he completely shut off the Hasidic movement and did not see it as a valuable phenomenon whatsoever. Now, the irony of all this is that his own social exclusion led him to misread Hasidism as a Sabbatean movement, and perhaps to underestimate its much larger impact on the Jewish people, because after all, here we are 200 odd years later, and the Hasidic movement is huge and growing and very vibrant, and it's hard to say that they're not, mainstream within the larger Orthodox camp. So his social isolation could, on the one hand, cause him to misread that, and at the same time, his opposition and his stature meant that the Hasidim got their own act together as well, because they said, look, if someone like the Gaon is opposing us, we had better meet those challenges. So ironically, the Alter Rebbe shown here, his movement, which later became Chabad, is perhaps the most Torah-centered of many of the Hasidic movements, less dependent on charismatic leaders, more emphasis on traditional Torah study. The Gaon, ironically, brought them closer to his own norms by his opposition. So what ended up happening? It devolved terribly shortly after the death of the Gaon in 1797 with the involvement of the Russian authorities. At this point, it's recognized by everyone, including Rabbi Schneur Zalman, who was jailed because of the anti-Hasidic movement that was spearheaded by the Gaon. It was recognized by everyone that the Gaon never wanted to involve non-Jewish authorities. He was of a very strong opinion that secular courts should never be consulted on internal Jewish affairs, but this is ultimately what happened. The region of Poland-Lithuania fell apart in the 18th century for reasons which are too complex for us to go into, but Poland was divided between its three neighbors in three successive partitions. Vilnius here was taken over by Russia, along with what would be White Russia or Ruthenia and right bank Ukraine, and a little bit more of the region of Belarus. These areas were taken over by Russia, and so at the end of the Vilna Gaon's life, the Jews of Lithuania found themselves under Russian authority. The Russians had no conception of any of these internal politics, especially because there were no Jews in Russia before 1772 at all. It was closed to Jews, and suddenly these Russian authorities were confronted with a really intense battle between the followers of the Gaon, who became known as Mitnagdim, or opponents, and the Hasidim. And it went to this man, Mikhail Kutuzov, who was more famous in world history by being the general that defeated Napoleon. Together with his colleague General Winter, they were able to take down Napoleon in his advance into Russia, made famous in Tolstoy's War and Peace. So anyways, this guy Kutuzov, he's the Russian governor of Lithuania. You can see he doesn't look Jewish exactly here. And in 1798, what happens is there's this man named Yehuda ben Eliyahu, who is a Chassid, who complains that to the governor that the traditional Mitnagdim in Vilna are abusing the Hasidim in town. that they're not treating them properly. So he hears this complaint, and Kutuzov is trying to figure out, first of all, these are the first time we've had Jews in the country, and second of all, I'm getting this complaint that one group is treating another group badly. Okay, so he didn't do too much about it. But then what happens is in 1800, 2 years later, Victor Ben Chaim, who was the Mitznagdik chief rabbi of Pinsk, he writes this long diatribe to the Tsar, Peter I, saying, and it's a long theological, economic polemic, saying that the whole thing that's wrong is those Hasidim, and they are representing a very corrosive element, and they are contrary to the Tsar's wishes, they're going to undermine the authority of the Tsar, and so on. So since the Tsar gets this treatise in the mail, he sends a note to Kutuzov and says, could you please look into it and straighten out what is going on with those Jewish people, and what do they call them? Hasidim? Yeah, Hasidim too, but who are they? Right? Go find out. And so Kutuzov gets involved in this, and he arrests people left and right. And this is when the Alter Rebbe was arrested. Kutuzov can't figure out, like, what is this all about? Why, and he says that nobody ever paid attention to these fights before, and they have some really bizarre interrogations of these rabbis in prison. What can you do? It's just an internal fight over religious doctrine, but it's certainly, cemented the fissure, or I shouldn't say that, it certainly widened the cleavage between the Hasidic and the Lithuanian movement, and that is still felt and even commemorated to this day. For example, the Chabad movement celebrates Yud Tet Kislev, the 19th of the month of Kislev, as the anniversary of the release of the Alter Rebbe from prison. Okay. One last detail, and then we're going to close. I'm sorry, I might be a couple minutes late tonight. The last major impact that the Gaon had was the establishment of the yeshiva in Volozhin. This was actually established by his principal student, Rabbi Chaim, who I'd like to speak about, God willing, maybe next year. And the Gaon said that basically the way we are institutionalizing our learning is not very effective. The students would come and they would have what they call Essentag, where they would not have any formal place to eat. They would just be begging off different families for particular days of the week. Shlomo would go on Tuesdays to the Bergs and on Wednesdays to the Goldsteins and so on. It was very undignified and so on. They were highly dependent on funds from the Kehillah and from donors and so on. He said to his student, you have to set up a formal institution of learning, a school, which finds a way to collect tuition or donations to support the students, and it should be independent from everybody. It's a very modernizing kind of idea.